Chapter 1526. Then, I'll see you at the treasure ordering meeting in 10 days. Zifeng said. Let's go. Mo Yang was the first to turn around and leave. He glared fiercely at Lu Ming and left with the people from the Tianyu demon sect. Then, the people from the Heavenly Gods sect and the Poison sect also left. In the blink of an eye, all the people from the three sects had left. The storm had come to an end. Lu Ming, thank you senior brother Zifeng and senior brother Han Chao for your help. Xuaningxin, thank you, Lu Ming, Tian Chui, and Xuaningxin cupped their fists at Zifeng and Han Chao to express their gratitude. You're welcome. The three of you are good. The three of you should participate in the treasure ordering meeting. Zifeng nodded. Treasure ordering meeting? Lu Ming was still in a daze. Isn't this the treasure ordering meeting? Why is there a treasure ordering meeting? Senior brother, don't worry. I was just about to participate. I'll kill the Heavenly Gods sect and the other two sects to my heart's content. Tian Chui grinned, his eyes full of malevolence. Xuaningxin nodded in agreement. Let's return to the station first. Zifeng nodded and stepped out, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Then, the other disciples of the Divine Dragon Valley flew back to the station together. Senior brother, senior sister, what's the treasure ordering meeting? Lu Ming asked curiously on the way. The treasure ordering meeting is a competition between the 13 top sects before the treasure ordering meeting begins. The rule is that the participants must be below the 7th level of the martial royal realm and below the age of 50. Tian Chui explained. In Yuan continent, the young people's temperament was somewhat different from that in the Divine Wilderness continent. In the Divine Wilderness continent, those below the age of 30 were the younger generation, the golden age of cultivation. However, in Yuan continent, those below the age of 50 were the younger generation. This was because the cultivation environment in Yuan continent was too good. Many people had broken through to the martial royal realm at a young age and had a lifespan of 10,000 to 20,000 years. Their vitality was extremely strong. Compared to 10,000 to 20,000 years ago, 50 years old was still the golden age of youth with unlimited potential. As a matter of fact, cultivators below the 7th layer martial dominator realm are considered the reserve strength of their respective sections. They will participate in the treasure pedestal in 3 or 6 years' time. Consider it as a chance to observe the upcoming treasure pedestal, as well as the strength of their respective sects. Xuanninglong explained. Lu Ming suddenly understood. This could be considered a small-scale treasure sorting convention, so it was called the treasure sorting convention. The 13 sects also attach great importance to the treasure pedestal meeting because the last 3 sects are not qualified to participate in this year's treasure pedestal meeting, which is equivalent to being eliminated in advance. Therefore, every treasure pedestal meeting is extremely fierce. Xuaningxin continued. How could this be? Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. The treasure sorting convention was directly linked to the treasure pedestal meeting. The last 3 sects were not qualified to participate in the treasure pedestal meeting, which meant that only 10 sects would participate in each treasure pedestal meeting. Each sect will send 36 geniuses from the 4th layer to the 6th layer martial royal realm to participate in the treasure pedestal meeting. There are still 10 days left. Let's go back and cultivate, then we'll kill them to our heart's content. Tian Chui said. This time, he felt extremely wronged. It was not that he was not strong enough, but the opponents were all experts with higher cultivation levels. However, there would not be any experts above the 6th layer martial royal realm at the treasure pedestal meeting. You should prepare yourselves. This treasure pedestal meeting might be extremely dangerous. The Heavenly God sect, the Heavenly Demonic sect, and the Desire Poison sect might join forces to deal with the Divine Dragon Valley. You should be fully prepared. Han Chao said. Senior brother, don't worry. I'll kill whoever I see. Tian Chui said with a ferocious grin. Although your strength is strong, don't underestimate your opponents. From what I know, Each sect has geniuses with superior earthly spiritual bodies, and most of them have reached the peak 6th layer martial royal realm. The Heavenly Gods sect, in particular, has produced many geniuses over the years. They are known as the top sect in the Tsung continent. Don't underestimate them. Han Chao said. Although Han Chao had cultivated the ice dragon battle flesh, he was very easygoing. He chatted with the group along the way, and they soon arrived at the outpost of the Divine Dragon Valley. As soon as they arrived at the outpost, Lu Ming, Tian Shui, Xuaningxin, and the others returned to their rooms to cultivate in seclusion. There were still 10 days left until the treasure pedestal meeting. Tian Shui had not used up all the true dragon meat he had obtained. He could use this time to improve his strength. Xuaningxin's dragon crystal had not been fully digested, so her strength could also improve. As for Lu Ming, he entered the mountain and river pattern and sat under the tree of enlightenment. Previously, Shi Guan's sneak attack had put him in a life-or-death situation. At the critical moment, his potential was unleashed, and his chaotic domain had reached the peak of the 4th level. He was only a step away from the 5th level. Now, he needed to continue improving his cultivation. His cultivation was at the early 4th level of the martial royal realm. Now, he needed to reach the peak of the 4th level of the martial royal realm. With a wave of his hand, a pile of origin stones appeared. Lu Ming began to devour and refine the origin stones. His cultivation base began to rise rapidly. 5 days later, Lu Ming's cultivation had reached the peak of the 4th level of the martial royal realm. For the rest of the time, Lu Ming cultivated the 13 strikes under the tree of enlightenment. Perhaps because of the pressure, before the treasure pedestal meeting, he had cultivated the 13 strikes to the peak of the 6th level, and its power had increased greatly. At this time, the time for the treasure pedestal meeting had arrived. In the outpost of the Divine Dragon Valley, there were 36 young men standing in a huge courtyard. All of them were between the 4th and 6th level of the martial royal realm. They were all geniuses. Most of their spiritual bodies were inferior earth spiritual bodies. Those with ordinary spiritual bodies were not qualified to participate. Lu Ming, Tian Shui, and Xuaningxin were also among them. In addition, Lu Ming also saw a few familiar faces. Blood Dragon Valley, Hiyu. Silver Dragon Valley, Silver Dragon Valley. After a period of cultivation, Silver Dragon Valley's cultivation had reached the 6th level of the martial royal realm. Hiyu and Silver Dragon Valley stood together and whispered to each other. They glanced coldly at Lu Ming from time to time. At this time, a sage realm elder appeared in front of them. This treasure pedestal meeting is very important. I hope you will do your best to protect the honor of the Divine Dragon Valley. The sage realm elder said. We will do our best. The 36 young men and women said loudly. Good. At the treasure pedestal meeting, you can't use sacred weapons. The highest you can use is a spiritual weapon of the royal realm. You should know that. The sage realm elder said. Yes. Everyone replied. Good. This time, the 36 of you will be led by Han Sun. At the treasure pedestal meeting, you must listen to his orders. Do you understand? The sage realm elder said. Yes. Everyone nodded. Lu Ming looked at a young man in a white robe. Chapter 1527. After the sage realm elder finished his instructions, he led the group to the location of the treasure peddling meeting. Of course, they weren't the only ones going. Many other disciples were going to watch as well. The location of the treasure peddling meeting was in a huge building halfway up Tsang Mountain. The building was circular and the top was empty. When Lu Ming and the others arrived, they saw a huge battle stage in the middle of the building. Around the battle stage were 13 huge cylindrical platforms. They were slightly higher than the battle stage and surrounded the battle stage in the middle. Looking down from the sky, each cylindrical platform had a number on it. They were arranged from 1 to 13 in a counterclockwise direction. Outside the cylindrical platforms were rows of spectator stands. They were slightly higher than the cylindrical platforms, so the people sitting on the spectator stands could clearly see the situation on the battle stage. Outside the spectator stands, there were many pavilions. They were even higher up. We participants will land on those platforms. Let's go down. Han Sun said and landed first. They didn't deliberately choose a platform and landed on platform number 10. The Sage Realm Elder flew into one of the pavilions. The other disciples of Dragon God Valley who followed Lu Ming and the others landed on the spectator stands behind platform number 10. Dragon God Valley, you guys are pretty early. A cold voice sounded. In the sky, sacred light spread. The people of Heavenly God's sect had arrived. The people of Heavenly God's sect didn't stand on ceremony and landed on platform number 1. The disciples of Heavenly God's sect who didn't participate in the competition landed on the spectator stands behind platform number 1. Whoosh! 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 At this moment, the sound of something breaking through the air could be heard. In the sky, a dense crowd was flying toward the platform. The 13 top sects arrived one after another. Each sect had 36 participants who landed on the platform. The other disciples landed on the spectator stands. Among them, Sky Universe Demon sect landed on platform number 2. Heavenly King Palace, platform number 3. Demonic Moon sect, platform number 4. Desire Poison sect, platform number 5. Nine Heaven Sword sect, platform number 6. Linglong Palace, platform number 7. Platform number 8 was empty. The sects hadn't arrived yet. Intentionless Saber sect, platform number 9. Platform number 10 was for Dragon God Valley. Platform number 11 was for Piyuan family. Platform number 12 was for Blood Demon Tower. Platform number 13 was for Demon Castle. Among the 13 top sects, the mysterious Life and Death Sword sect had yet to arrive. Whoosh! Whoosh! At this moment, streaks of sword light streaked across the sky. The people of the Life and Death Sword faction had arrived. So few people. Lu Ming looked over and could not help being stunned. The Life and Death Sword faction had sent 13 people. Apart from the old man leading the group, there were only 12 people from the younger generation. Whoosh! Whoosh! 12 disciples of Life and Death Sword sect's disciples from the Life and Death sect. Lu Ming, the Life and Death Sword sect is very strict in accepting disciples. Hence, they have the least number of disciples. Every time they participate in the treasure ordering assembly, there are 12 of them. Sometimes, they can't even gather all 12 of them. Although they are at a disadvantage because they have fewer disciples, no one dares to belittle them. This is because everyone in the Life and Death Sword sect is a genius. Lu Ming nodded. He saw a familiar face in the Life and Death Sword sect, Luo Xiang. Luo Xiang had left a deep impression on him. He was a peak 9 Heaven Supreme who had nurtured his sword soul for 15 years. Dragon God Valley. They really dare to come. In the Heavenly Universe Demon sect, Mo's cold gaze landed on the Divine Dragon Valley and Lu Ming. Isn't it better that they're here? This time, let's kill everyone from Dragon God Valley. A genius of the Heavenly Divinity sect said coldly. His body glowed with a sacred light and his eyes were filled with murderous intent. That's right. Kill them all. The young man who had stopped Lu Ming and the others from the Desire Poison sect said coldly. He glared at Lu Ming and the others. Strength doesn't depend on words. We'll know who lives and who dies later. Lu Ming said as he clenched his fists. This time, I'll kill to my heart's content. Lu Ming, I'll take your life. He pointed at Lu Ming and a saber glow appeared. I'll take your life too. Lu Ming replied coldly. The Dragon God Valley, the Sky Demon sect, the Desire Poison sect, and the Heavenly Divinity sect were filled with hostility even before the battle began. They were not the only ones. The other sects had conflicts with each other too. They glared at each other with murderous intent, filling the place with a murderous aura. Meanwhile, in a courtyard of the Heavenly Divinity sect, the Divine Son stood with his hands behind his back. Shi Guan stood behind the Divine Son respectfully and reported to him. I didn't expect so many things to happen just because I came a few days late. The people of the Dragon God Valley are getting bolder, and you all are trash. You can't even kill a few people who have not even reached the 7th layer Martial Dominator realm. The Divine Son said coldly. If it weren't for that kid's strange pet that can affect time, I would have killed him long ago. Shi Guan said. The space-time spirit mouse was a legendary creature. Not everyone knew about it. Shi Guan didn't recognize it as a space-time spirit mouse. A pet that can affect time. The Divine Son's eyes turned cold and murderous intent burst out of his body. Tell me, what does that kid look like? And what do his two companions look like? Is there a true dragon among them? The Divine Son asked a few questions. There is indeed a true dragon. It's a snow dragon and, then, Shi Guan described the appearance of Lu Ming and the others. It's indeed them. They dared to set me up in the Dragon Palace. The Divine Son's eyes turned cold. Back then, in the Dragon Palace, he had used an ancient talisman of the god Forbidden Void to suppress the Black Dragon's corpse. However, someone had secretly sabotaged him and destroyed the ancient talisman, allowing the Black Dragon to escape. All his efforts were in vain. He had been trying to find out who the culprit was. Now, he knew it was Lu Ming. Who else could it be other than Lu Ming who could affect time and space? Ignorant fool, where is he now? I'll go and kill him. The Divine Son exuded a cold murderous intent. Divine Son, Lu Ming should be participating in the treasure sorting meeting. The 13 top sects will be gathering. If you kill him now, I'm afraid the other sects will be angry. Shi Guan said hurriedly. Then let's wait until the treasure sorting meeting is over before killing him. After saying that, the Divine Son took a step forward and disappeared. The smell of gunpowder in the treasure sorting meeting was getting stronger. At this moment, an old man stepped into the air and appeared on the fighting ring. The old man was dressed in white and was a sage realm elder of the Celestial sect. Over the years, the Celestial sect had become stronger and stronger. They had won first place in 2 consecutive treasure sorting meetings. They had even won first place twice in the treasure sorting meeting. Chapter 1528. Since we were the winner last time, I'll be the host this time, and all the elders will supervise. The voice of the Celestial sect's sage realm elder reverberated throughout the area. He scanned the crowd and said, I believe that most people already know the rules of the competition. However, I still have to repeat the rules of the competition. You are divided into 13 platforms. Apart from the Life and Death Sword faction, each sect has 36 people. The rules of the competition are very simple. First, the Divine Sect in the first platform will send one person to the fighting platform. He can challenge anyone from any sect until one of them is killed or knocked off the fighting platform. Then, the competition will be over. The winner will go back to the platform and wait for the next challenge. After the first platform's challenge is over, it will be the turn of the second platform's sect to send one person to challenge. They can also challenge anyone from any sect until one person is defeated. Just like that, it will be the turn of the third platform to send someone to challenge, followed by the fourth platform, and all the way to the 13th platform. At least 13 people will be eliminated in one round. In theory, there will be a total of 36 rounds. Do you understand? The Sage Realm Elder of the Celestial God Sect said loudly. Understood. The crowd responded. Remember, you're not allowed to admit defeat during the challenge. Only when you fall off the fighting ring or get killed will the challenge be considered over. This way, there will be a sect that will be eliminated in the end. The first 3 sects to be eliminated will be the last 3 sects, and they won't be able to participate in this treasure sorting meeting. The Sage Realm Elder explained again, which made many people clench their fists. No matter what, they couldn't be the last 3 sections. Otherwise, their sects wouldn't even be qualified to participate in the treasure sorting meeting. How shameful would that be? In the end, only one sect will be left. The sect that survives until the end will be rewarded. The reward this time is the Emperor Area Elixir. 7 Emperor Area Elixirs. The crowd was in an uproar. What? The reward this time is so generous. It's the Emperor Area Elixir, and 7 of them. How generous! Many people exclaimed. Lu Ming's eyes were burning with passion. As the name suggested, the Emperor Area Elixir was refined with the Emperor Area fruit as the main ingredient. It was said that a single Emperor Region pill required 9 Emperor Region fruits and other precious materials to refine. An Imperial Domain fruit could allow a low-rank ruler to directly break through one level. On the other hand, a single Royal Domain pill was capable of allowing a mid-rank monarch or even a high-rank monarch to directly break through a level of cultivation. How precious was that? To intermediate rulers like them, it was a fatal attraction. It was especially so for Lu Ming. It was too difficult for him to improve his primal chaos domain. However, if he had the Emperor Domain pill, it would greatly reduce the time he needed to break through. The most important point is that saint weapons are not allowed to be used in this competition. Whoever uses a saint weapon will be killed without mercy. Alright, these are the rules for this competition. Now, let the competition begin. The Celestial Divine Sect's Sage Realm Elder announced. Then, he turned around and returned to a pavilion. Alright, since the Heavenly God sect is standing on platform number 1, let us be the first to send out someone to fight. On the first platform, a white-robed youth spoke. It was obvious that this person was the leader of the Heavenly Divinity sect. Every sect would arrange a leader to be in charge of adjusting the battle strategy. Having said that, the white-robed youth pointed at a youth and said, "You can go up. Follow the plan." Yes. The youth nodded. His eyes flashed coldly as he stepped forward and appeared on the platform. He looked around and his gaze landed on platform number 10, where the people of the Dragon God Valley were. "You, come down here and die." The Heavenly Divinity sect youth pointed at a 4th-rank Marshal Royal from the Dragon God Valley. As expected, he was challenging the Dragon God Valley. The crowd was startled. The Dragon God Valley and the Heavenly Divinity sect had a grudge against each other. Moreover, with the incident involving Lu Ming and the others, it was inevitable that the Heavenly Divinity sect would target the Dragon God Valley. "Do you think I'm afraid of you?" The Dragon God Valley youth said. He stepped forward and charged onto the platform. The two of them faced each other. Die! Die! Almost at the same time, the two of them charged at each other and their palms collided. Bang! The Dragon God Valley youth's body shook violently. He was knocked back and spat out a mouthful of blood. Shit, he's a peak 5th-rank Marshal Royal. Damn it! Someone from the Dragon God Valley shouted. Die! The young man from the Celestial sect had gained the upper hand in one move. He took a step forward and his body turned into a flash of white lightning as he rushed towards the young man from the Dragon God Valley. A godly retribution spear appeared and pierced towards the young man from the Dragon God Valley. Back off! The Dragon God Valley youth retreated. He knew that he was no match for the Heavenly Divinity sect youth. He could only stay alive by leaving the platform. You won't be able to escape. Die! The Heavenly Divinity sect youth said coldly. Holy light burst out from his body and the godly retribution spear increased in speed. Slash! The godly retribution spear pierced through the young man's dantian and pinned him on the battle stage. Then, the godly retribution spear flung the young man's body off the battle stage. The young man's interspatial ring had already been taken away. What a piece of trash! The Heavenly Divinity sect youth sneered and returned to platform number 1. Damn it! Someone from the Dragon God Valley shouted. Someone immediately went down and carried the Dragon God Valley youth's body away. Dragon God Valley, this is just the beginning. Next, all of you will die in this fighting ring. The leader of the Heavenly Divinity sect said coldly. Humph. Let's wait and see. Han Sun harumphed coldly. The Heavenly Divinity sect had finished their challenge on platform number 1. It was the turn of the Heavenly Divinity sect on platform number 2. A youth from the Heavenly Divinity sect stepped onto the platform and stared coldly at the Dragon God Valley disciple. You, get down here. The Heavenly Divinity sect youth pointed at a rank 4 Martial Royal from the Dragon God Valley. The Heavenly Divinity sect is challenging us. It seems like the Heavenly Divinity sect and the Heavenly Divinity sect have teamed up to target the Dragon God Valley. This guy is also a rank 5 Martial Royal, but he dares to challenge our rank 4 Martial Royal. Someone from the Dragon God Valley said in a serious tone. Whoosh. The Dragon God Valley youth jumped onto the platform and stared at his opponent. Die. The Heavenly Divinity sect youth shouted and charged at the Dragon God Valley youth. His peak rank 5 Martial Royal aura burst out. The Dragon God Valley youth did not dare to face the attack head-on and ran to the side. You can't escape. Demon Shadow Step. The young man from the Sky Universe Demon sect flashed and appeared in front of the young man from the Dragon God Valley. He unsheathed his demon saber and demon chi filled the air. Roar. The Dragon God Valley youth roared furiously and charged at his opponent with all his might. However, the difference in their cultivation was too big. Chapter 1529. Demonic Splitting Saber. The young man from the Sky Universe Demon sect slashed out with his saber. The terrifying saber radiance seemed to be able to split everything. Slash. The young man from the Dragon God Valley was slashed in half. Another person from the Dragon God Valley had died. The battle had just begun and 2 of them had already been killed. Damn it! Many young men from the Dragon God Valley shouted and clenched their fists. Then, someone went up and carried the young man's corpse down. The young man from the Sky Universe Demon sect left the fighting ring. Next, it was the Heavenly King Palace's turn to issue a challenge. The Heavenly King Palace sent out a genius of the LV4 Martial Royal Realm to challenge a LV4 Martial Royal Realm cultivator from the Thoughtless Saber sect. After more than 100 moves, the genius from the Heavenly King Palace won and knocked the genius from the Thoughtless Saber sect off the fighting ring. Next, the Demonic Moon sect issued a challenge on the 4th fighting ring. The Demonic Moon sect sent out a LV5 Martial Royal Realm cultivator to challenge a LV4 Martial Royal Realm cultivator from the Piyuan family. These 2 factions had a grudge against each other and now they were really angry. Next, it was the Desire Poison sect's turn to issue a challenge on the 5th fighting ring. A young man from the Desire Poison sect jumped onto the fighting ring and looked at the Dragon God Valley's side. You, come down. The young man from the Desire Poison sect pointed at a LV4 Martial Royal Realm cultivator from the Dragon God Valley. The faces of many people in the Divine Dragon Valley turned ugly. Another challenge from the Dragon God Valley. The young man from Dragon God Valley stepped onto the battle stage with an ugly expression, and then quickly retreated. His opponent was also a LV5 Martial Royal Realm cultivator. The young man from the Dragon God Valley knew that he was no match for him, so he could only run for his life. Unfortunately, the young man from the Desire Poison sect was too strong. He covered the fighting ring with poison gas and killed the young man from the Dragon God Valley. Another person from the Dragon God Valley had died. Ha! Cold laughter came from the Heavenly God sect. Many young men from the Heavenly God sect, Sky Universe Demon sect and Desire Poison sect looked at the Dragon God Valley's side with hostility. The Dragon God Valley is in trouble. The Heavenly God sect, Sky Universe Demon sect and the Desire Poison sect are joining forces to deal with the Dragon God Valley. Dragon God Valley, the Dragon God Valley side, and I don't know how many people from the Dragon God Valley will be killed. The Dragon God Valley's members. Many people from the various sects were discussing the matter. Damn it! Many young men from the Dragon God Valley roared furiously. Some of them even let out dragon roars as killing intent surged from their bodies. Whether it was the disciples of Dragon God Valley on the platform or the spectator stands behind, they were all enraged. They had gone too far. Counterattack, we must counterattack. When it's our turn, we must fight back. Many people released their true essence, revealing cold killing intent. It's all because of Lu Ming and the others. They provoked the Heavenly Divinity Sect, Sky Universe Devil Sect, and Poison Desire Sect. Otherwise, why would our Dragon God Valley be targeted? A cold voice came from the crowd of Dragon God Valley. You. Lu Ming's gaze turned slightly cold. That's right. It's all because of Lu Ming and the others that our Dragon God Valley has fallen into such a desperate situation. Lu Ming and the others have to bear the full responsibility. Such people should have been chased out of the Dragon God Valley long ago. Otherwise, how could today's matter happen? Silver City also spoke coldly. Shut up. Now is the time to think of a way to fight back, not internal strife. Han Sun reprimanded coldly. Yu and Silver City were wary of Han Sun, so they chuckled coldly and did not say anything. No, if this goes on, I might be in danger too. I must think of a way to save myself. Yu's eyes darted around as thoughts ran through his mind. The competition continued. On the 6th platform, the Nine Heaven Sword Sect. The Sky Pride of the Nine Heaven Sword Sect glanced at the Dragon God Valley and did not challenge them in the end. Instead, he chose to challenge the Blood Demon House. On the 7th platform, the 8th platform, one by one, it was their turn. Soon, it was the Dragon God Valley's turn to challenge the 10th platform. The Dragon God Valley could finally fight back. Han Sun was about to arrange for an expert to kill one of the Heavenly Divinity Sect's disciples to regain some morale. But at this moment, a figure suddenly rushed out and landed on the platform. It was Yu. Yu, what are you doing? Han Sun shouted angrily. Yu had dashed out before he could make any arrangements. Moreover, Yu was only a 4th-level martial emperor. What was the point of him dashing out? Yu sneered but did not say anything. He didn't want to wait for his death. He was a 4th-layer martial emperor. If he stayed on the platform and waited for the Celestial Divinity Sect, Heavenly Universe Demon Sect, and Poison Desire Sect to challenge him, they might choose him. He didn't want to die. Yu turned around and looked at the monster castle on the 13th platform. Brother, why don't we have a spar? Yu looked at a young man from the monster castle. Damn it, why is Yu challenging the monster castle? The monster castle is on good terms with the Dragon God Valley. Some disciples of the Dragon God Valley yelled. The young man from the monster castle was stunned. He did not expect Yu to challenge him. Everyone thought that the Dragon God Valley would fight back and send out an expert to challenge the Heavenly Divinity Sect, the Sky Demon Sect, or the Poison Sect. The young man from the monster castle stepped onto the platform and began to fight with Yu. The young man from the monster castle was on par with Yu in terms of combat strength. After a few dozen moves, Yu was at a disadvantage and was knocked off the platform. Cowardly. Lu Ming said coldly. The other disciples of the Dragon God Valley were also enraged. Everyone could tell that Yu was cowardly. He was afraid that he would be challenged by the Heavenly Divinity Sect and the other 2 sects if he stayed on the platform. That was why he went up to challenge the Monster Castle, who was on good terms with the Dragon God Valley. Moreover, Yu lost after a few dozen moves when they were on par with each other. It was obvious that he lost on purpose. This way, as the person who had lost, he would be considered eliminated. Naturally, he would not be challenged by other sections. I think junior brother Yu did the right thing. Why should he be responsible for the mistakes of others? Yinqing said coldly. Afterward, he cast a cold glance at Lu Ming. The eyes of some of the disciples of the Dragon God Valley flickered. All right, all of you shut up. Han Sun shouted. He was infuriated. As the leader of the Dragon God Valley, he was at his wit's end. At this moment, Lu Ming stepped forward and came before Han Sun. Senior brother Han Sun, Lu Ming has a plan to avenge the Dragon God Valley. Lu Ming said with a fist salute. What plan do you have? Han Sun's eyes lit up. The other disciples of the Dragon God Valley looked over curiously. Lu Ming immediately sent a voice transmission to Han Sun, telling him his plan. Junior brother Lu, are you confident? Han Sun asked solemnly after hearing the plan. Yes, and this is the only way for the Dragon God Valley to fight back. This is the only way to minimize our losses. Chapter 1530. Han Sun frowned and pondered for a while before he nodded. Alright, let's do that. With that, Han Sun's gaze turned serious as he scanned the disciples of Divine Dragon Valley. Everyone has to listen to my arrangements for the next round. If anyone dares to make decisions on their own like you did, they will be punished according to the sect rules. Don't blame me for being merciless. Yes, senior brother. Many people nodded their heads in agreement. Senior brother, what is your plan? Why don't you tell us? Yinqing said coldly. You will know when the time comes. Now, all you have to do is listen to my arrangements. Han Sun's gaze swept across the Silver City with a trace of coldness. Yinqing's face darkened and he did not say anything. After Yu lost, he did not return to the platform. Instead, he went to the spectator stand behind the platform and the competition continued. Platform number 11, number 12 and number 13. When the Demon Castle Challenge on platform number 13 ended, the first round of the competition officially ended. In the first round, the true experts did not participate. Most of them were not very strong. Only Divine Dragon Valley was targeted by the three major sects and suffered heavy losses. After one round, they lost 4 people. As for Heavenly God Sect and Life and Death Sword Faction, no one challenged them. Currently, Heavenly God Sect seemed to be the #1 sect in Sung State. They were so powerful that the other sects were wary of them. Although Life and Death Sword Faction had fewer people, their individual strength was shocking. Every disciple of Life and Death Sword Faction was not to be underestimated. Moreover, the Life and Death Sword skill of the Life and Death Sword sect required a life and death battle to be fought. It was a killing technique that everyone feared. After the first round, a few sects did not suffer any losses. For example, Heavenly God Sect, Sky Demonic Sect, Poison Desire Sect and Life and Death Sword Faction. After the first round, it was time for the second round. In the second round, Heavenly God Sect sent someone to challenge Divine Dragon Valley. Without a doubt, Heavenly God Sect sent out another expert to challenge a weaker disciple of Divine Dragon Valley. He killed the disciple of Divine Dragon Valley on the platform. Then, Sky Demonic Sect did the same and killed another disciple of Divine Dragon Valley. When it was Poison Desire Sect's turn, they killed another disciple of Divine Dragon Valley. The atmosphere in Divine Dragon Valley was getting more and more tense. Looks like Dragon God Valley is going to be the first to be eliminated. That's right. And many of them will be killed. Many of the geniuses in this batch will die. What a great loss. The members of the other sects and clans all shook their heads and sighed. The challenges continued, and soon, it was Dragon God Valley's turn. Wang Fei, it's your turn. Don't challenge the Celestial Divinity Sect, the Empyrean Demon Sect, or the Poison Sect. You can choose from the other sections. Han Sun pointed at a young man. Wang Fei. Everyone from the Dragon God Valley looked at Han Sun in surprise. Now, wasn't it their turn to counterattack? Shouldn't they send out an expert to kill someone from the Heavenly Divinity Sect? Why did they send out Wang Fei? Wang Fei was only a 4th-layer martial emperor. He was considered the weakest among the remaining people of the Divine Dragon Valley. Moreover, he wasn't allowed to challenge the 3 great sects of the Heavenly Divinity Sect. The others were astonished. Wang Fei himself was also stunned. Go! Han Sun spoke again. Roger. Wang Fei nodded and flew up to the fighting ring. He chose a disciple of the Intentionless Saber sect whose cultivation was similar to his. The two fought fiercely. After exchanging more than 100 blows, Wang Fei was knocked out of the ring. Dragon God Valley, what's the meaning of this? I don't understand. It's finally their turn. Instead of sending out an expert to counterattack, they sent out a weakling to challenge the other sections. I really don't understand what the Dragon God Valley is trying to do. It's simple. The Dragon God Valley is forced to give up the chance to counterattack to protect their weaker disciples. Otherwise, they would be killed by the three great sects. That's right. Many people discussed among themselves. They finally understood the Dragon God Valley's decision. With this, they could at least protect some of their disciples. Humph, how sad. Let's eliminate the Dragon God Valley first. They won't even be able to take part in the treasure pedestal. The leader of the Heavenly Divinity sect said with a hollow laugh. Ha, that's right. I heard that the Dragon God Valley is well prepared to come first in the treasure pedestal. I wonder what would happen if they couldn't even take part in the treasure pedestal. The geniuses of the Heavenly Divinity sect who were rank 7 Martial Royal Realm and above laughed mockingly. Some of the geniuses of the Heavenly Divinity sect who were rank 7 Martial Royal Realm and above looked gloomy. Lu Ming was the only one who looked calm on the 10th platform. Just wait, the counterattack will begin soon. Lu Ming muttered to himself. The competition continued. Soon, the second round came to an end. The Dragon God Valley was still the most miserable sect. 3 of them were killed and 1 was defeated. After 2 rounds, 6 of them were killed and 2 of them were defeated. Only 28 out of 36 were left. The third round began. Just like the previous round, the Heavenly Divinity sect, Empyrean Demon sect, and Desire Poison sect sent out their experts to challenge the weaklings of the Dragon God Valley. They had come prepared. Although the young man of the Dragon God Valley rushed down the fighting stage as soon as he attacked, the opponents sent out were much stronger than him. They managed to kill another 3 of the Dragon God Valley's disciples. When it was the Dragon God Valley's turn, Han Sun sent out a weak disciple to challenge the other sections. He was defeated but managed to survive. Soon, the third round ended. 9 of the Dragon God Valley's disciples were killed and 3 were defeated. A total of 12 people were eliminated. At this point, the young men of the rank 4 Martial Royal Realm had either died or been defeated. Only Lu Ming was still a rank 4 Martial Royal Realm cultivator. Everyone in the Dragon God Valley looked gloomy and the atmosphere was heavy. Ah! Damn it, Han Sun, why didn't we send out our experts to fight back? Send me in the next round. I want to kill these sons of bitches. Tian Chui waved his big hammer and roared angrily. He was extremely anxious. Lu Ming and Han Sun looked cold and did not say anything. Xue Ningxin glanced at Lu Ming, deep in thought. Then, the fourth round began. It was the Heavenly Divinity sect's turn again. Whoosh! A figure jumped onto the fighting stage on the first platform. Boom! A powerful aura burst out from his body. Rank 6 Martial Royal Realm. The Heavenly Divinity sect started to send out rank 6 Martial Royal Realm cultivators because the remaining people in the Dragon God Valley were all rank 5 Martial Royal Realm cultivators and above. The person looked arrogant and looked at Lu Ming. In the end, he said with a cold smile, Lu Ming, get down here and accept your death. He wants to challenge me. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Lu Ming, kill him. Kill this bastard. Tian Chui shouted. Don't worry. Lu Ming said. He stepped out and appeared on the fighting stage. Lu Ming, how dare you kill the people of the Heavenly Divinity sect again and again. Chapter 1531. Soon, there will be one more member of the Heavenly God sect dying in my hands. Lu Ming said coldly. Ha, ridiculous. Lu Ming, I know your strength is impressive, but it's mostly due to your sacred weapon. Now that you can't use your sacred weapon, how strong can your strength be? I'm a 6th layer martial dominator, killing you will be a piece of cake. The young man of the Heavenly God sect burst out laughing. His aura grew stronger and more shocking. Without a doubt, this young man of the Heavenly Gods sect was a powerful genius. He had cultivated a mid-tier earthly spiritual body, which was extremely powerful. Among the geniuses of the Heavenly Gods sect, his talent was comparable to Shi Tian's. With his strength, he could easily defeat someone with a higher cultivation. Furthermore, Lu Ming was only a fourth-layer martial dominator. He was confident that he could kill Lu Ming without using his sacred weapon. Nonsense, come on, use your full strength. Lu Ming said calmly. Since you're so eager to die, I'll send you on your way. Die. The genius of the Heavenly Gods sect emitted a brilliant sacred glow as a godly retribution spear appeared in his hand. The godly retribution spear penetrated the rift and stabbed toward Lu Ming. Its terrifying sharpness whistled in the heavens and earth, as if it could penetrate everything in the world. The genius of the Celestial Gods sect used his killer move right away. He wanted to kill Lu Ming in one move. Roar! The cry of a dragon could be heard coming from Lu Ming's body. Following this, the chaotic domain wrapped around Lu Ming's fist as he threw out a punch. The hell-suppressing heaven skill was unleashed. The punch was aimed at the godly retribution spear. You dare to use your fist against my godly retribution spear? Die! The genius of the Heavenly Gods sect snapped. The people of the Heavenly Gods sect on the platform and the spectators stand smirked coldly. However, their smirk stiffened at the next moment. Bang! Lu Ming's fist blasted the Divine Punishment Spear. The Divine Punishment Spear exploded instantly. Lu Ming's fist blasted toward the other party as if it was crushing dry weeds and rotten wood. No, no, the young man's eyes widened as he screamed in his heart. He had thought he could kill Lu Ming's attack with a single blow. He did not even set up a defense, but it was too late. Bang! Lu Ming's fist collided with the young man's body. The young man's body instantly exploded into pieces. He was dead. The genius of the Celestial Divine Sect, a 6th-level martial emperor expert, had been killed by Lu Ming with one punch. Trash is a piece of trash. He stretched out his hand and sucked the storage ring of the Celestial God Sect's genius into his hand. Kills s. Tian's SSS skills SSSS he's minds is. Sect S's sect's hands sect, chooses their, S mind, S heart. Mind, S God. Of the God. Of the God, S two's B's. SS God's minds. Damn it, it's Lu Ming again. Many people from the Heavenly Gods sect were enraged. Leave Lu Ming to me. I want him to die a horrible death. Lu Quan was careless just now. Leave Lu Ming to me. The other geniuses from the Heavenly Gods sect shouted angrily. Alright, I'll be waiting. Come and challenge me then. Lu Ming looked at the Heavenly Gods sect coldly. Then, he glanced at the Sky Demon sect and the Poison sect. Dragon God Valley's counterattack will begin soon. Lu Ming's body flashed and he returned to the fighting ring. Let's continue. The leader of the Heavenly Gods sect shouted as he looked at the Sky Demon sect. Don't worry, the Dragon God Valley's end is already decided. The leader of the Sky Demon sect sneered. He then sent out an expert to challenge a rank 5 Martial King from the Dragon God Valley. The rank 5 Martial King from the Dragon God Valley was also very strong. He tried his best to rush down the fighting ring, but he was almost killed at the edge of the fighting ring. Then, it was the Poison sect's turn. Another person from the Dragon God Valley was killed. The Life and Death Sword sect issued a challenge on the 8th fighting ring. Until now, the Life and Death Sword sect had not lost a single person. Whoosh! Sword radiance flashed and a figure appeared on the fighting ring. This person was Luo Xiang, whom Lu Ming had met in the Tsang Emperor's secret territory. Luo Xiang looked around and his gaze landed on a rank 6 Martial King on the Heavenly God sect's fighting ring. He said, "You, fight with me." Many people were surprised. The Life and Death Sword sect was challenging the Heavenly God sect. The Heavenly God sect's genius who was being challenged looked gloomy as he stepped onto the fighting ring. He looked at Luo Xiang and said, "Make your move. Make your move first. Otherwise, you won't have a chance." Luo Xiang said coldly. "How arrogant. Let's see what you've got." The Heavenly God sect's genius shouted. A divine retribution spear appeared and stabbed towards Luo Xiang. Clang! A sword radiance flashed from Luo Xiang's hand. It was too fast. Almost no one could see how Luo Xiang had attacked. The sword radiance flashed across the sky. In the next moment, Luo Xiang's sword returned to its sheath. The Heavenly God sect's genius opened his eyes wide and stared at Luo Xiang unwillingly. Then, his body was split into two. Dead. A rank 6 martial king of the Heavenly God sect had been killed by Luo Xiang with a single slash. How powerful. Is this the life and death sword sect's sword technique? It's too terrifying. Luo Xiang is only a rank 5 martial king. Many people exclaimed. More people felt a chill run down their spines. How could they dodge such a slash? This Luo Xiang is indeed not simple. Lu Ming's eyes were filled with amazement. He had heard that Luo Xiang was a peak martial saint and had been cultivating his sword soul for 15 years. Such a person was extremely terrifying. Now that Luo Xiang had broken through and obtained the sword Dao inheritance in the Emperor's secret territory, he had truly soared. In a short period of time, his cultivation had skyrocketed and he had reached rank 5 martial king. Moreover, he had killed a genius of the Heavenly God sect with a single slash. Such a person would become more terrifying the longer he had broken through to the martial king realm. Back in the Emperor Tsang's secret territory, Luo Xiang had just broken through to the martial king realm and his potential had not been fully unleashed. Now, he was truly terrifying. Luo Xiang, our Heavenly God sect has not offended your life and death sword sect. Why did you kill our people? The leader of the Heavenly God sect asked coldly. It's simple. I don't like you. Luo Xiang said indifferently. Then, he stepped out and returned to the life and death sword sect's platform. Good job, good job. I'm starting to like this Luo Xiang. Tian Chui grinned. The competition continued. When it was Dragon God Valley's turn, Han Sun sent out the person with the lowest cultivation level to challenge the other sect's geniuses. The person was defeated. Soon, the 4th round was over. In this round, Dragon God Valley had lost 2 people, lost 1, and won 1. There were still 21 people left. However, up until now, those who remained in Dragon God Valley were getting stronger and stronger. Chapter 1532. From the 5th round onwards, the survival rate of the Dragon God Valley increased. Although the Heavenly God sect, Empyrean Demon sect, and Desire Poison sect continued to send out their experts to challenge the weaker members of the Dragon God Valley, it became more difficult to kill them. In the 5th round, one person managed to escape from the fighting stage, saving his life. The other 2 had almost escaped from the fighting stage, but they were killed in the end. In this round, the Dragon God Valley had lost 2 and lost 2. There were 17 people left. No one challenged Lu Ming in this round. It seemed that they were not confident and wanted to wait until the end of the round. In the 6th round, the Divine Dragon Valley lost again, but they managed to keep their lives. Although the Divine Celestial sect and the other 2 sects wanted to kill the Divine Dragon Valley's people, they were all pushed off the battle stage. The atmosphere in the Dragon God Valley finally became better. After this round, there were 13 people left in the Dragon God Valley. Other than the Life and Death Sword faction, the Dragon God Valley had the least number of people left. This was only the 6th round, and most of the other sects still had around 30 people left. Some of the smaller sects had around 20 people left, while others had close to 30. The Heavenly God sect and Empyrean Demon sect had around 30 people left. Then, 2 more rounds passed. There were only 5 people left in the Dragon God Valley. They were Lu Ming, Han Sun, Tian Chui, Xuaningxin, NZU. After so many rounds, no one had challenged Tian Shui and Xuaningxin. In the battle 10 days ago, Tian Shui and Xuaningxin had displayed their terrifying battle prowess. To be able to fight against Emohi, Wu Qiandu, and other geniuses, their battle prowess was incomparably strong. It was normal that they had not been challenged before. At this point, the 8th round had passed. From the 9th round onwards, the heavenly god sect's faces started to turn sour. The remaining 5 people from the Dragon God Valley were not weak. They did not know who to challenge. I'll go and kill Lu Ming. A young man in the 6th layer of the martial royal realm stepped out and flew onto the fighting stage. Lu Ming, come out. The young man in the peak 6th layer of the martial royal realm condensed a spear of divine punishment and pointed it at Lu Ming. That's what I want. Lu Ming smiled coldly. He took a step forward and landed on the fighting ring. Buzz. Buzz. Wang. The heavenly god sect's genius emitted a light screen from his body. Even the armor of an emperor's spiritual weapon appeared. Evidently, that person had learned his lesson. From the very start, he had set up layers of defenses around himself. He's much more careful now, but he's still going to die. Lu Ming said. Shameless boasting. You're the one who's going to die. Kill. The heavenly divinity sect's genius shouted. He took a step forward and turned into a ray of sacred light, rushing towards Lu Ming. Whoosh. The spear of divine retribution streaked across the void, emitting a terrifying whistling sound. Boom. Lu Ming punched out, colliding with the spear of divine punishment. With a loud explosion, Lu Ming remained motionless, while the other party retreated several steps. Your combat strength is just so. Lu Ming smiled faintly. I'm not done yet. The other party snapped furiously as a milky white book flew out from his forehead. The book was an emperor's spiritual weapon. The book flipped open, emitting rays of white light that landed on the figure of the heavenly divinity sect's genius. His aura became stronger. A long spear appeared in his hand, which was milky white in color. He lashed out with the spear, which was stronger than before. Boom! Boom! Lu Ming threw out a few punches in succession. Terrifying fist intense swept across the void, aiming at his opponent. His opponent kept lashing out with his spear, which transformed into terrifying spears of divine punishment that collided with Lu Ming's fist intense. Terrifying explosions took place on the fighting stage. In the blink of an eye, the two had exchanged more than 10 blows. That Lu Ming's strength is incredible. He's only a peak 4th layer martial dominator realm cultivator, yet he's able to fight against a peak 6th layer martial dominator realm genius. It's indeed terrifying, but Lu Ming's cultivation is 2 layers lower than his. I'm sure he's going to lose. Not necessarily. The person from the heavenly divinity sect only has a middle-tier earthly astral body, while Lu Ming has a superior-tier earthly astral body. The crowd discussed among themselves. Die, die. The strength of the genius from the heavenly divinity sect became even more ferocious as he continued to attack Lu Ming. Is this your limit? Let's end this then. Lu Ming said in a cold tone. Boom. It was as if Lu Ming's fist intent could penetrate the void, shattering the spears of divine punishment that the genius from the heavenly divinity sect had thrown out. Bang! Then, Lu Ming took a step forward and threw a punch that destroyed everything. He landed a heavy blow on the other party's chest. The force surged and broke through several layers of the other party's defense, bombarding the other party's armor. The armor vibrated as the genius from the heavenly divinity sect was sent flying. He slid on the fighting ring for a long distance and spat out a few mouthfuls of blood. Lu Ming had not used his full strength just now. Now, Lu Ming unleashed his full strength. Although his opponent's cultivation was 2 layers higher than his, Lu Ming's astral body and chaotic domain were much stronger than his opponent's astral body and chaotic domain. He was able to make up for the difference between their cultivation levels. The genius from the heavenly divinity sect was furious. He did not expect Lu Ming to be so powerful. Die. Lu Ming took a step forward and closed in on his opponent. I have an emperor's spiritual weapon to protect me. You can't kill me. The genius from the heavenly divinity sect roared and retreated quickly. Is that so? Lu Ming sneered as an emperor's spiritual weapon spear appeared in his hand. Swoosh. The long spear pierced towards his opponent. 13th strike. The terrifying spear radiance shattered his opponent's counterattack and pierced his armor. It's useless, his opponent shouted. However, in the next moment, his face changed drastically and became filled with fear. At the tip of Lu Ming's long spear, 13 layers of attack power were instantly stacked and erupting with terrifying penetrating power. Puff! The terrifying penetrative power directly pierced through the other party's spiritual emperor armor. The long spear pierced through the other party's heart. Buzz! Then, the long spear vibrated and the land of destruction exploded. His opponent's spiritual deity disappeared before he could escape. The genius from the heavenly divinity sect was dead. Hiss, gasps could be heard from the crowd. A genius who had cultivated a medium earth spiritual body and was at the peak of the 6th layer martial royal realm was killed by Lu Ming. The genius from the heavenly divinity sect wanted to kill Lu Ming, but he was killed by Lu Ming again. This level of prodigy was considered the pinnacle of existence among all the participants of the treasure peddling meeting, except for the prodigies who had cultivated the superior earth spiritual body. However, a superior earth spiritual body was extremely rare. There were not many of them in the entire Tsangzhou. Of the 13 top sects in the treasure sorting meeting, each sect had at most 1 or 2 superior earth spiritual bodies. Some sects did not even have one. It could be said that Lu Ming's combat strength was one of the top geniuses in the treasure sorting meeting. Chapter 1533. Good job! Tian Chui yelled excitedly. So did the people from Dragon God Valley. The Celestial Divinity sect had lost 3 level 6 martial royal realm geniuses. Lu Ming had killed 2 and Luo Xiang had killed 1. Damn it! Lu Ming deserves to die. Someone from the Celestial Divinity sect shouted angrily. There weren't many geniuses with medium earth spiritual bodies in the Celestial Divinity sect. Now that Lu Ming had killed several of them, it was a great loss. Lu Ming put away his spoils and returned to the platform. Next, it was the Sky Demon sect's turn. I'll go. Someone from the Sky Demon sect stepped forward. It's him, Mo He. He is going to fight personally. Who will he challenge? Many people were shocked. He was a top genius in the Sky Demon sect. He had a high earth spiritual body and was at the peak of level 6 martial royal realm. He had a high chance of becoming one of the top 10 geniuses in the Tsang prefecture. The top 10 geniuses of the Tsang prefecture all had high earth spiritual bodies. In theory, anyone who cultivated a high earth spiritual body would have a chance of becoming one of the top 10 geniuses. Of course, it was just a chance. Even if one had a high earth spiritual body and had the same cultivation, there would be differences in combat strength. For example, the strength of one's domain martial technique, one's combat strength, and various secret techniques would determine one's combat strength. He's gaze landed on the 5 people from the Divine Dragon Valley. His gaze swept across them before finally landing on Ziyu. I knew he would challenge me. Ziyu said with a smile. Ziyu, if you can't beat him, get off the platform and save your life. Han Sun warned. Although Ziyu's combat strength was strong, he didn't have a high earth spiritual body and was no match for Mo He. I know. Don't worry. Ziyu stepped onto the platform. Without further ado, the battle began. Ziyu was a genius from Purple Dragon Valley. He cultivated the Purple Dragon battle body, which was a medium earth spiritual body. His domain had reached the peak of level 7 and his domain martial technique had reached the peak. His combat strength was astonishing. Although Ziyu's spiritual body was inferior to Mo He's spiritual body, the difference in their combat strength was not too great. It was impossible for Mo He to kill Ziyu in a short period of time. The two exchanged close to 100 moves before Ziyu lost and was blasted off the battle stage. Ziyu had failed. There were only 4 people left in the Dragon God Valley. The challenges continued, and soon, it was the Desire Poison sect's turn. The leader of the Desire Poison sect looked at the 4 from the Dragon God Valley and hesitated. None of the remaining 4 from Dragon God Valley were simple. If they wanted to send someone to fight, they could only send someone with an earthly spiritual body, a peak 6th layer martial emperor realm cultivator. Moreover, they wouldn't be able to kill Lu Ming and the others. Even if they could defeat one of Lu Ming's group, they would be injured, which would be disadvantageous for them in the following battles. In the end, the Desire Poison sect sent out a weakling. For the first time, they didn't challenge the Dragon God Valley but another sect. The Heavenly God sect's leader's face darkened. However, he knew that the Heavenly God sect, the Sky Universe Demon sect and the Desire Poison sect had teamed up to deal with the Dragon God Valley. However, the 3 sects all wanted the final victory. If they sent out their best geniuses now, both sides would be injured and it would be disadvantageous for them in the following battles. After the Desire Poison sect, the 9 Heaven Sword sect sent someone to fight. Soon, it was the Dragon God Valley's turn. A cold killing intent flashed in Han Sun's eyes as he said, "Now, let's start the counterattack. Tian Shui, you go." "Good, it's finally my turn." Tian Shui laughed. He was about to explode from holding back. Now, it was finally his turn. Boom! Tian Shui landed on the battle stage and his eyes fell on a young man from the Heavenly God sect. He shouted, "You, come down and die. Do you think I'm afraid of you?" The young man from the Heavenly God sect jumped onto the battle stage and attacked Tian Shui. "Go to hell!" Tian Shui roared. He was like a mad dragon as he swung his giant hammer at his opponent, ignoring his opponent's attack and defense. Boom! The young man from the Heavenly God sect screamed in pain as he was smashed into a pile of meat by Tian Shui's hammer. "Die, die!" Skyhammer roared. His huge hammer danced in the air, causing the void to rumble. His eyes were filled with malevolent killing intent. Good kill. The disciples of the Dragon God Valley cheered happily. Han Sun and Lu Ming revealed a cold smile on their faces. The Dragon God Valley's counterattack was finally going to start. This was Lu Ming's plan. First, protect the people, then counterattack. This was to preserve the lives of the Dragon God Valley's disciples and leave the strongest one alive. At the beginning, many people were killed. They had no choice but to do so. If they didn't do so, the weaker disciples would all die. Saving the counterattack for the last was the only way to preserve the lives of the Dragon God Valley's disciples. The disciples of the Heavenly God sect gritted their teeth in anger. The people from the other sects were deep in thought. They seemed to have thought of something. Skyhammer returned to the platform. After that, another 3 matches were held. This round ended, and the 10th round began. It was the Heavenly God sect's turn to challenge again. At this moment, everyone's eyes were on the Heavenly God sect. How would the Heavenly God sect fight? Would they continue to challenge the Dragon God Valley? Who would they send? At this moment, the leader of the Heavenly God sect looked gloomy and hesitant. He was in a difficult situation. The remaining 4 from the Dragon God Valley had terrifying combat strength. If he were to send someone to challenge them, he would definitely send the strongest Sky Prides. Sending the others would only be sending them to their deaths. Moreover, it wouldn't be easy to defeat Lu Ming, Tian Shui, and the others. Even if they could win, they would definitely be injured and their combat strength would be greatly reduced. If the Heavenly God sect's strongest cultivators were injured, the other sect's strongest cultivators would definitely not let go of this opportunity. They would challenge the Heavenly God sect's strongest cultivators. In this way, the Heavenly God sect's strongest cultivators would probably be eliminated. Without their strongest cultivators, the Heavenly God sect might not even be able to enter the top 10. The Heavenly Gods sect was now in a passive position. The sky prides of the other sects had obviously thought of this and were looking forward to it. How could this be? The leader of the Heavenly Gods sect clenched his fists tightly. Similarly, the leaders of the Sky Universe Demon sect and Desire Poison sect felt the same. Hey, are you guys going to challenge them or not? Don't dawdle and waste other people's time. Lu Ming said calmly as if he was waiting for the Heavenly Gods sect's challenge. Lu Ming, many disciples of the Heavenly Gods sect gritted their teeth and glared at Lu Ming. However, they definitely wouldn't dare to challenge Lu Ming. They would only be courting death. Brother Wu, Brother Demon. At this moment, the leader of the Heavenly Gods sect sent a message to the leaders of the Sky Universe Demon sect and Desire Poison sect. How about this? Let's put the Dragon God Valley aside and eliminate the weakest sects first. Then, we'll gather our strength to deal with the Dragon God Valley. What do you think? Alright, I agree. Chapter 1534. The leaders of the Heavenly Divinity sect, Empyrean Demon sect, and Desire Poison sect discussed and decided to eliminate the weakest sects before joining forces to deal with Lu Ming and the others from the Divine Dragon Valley. They had no choice but to do so. If they went all out to deal with Lu Ming and the rest, the other sects would most likely take advantage of them. In that case, they might not even be able to enter the top 10 and participate in this year's treasure exhibition. They could not accept that no matter what. If they eliminated the weakest sects, they would at least be able to enter the top 10 and participate in the treasure sorting meeting. They would then deal with Lu Ming and the others after they entered the top 10. That was their plan. Sure enough, the Heavenly Divinity sect sent out a LV5 Marshal Royal to challenge a LV4 Marshal Royal from the Piyuan family. The Piyuan family was one of the weakest forces. Hee, it seems like the Heavenly Divinity sect is afraid. Why don't you dare to challenge my junior brothers from the Divine Dragon Valley? A LV7 Marshal Royal from the Divine Dragon Valley said as he looked at the Heavenly Divinity sect with disdain. They had been mocked by the Heavenly Divinity sect, saying that they would definitely not be able to participate in the treasure sorting meeting. Now, they could finally fight back. What's the rush? That's right. The best part is yet to come. The Heavenly Divinity sect's LV7 Marshal Royal and above snorted. Han Sun, that's a good plan. An old voice came from a pavilion. It was the Saint Realm Elder of the Divine Dragon Valley. Elder, this plan was proposed by junior brother Lu Ming. Han Sun bowed to the pavilion and said. Not bad. Continue to work hard. Make those sects pay a price. Otherwise, do you think that the Divine Dragon Valley is easy to bully? The Saint Realm Elder of the Divine Dragon Valley continued. Don't worry, Elder. I guarantee that you'll be satisfied. Lu Ming said with a smile. At that moment, the battle had already begun. The Heavenly Divinity sect's genius defeated the Piyuan family's genius easily. Then, it was the Heavenly Divinity sect's turn. They also sent out an expert to challenge the Piyuan family and defeated them easily. When it was the Desire Poison sect's turn, they would also challenge the Piyuan family. Everyone understood that the three great sects of the Heavenly Gods sect were going to join hands to eliminate the weaker sections. The Piyuan family was helpless. They couldn't even resist. This time, the Piyuan clan didn't have anyone with a spiritual body who had reached the top of the 6th Huang Qi layer. They only had one spiritual body, so the cultivators of the 4th Huang Qi layer couldn't fight back. Soon, it was Dragon God Valley's turn. This time, Xuaningxin had challenged the Heavenly Gods sect to a duel, and had killed a 6th-layer martial dominator realm genius of the Heavenly Gods sect, causing the crowd of the Heavenly Gods sect to wear unpleasant expressions. Previously, they had hunted down the disciples of the Dragon God Valley. They were so arrogant that the Dragon God Valley could hardly retaliate. But now, the people of Dragon God Valley were hunting them down, and they couldn't fight back. They were so depressed that they wanted to die. In the 11th round, the Heavenly Gods sect, Sky Universe Demon sect, and Desire Poison sect continued to challenge the Piyuan family. When it was Dragon God Valley's turn, it was finally Han Sun's turn. Han Sun also challenged a 6th-layer martial dominator realm genius of the Heavenly God sect. Han Sun had a spiritual body, and his cultivation was at the peak of the 6th Huang Qi layer. He was extremely powerful, and his opponent couldn't even rush down the fighting stage. He was easily killed by Han Sun. The Heavenly God sect could only endure. They had to endure until 3 other sects were eliminated, and then they would fight back. In the 12th round, the 3 great sects of the Heavenly God sect continued to challenge the Piyuan clan. Because there were other sects challenging the Piyuan clan only had a few people left. They were doomed to be eliminated. This round, it was finally Lu Ming's turn. Whoosh! Lu Ming stepped forward and appeared on the fighting stage. He looked at the Heavenly God sect. The crowd wasn't surprised at all. Dragon God Valley had come to take revenge by killing the people of the Heavenly God sect. When Lu Ming looked at the remaining geniuses of the Heavenly God sect, their faces changed drastically. A few of the 6th-layer martial dominators turned pale. In the end, Lu Ming's eyes fell on a white-haired young man. "You, come down and die," Lu Ming said coldly. "What? Lu Ming is going to challenge by Mo." The crowd was shocked. This is going to be interesting. It's going to be exciting. Indeed. I didn't expect that Lu Ming would challenge by Mo now. In recent years, there have been many geniuses in the Celestial sect. There are many powerful people. It is said that there are 3 superior grade Earth spirit bodies who are attending the treasure sorting meeting. Bai Mo is one of them. That's right. Bai Mo is one of the top experts in the treasure sorting meeting. Many people spoke excitedly. The battle between the top experts was about to begin. Junior brother Lu Ming. Han Sun's eyes lit up. Lu Ming's action was out of his expectation. He thought that Lu Ming would challenge an ordinary 6th-layer martial dominator. "You want to challenge me?" Bai Mo said coldly as killing intent surged from his body. "That's right," Lu Ming said. "Well, I wanted to kill you later. Since you're in a hurry to die, I'll send you on your way first," Bai Mo said coldly. His body moved and he appeared in the fighting ring, facing Lu Ming. "Is that so? The Heavenly God sect will be heartbroken if I kill you." Lu Ming's lips curled into a cold smile. White energy cut. At this moment, Bai Mo moved. A snow-white sword gleam slashed toward Lu Ming at an astonishing speed. Before the sword arrived, the sharp intent pierced the air and produced a whistling sound. Not everyone in the Heavenly God sect practiced the divine skill. Many of them practiced other skills. Buzz! A sovereign spiritual weapon appeared in Lu Ming's hand. He shook the long spear and it turned into a spear radiance that pierced through the air. The spear radiance and the sword radiance collided and a dense force spread out in all directions. Lu Ming and Bai Mo were already engaged in a fierce battle. Bai Mo's realm was very special. It was a vast expanse of white and every ray of white radiance was a ray of sword chi. Coupled with Bai Mo's realm martial technique, its power was terrifying. The dense sword radiance pierced towards Lu Ming. Lu Ming used the 13 strikes. His long spear was like a dragon, sweeping across the void. Each strike contained 13 rays of attack power. The endless sword radiance was destroyed by the long spear and dissipated in the air. The two figures intertwined on the fighting ring and collided with each other from time to time. In the blink of an eye, the two had exchanged more than 50 blows. Divine Gate, Seal. In the process of the battle, Lu Ming used the 9 seals of the Divine Gate. Suddenly, 6 sealed doors appeared and emitted rays of light to seal Bai Mo. Bai Mo's pupils contracted and he shouted, "God Bai, Sword Shadow." Bai Mo's body emitted a white light like a sword. In a flash, he rushed out of the 9 seals of the Divine Gate. What a wonderful spiritual body. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. Chapter 1535. He could not help but admit that the upper earthly spiritual body was extremely talented and powerful. Bai Mo's strength was absolutely shocking. With his cultivation of the peak 6th layer martial dominator realm, he could easily kill an 8th layer martial dominator realm expert. Divine White Sword Formation. Bai Mo uttered a roar as he charged out from the 9 seals of the God Gate. His eyes turned completely white as strange runes appeared in them. Buzz! In the sky, densely packed patterns suddenly appeared, like a huge white array formation. Following this, the same runes appeared under Lu Ming's feet, which looked like a giant formation. They surrounded Lu Ming from above and below. This is not a formation, but a secret technique of the spiritual body. Lu Ming was startled. Some powerful spiritual bodies were able to produce secret techniques of the spiritual body. In other words, they were brought along by the bloodline. For example, Lu Ming's devouring force was brought along by the bloodline of the 9 dragons. Even after refining the divine dragon flesh, it still retained the devouring force. Other bloodlines might also retain some powerful secret techniques after transforming into the spiritual body. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Countless sword intents were emitted from the 2 runes and fired toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming had no way to retreat in all directions. Wind Element Technique. Lu Ming's heart shuddered as a blue force from the air-frozen bead entered Lu Ming's body. Lu Ming executed the Wind Element Technique, causing his figure to turn into a breeze and float in the air. Lu Ming's figure swayed, leaving behind a string of afterimages. He flashed among the infinite sword auras, avoiding the sword auras. However, there were too many sword intents. In such a narrow space, Lu Ming could not dodge them all regardless of how fast his movement was. Whoosh! A sharp sword intent pierced toward Lu Ming's chest. Lu Ming's body was covered with the primal chaos domain, resisting the sword chi. Sizzling sounds could be heard as the sword chi pierced through the primal chaos domain and stabbed into Lu Ming's chest. It wasn't that the chaotic domain wasn't strong. First, the sword chi was too terrifying. Second, Lu Ming's chaotic domain was too weak. It was only level 4. At least for Bai Mo, his level was too low, so he couldn't defend against it. If it was a level 5 chaotic domain, the sword chi would not have been able to break through its defenses. However, the primal chaos domain had greatly weakened the power of the sword chi. Roar! At that instant, a dragon's roar could be heard from Lu Ming's body as a layer of dragon scales appeared on his body. Clang! The sword chi struck the dragon scales, causing sparks to fly. The sword chi collapsed, and the dragon scales on Lu Ming's chest were slightly damaged, revealing a trace of blood. What terrifying sword chi! Lu Ming's heart stirred. Even an 8th layer martial dominator realm cultivator would be slain by the sword intent from the 2 patterns. Whoosh! Whoosh! More energy poured into the air-frozen pearl. Lu Ming activated the wind origin skill to the maximum and his speed increased. Lu Ming's figure was everywhere in the sky. However, Lu Ming couldn't rush out of the 2 patterns because the 2 patterns had covered the entire fighting ring. If he rushed out of the pattern, it would mean that he had rushed out of the fighting ring. In that case, Lu Ming would lose this round. If it had been any other place, Lu Ming would have rushed out long ago. Ha! Lu Ming is doomed to die under senior brother Bai Mo's White God Sword Array. That's right. Senior brother Bai Mo's eye technique has killed many high-level martial dominators. Once one is trapped in it, one will die unless one's cultivation is much higher than his. Lu Ming actually took the initiative to challenge senior brother Bai Mo. He's courting death. Seeing that Lu Ming was in danger, the disciples of the celestial sect were in a good mood. They couldn't help but mock and ridicule him. On the other hand, Tian Shui and Xuaningxin were worried. In the fighting ring, Bai Mo's eyes had turned pure white. There were lines on his pupils that were exactly the same as the 2 patterns. Bai Mo stepped on the void and landed on the pattern above. His territory seemed to have merged with the pattern. Suddenly, the pattern became even more terrifying. The sword chi whistled and its speed increased greatly. Lu Ming, today is the day you die. Bai Mo said coldly. It's too early for you to be happy. Lu Ming said indifferently. At the same time, Lu Ming continued to form seals with his hands. 9 seals of the Holy Gate. A deep voice could be heard as 6 sealed doors appeared. However, this time, the sealed doors were not facing Bai Mo, but Lu Ming himself. The 6 sealed doors floated around Lu Ming and shone brightly. The sword chi that was aimed at Lu Ming was suppressed by the power of the sealed doors and stopped in the air. 9 dragons stomping the sky. Following that, Lu Ming took 9 consecutive steps. The power of the 9 dragon sky-stomping steps erupted, dispersing the sword aura below him. With the help of this force, Lu Ming's figure soared into the sky. Unknowingly, the Emperor's spiritual weapon Long Spear appeared in his hands again. He merged with the holy spiritual weapon and unleashed the 13 strikes. He shot up into the sky and attacked Bai Mo. Swoosh. Swoosh. In the process of shooting up into the sky, 2 black holy swords appeared in Lu Ming's eyes. Holy Sword Skill. Holy Sword Skill was a spiritual attack. It broke through Bai Mo's pattern and rushed into Bai Mo's body. Ah! At that moment, Bai Mo screamed in pain. It was as if his soul was being torn apart. As a martial emperor's cultivation increased, his spiritual spirit would become stronger and stronger. At the same time, his soul would become stronger as well. The higher the cultivation level, the stronger the spiritual strength. Lu Ming's soul had been refined by the alchemy calamity bell. His spiritual strength was dozens of times stronger than a martial artist of the same level. During this period of time, he had been cultivating the holy sword skill and his spiritual strength had become stronger. If Lu Ming was facing a martial artist of the same level, Lu Ming would be able to destroy his soul with the holy sword skill. Even a genius like Bai Mo, whose cultivation level was 2 levels higher than Lu Ming's, felt as if his soul was about to be torn apart. At that moment, the 2 patterns under Bai Mo's feet dimmed. Bam! Lu Ming broke through the patterns and pierced Bai Mo's body with his sharp spear. Ah! Bai Mo screamed in agony. Then, under Lu Ming's destructive power, his body and soul were destroyed. Bai Mo was dead. At that moment, there was a sudden silence around the fighting ring. Almost everyone opened their eyes wide and looked at the fighting ring in shock. Just a moment ago, Lu Ming had been completely suppressed and his life was in danger. However, in the next moment, the situation had been reversed. Lu Ming had killed Bai Mo with 1 blow. The change had happened so quickly that no one could react. Bai Mo had been killed and the patterns on the fighting ring had disappeared. Bai Mo's body fell heavily on the fighting ring and it had awakened everyone. There was an uproar at the scene. Senior brother Bai Mo. Junior brother Bai Mo, ah, Lu Ming, you deserve to die. Angry shouts could be heard from the divine sect's side. Bai Mo had a superior earth spiritual body. There were not many geniuses like him in the divine sect. Every one of them had the potential to become one of the top 10 geniuses in the Tsang state. In the future, they would have a great chance to become a martial sage. They might even have a chance to become a supreme sage. To a sect, each of these geniuses was an immeasurable amount of wealth. Chapter 1536. On the other hand, the disciples of the Dragon God Valley were very excited. Good job. Isn't the Heavenly God sect arrogant? That's the way to kill them. Lu Ming is invincible. Many people shouted. Qiu Yingying, Qiu Hao, and the others who were close to Lu Ming were so excited that their faces turned red. Previously, many disciples of the Dragon God Valley had been killed. The disciples of the Dragon God Valley had nowhere to vent their anger and frustration. Now, they had vented all their anger. A genius with a superior earth spiritual body was more valuable than all the disciples of the Dragon God Valley combined. The Heavenly God sect had only sent 3 such geniuses to participate in the small meeting. Now, one of them had died. It was a great loss. Trash. Lu Ming said coldly in the fighting ring. He took Bai Mo's storage ring with his hand. Ah, Lu Ming, I'll kill you. You're dead. Some geniuses of the 7th layer martial royal realm and above shouted angrily in the stands. What? Disciples below the 7th layer can't do it. Do you want to fight? The disciples of the 7th layer martial royal realm and above said coldly in the stands. The disciples of the heavenly gods sect looked even more upset. Lu Ming's strength has reached this level. Zi Wuji said in the heavenly gods sect's stands. He clenched his fists tightly. Beside him sat Eden and Ji Hengchen. They were all from the continent of godly ruins. A few years ago, they had competed with Lu Ming. Now, Lu Ming had completely surpassed them. The strongest among them was Eden. However, he was only a 2nd layer martial emperor at the moment. Zi Wuji and Ji Hengchen were still stuck at the peak of the 1st layer martial royal realm. Eden and Ji Hengchen had a complicated look on their faces. Zi Wuji, Ji Hengchen, after this meeting, I plan to leave the heavenly gods sect and train myself. What about you two? Eden sent a message to Zi Wuji and Ji Hengchen. The three of them were not on good terms in the continent of godly ruins. They were even competitors. However, after coming to the Yuan continent, the three of them became closer. After all, they came from the same place. You want to leave the heavenly gods sect? With your current cultivation, it's very dangerous for you to leave the sect and venture outside. Zi Wuji's face changed. Only danger is worth tempering. If I die on the road of tempering myself, I can only blame myself for not being skilled enough. But if we stay in the heavenly divine sect, outsiders like us won't be able to receive good training. We'll be no different from odd job workers. We'll never be able to catch up to Lu Ming. Eden seemed to have made up her mind. I'll go with you. Ji Hengchen pondered for a moment before he spoke. Zi Wuji's complexion changed for a while before he grit his teeth and said, I will continue to stay in the heavenly gods sect. All right. Eden nodded. Everyone had their own ambitions, and he would not force them. On the fighting ring, Lu Ming put away the storage ring and returned to platform number 10 in a flash. Lu Ming, well done, ha! Tian Chui laughed loudly. Xue Ningxin and Han Sun also smiled. The disciples of the celestial god sect flew down to the fighting stage and took Bai Mo's body away. The competition continued. Soon, this round ended, and a new round began. It was the heavenly gods sect's turn to challenge again. The leader of the heavenly gods sect glanced coldly at Lu Ming and the others. But in the end, he still sent people to challenge the Piyuan family. They could only endure for now. Now that they had lost a top expert, their strength was greatly reduced. They did not dare to fight with the Dragon God Valley now as they were afraid that they would not be able to enter the top 10. After the Heavenly God sect, the Heavenly Universe Demon sect and the Desire Poison sect followed in the footsteps of the Heavenly God sect to challenge the Piyuan family. When it was the Dragon God Valley's turn, Tian Chui challenged and killed a 6th rank expert. Just like that, a few rounds passed. The first sect to be eliminated was finally born. The Piyuan family was eliminated by the Heavenly God sect, the Heavenly Universe Demon sect, and the Desire Poison sect. Now, there were only 12 sects left. The competition continued. When it was Lu Ming's turn to challenge, he did not challenge the top expert of the other side this time. Instead, he chose a weaker opponent. The competition went on one round after another. The atmosphere became more and more oppressive. The faces of the Heavenly God sect became more and more unpleasant. Every round, the Dragon God Valley would kill one of their sky prides. Those who were selected to participate in the small gathering were the top sky prides. The loss of each of them would cause the Heavenly God sect heartache. But now, they were being killed one after another. When the 19th round ended, the Heavenly God sect only had 16 people left. The losses were beyond imagination. The Dragon God Valley still had 4 people left. At this time, another 2 weaker sects were eliminated. Finally, there were only 10 sects left. These 10 sects were equivalent to obtaining the right to participate in the treasure meeting. When the 20th round began, it was the Heavenly God sect's turn to challenge again. Brother Wu, Brother Mo, it's time to eliminate the Dragon God Valley. The leader of the Heavenly God sect said coldly. His voice was filled with endless coldness. Great, that's what I want. The Heavenly Universe Demon sect's Mo, his eyes were especially cold. I've been waiting for this moment. The Desire Poison sect's Wu Qiandao's eyes were even colder. Poisonous insects crawled out of his body and swam around him. Brother Wang, why don't we work together to eliminate the Dragon God Valley? The leader of the Heavenly Gods sect looked at the leader of the 9 Heaven Sword sect. The 9 Heaven Sword sect had a good relationship with the Heavenly God sect. On the contrary, they didn't have a good relationship with the Dragon God Valley. He wanted the 9 Heaven Sword sect to deal with Lu Ming and the others. The eyes of the 9 Heaven Sword sect's leader flickered as he looked in the direction of the Dragon God Valley. He said with a hint of fear, I won't get involved in your business. He didn't want to get involved in the conflict between the Heavenly God sect, Heavenly Universe Demon sect, Desire Poison sect and the Dragon God Valley. Moreover, the Dragon God Valley wasn't easy to deal with. Humph. The leader of the Heavenly God sect's face darkened when he heard the 9 Heaven Sword sect's rejection. Hey, are you guys going to challenge us or not? Stop wasting time. Tian Chui carried his hammer and looked at the Heavenly God sect's direction. Since you guys are in a hurry to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Luanying, you're up. The leader of the Heavenly God sect said to a black-robed figure. I've been waiting for this moment. The black-robed figure said coldly, causing the hearts of many Heavenly God sect's disciples to tremble. They were well aware of how terrifying the black-robed chaos shadows was. Whoosh! A shadow flashed and Luanying appeared on the fighting stage. Many of the weaker ones didn't even see how he appeared on the fighting stage. You, come down. A pair of cold eyes stared at Tian Chui from within the black robe and said coldly. Ha, it's finally my turn. Tian Chui laughed. Tian Chui, you have to be careful. This person is one of the 3 superior earthly spiritual bodies of the Heavenly God sect. He specializes in assassination techniques. Han Sun warned with a serious expression. Don't worry. No matter what he's good at, I'll crush him with my hammer. Chapter 1537. Boom. Tian Chui, carrying a huge hammer the size of a water tank, rushed towards the battle stage like an iron tower, and landed on the battle stage, causing the entire stage to rumble. Shorty, let Grandpa Sky Hammer's hammer take care of you. Sky Hammer brandished his water tank-like hammer, revealing a malevolent killing intent. Die. At this moment, Wanning moved. His body was like a shadow as he suddenly appeared in front of Sky Hammer. A thin and long sword stabbed towards Sky Hammer's heart. Fast, accurate, and ruthless. He was like a trained assassin. Boom. Sky Hammer stomped on the ground and quickly retreated. Then, he used his huge hammer to block in front of him. Clang. Wanying's sword hit Sky Hammer's hammer and bounced back. Wanning used the force of the rebound to appear above Sky Hammer's head. A terrifying sword light stabbed towards Sky Hammer's head. Scram! Sky Hammer roared and smashed his hammer towards Wanying's head. The hammer smashed down, creating a terrifying gust of wind that caused the sky to rumble. Clang! The hammer hit Wanying's sword. However, Wanying's body seemed to be weightless. He could appear wherever he wanted. Shwa! In the next moment, Wanying's body appeared behind Sky Hammer and stabbed out with his sword. Sky Hammer used his huge hammer to block Wanying's attack. However, Wanying's movement technique was too fast. He constantly moved around Sky Hammer's body. His sword was like a poisonous snake, aiming for Sky Hammer's vital points every time. Shadow Domain. On the stage, Lu Ming's eyebrows slightly furrowed. Wanning had comprehended the shadow domain. He moved like a shadow and cultivated the assassination sword Dao. His perfect combination made him shockingly powerful. He could usually kill cultivators stronger than him in one hit. It was obvious that the opponent had arranged for Wanning to challenge Skyhammer. Wanning could counter Skyhammer and prevent him from using his brute force. Scram, scram, scram. Skyhammer became more and more furious. He kept smashing his huge hammer, creating a terrifying gust of wind that swept in all directions. Whoosh! Suddenly, a sword light stabbed out from under Skyhammer's feet. This sword came without any warning, and it was inconceivably fast. This sword was actually thrust out from the Heavenly Hammer's own shadow. This exceeded everyone's expectations. Not good. Han Sun and Xue Ningxin exclaimed in shock. Roar! Tian Chui seemed to have also sensed the terrifying danger. With a roar, the muscles on his body squirmed and a layer of dragon scales appeared on the surface of his skin. At the same time, Tian Chui retreated rapidly to avoid the sword. Puff! The sword light continued to sweep across Tian Chui's leg. The dragon scales were cut open, revealing a deep wound. If Tian Chui had not reacted in time, one of his legs would have been chopped off. Whoosh! However, at this moment, under Tian Chui's feet, another sword light pierced towards Tian Chui from his own shadow. What a strange attack! Kill! Skyhammer roared as the massive hammer in his hand smashed down heavily on his own shadow. Boom! The giant hammer directly smashed the sword light and smashed heavily on the shadow of the battle platform. The entire fighting ring shook violently. Not far away, Wan Ying's body trembled and he took a few steps back. It seemed that Skyhammer's attack had hurt him. Whoosh! Next, Wan Ying's body flashed and disappeared. At this time, 8 more shadows appeared around the hammer. Every time the shadows appeared, a sword light would shoot out towards the hammer. Tian Chui used his massive hammer to block the enemy's attack. However, the attacks from all directions were too fast for Tian Chui to block all of them. Puff! Puff! After a while, a few wounds appeared on Tian Chui's body. They were so deep that his bones could be seen. Ha! Senior brother Wanning is going to win. A disciple from the Celestial God sect sneered. On the other hand, everyone from Dragon God Valley was watching carefully with a dark face. Barbaric Dragon Strike. Suddenly, Tian Chui roared. He grabbed the handle of his massive hammer with both hands and swung it. His entire body spun rapidly. The handle of Tian Chui's hammer was extremely long. When he swung it, it was like a hurricane sweeping in all directions. Bam! 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 The 8 shadows could not dodge at all. When they were swept by the hammer, they all collapsed. The 8 shadows collapsed and reformed into a single shadow. It was Wan Ying's shadow. At this moment, the black robe on Wan Ying's head was destroyed, revealing a dark and gloomy face. A trace of blood could be seen at the corner of his mouth. It was obvious that he was also injured by Tian Chui's attack. Shadow Sword, kill! A low voice came from Wan Ying's mouth. His body slowly became blurry and turned into a shadow. In the end, the shadow also disappeared. Wanning seemed to have completely disappeared from the fighting stage. Even his aura could not be sensed. A shadow-type spiritual body. Lu Ming's eyes flashed. Whoosh! At this moment, a sword light pierced towards Tian Chui from the top of his head. Tian Chui swung his hammer upwards. However, at the same time, a sword light pierced towards Tian Chui's feet, left and right. Tian Chui roared angrily and quickly retreated to avoid the sword light. However, a sword light still left a sword wound on Tian Chui's body. Around the heavenly hammer, sword light constantly appeared, soundless and without any signs. Barbaric Dragon Strike. Tian Chui roared and used the same move again. He swung his giant hammer and spun it wildly. However, this time, the sword light did not disperse. Instead, it pierced through Tian Chui's attack and continued to stab towards him. Puff. Puff. A few more wounds appeared on Tian Chui's body. What's going on? Why can't we attack him? Some disciples of the Dragon God Valley asked anxiously. Tian Chui's attack was too strange. Tian Chui's attack could not hit him. It's not that he can't hit him. It's just that he can turn into a shadow, which can greatly reduce the damage done to him. Tian Chui's attack was weakened when it landed on his body. At the same time, he's too fast. Most of the attacks were dodged by him. A genius of the rank 9 Martial King realm explained on the spectator stand. Roar. Tian Chui let out a dragon roar. He took a step forward and rushed to the side of the fighting stage. It seemed that he was going to rush down the fighting stage. If you want to rush to the fighting stage, stay here. Wan Ying's cold voice came from the sky. Tian Chui pretended not to hear it and continued to rush forward. Whoosh! A terrifying sword light pierced towards Tian Chui from behind. Tian Chui, who was rushing forward, suddenly stopped and turned around. Puchi! The sword light pierced through Tian Chui's chest. Blood splattered everywhere. Die! A cold voice sounded. Wan Ying's figure appeared in front of Tian Chui. Roar! At this moment, Tian Chui let out a dragon roar. A giant barbaric dragon shadow appeared on his body. The barbaric dragon shadow clawed at Wan Ying. Oh no! Chapter 1538. Bam! The barbaric dragon clawed at Wan Ying's body. Wan Ying groaned as he was sent flying, spitting out blood. Kill! Tian Chui roared as he hurled the huge hammer in his hand. Like a meteor, it smashed into Wan Ying, who was in the air. Wan Ying screamed as his body was sent flying. The giant hammer carried Wan Ying out of the stage and landed heavily on the ground. Wan Ying spat out blood, his face as pale as paper. Wan Ying lost because Tian Chui was still on the stage. Whoosh! The giant hammer flew back to the stage and landed in Tian Chui's hand. Puff! Tian Chui's body shook as he spat out a mouthful of blood. Although he had defeated Wan Ying, he was heavily injured as well. Senior brother Tian Chui, come up and treat your injuries. Lu Ming shouted. Tian Chui channeled his true yuan and rushed up to the stage. He sat down cross-legged and started to treat his injuries. Just now, he had been injured by Wan Ying's sword multiple times. In the end, the sword had pierced through his heart. The terrifying destruction sword Qi was constantly destroying Tian Chui's spiritual body. Tian Chui had to destroy the destruction sword Qi first before he could heal. Damn it! The leader of the Heavenly God sect shouted angrily on the stage. Originally, he thought that with Wan Ying's strength and the fact that he could counter Tian Chui, he would be able to defeat Tian Chui. Although he might not be able to kill Tian Chui, defeating him shouldn't be a problem. He didn't think that Tian Chui would defeat Wan Ying in a way where both sides were injured. His plan was foiled. As a result, 2 of the 3 top experts of the Heavenly God sect had been defeated. Only the leader was left. This made the faces of the Heavenly God sect very ugly. The Heavenly Divinity sect had already announced that they would also take first place in the Treasure Ding Ding Party and achieve 3 consecutive championships. But now, there was only one top expert left, the leader. The other 6th level experts had almost all been killed, so there was no chance for them to take first place. This was all because of the Dragon God Valley. They wanted to deal with the Dragon God Valley, but in the end, they got themselves into trouble. Before the competition started, the Heavenly God sect probably didn't expect this. I'll leave the rest to you guys. The leader of the Heavenly God sect looked at the Sky Demon sect. Whoosh! A figure rushed out from the Sky Universe Demon sect, carrying a demon saber on his back. It's Mo Xian. Someone recognized this person. There were 2 geniuses from the Sky Universe Demon sect who had reached the peak of the 6th layer martial royal realm with a superior earth spiritual body. One of them was Mo, and the other was Ma Xian. Mo Xian looked at Xuaningxin and said, I challenge you. many people were shocked. Indeed, the Celestial Sect, the Empyrean Demon Sect and the Poison Sect had sent out their strongest forces to deal with the Dragon God Valley. Xuaningxin stepped onto the fighting ring. Kill! The demonic saber was unsheathed, and demonic energy soared to the sky. Roar! Xuaningxin revealed her true form and turned into a snow dragon. The two sides clashed fiercely. This battle was different from the one between Skyhammer and Luaning. This battle was a head-on clash, and it was exceptionally fierce. Xuaningxin was a pure-blooded true dragon, and she was considered a genius even among true dragons. Her dragon body was as strong as a superior earth spiritual body, and she was evenly matched with Mo Xian. The two sides exchanged more than 200 blows, and in the end, Xuaningxin won by a little and knocked Mo Xian off the fighting ring. However, Xuaningxin was severely injured, and her injuries were even worse than Skyhammer's. Xuaningxin dragged her injured body back to the fighting ring and began to heal. The Dragon God Valley had won another battle, defeating a top expert from the Sky Universe Demon Sect. Could it be that the Dragon God Valley was going to be the last one? Some people had such thoughts. The challenges continued, and soon, it was the Poison Sect's turn. Whoosh! Wu Qiandu of the Poison Sect stood up and stepped onto the fighting ring. The Poison Sect also had two top experts. Wu Qiandu was the leader of the Poison Sect, and he was going to fight personally this time. Wu Qiandu's gaze shifted between Han Sun and Lu Ming. According to the rules, Skyhammer and Xuaningxin had just fought, so they couldn't challenge them now. Only by challenging Lu Ming and Han Sun could they challenge Skyhammer and Xuaningxin. In the end, Wu Qiandu's gaze landed on Lu Ming. Lu Ming, you managed to escape with your sacred weapon the last time. Now, come down and accept your death. Wu Qiandu said coldly. Last time, Lu Ming had used his black wings to create a gust of wind that rendered his poison gas useless. Now that he couldn't use his sacred weapon, he wanted to see how Lu Ming would defend against his poison gas. Another one who wants to die. Lu Ming smiled indifferently. He took a step forward and landed on the fighting ring. Wang! As soon as Lu Ming's feet landed, Wu Qiandu took action. Densely packed poisonous insects swarmed toward Lu Ming, covering the sky and the sun like a mass of dark clouds. Wang! Lu Ming's chaotic domain spread out and shrouded the endless poisonous insects. Fire! Lu Ming whispered and the chaotic domain turned into a flame domain. The flames engulfed the insects, and sizzling sounds could be heard as the insects were burned to ashes. But at this time, Wu Qiandu waved his hand and toads appeared. Each toad was covered in pustules and emitted a foul smell. They pounced toward Lu Ming. In the air, the toads spat out poisonous water that enveloped Lu Ming. When the poisonous water landed on the chaotic domain, it actually emitted a sizzling sound of corrosion. Kill! At the same time, Wu Qiandu charged toward Lu Ming. A soft whip appeared in his hand. The whip was covered with poisonous thorns and it swept toward Lu Ming. Boom! Boom! Lu Ming used the hell-suppressing heaven skill and punched out continuously, bombarding the toads and soft whips. However, when Lu Ming's fist force bombarded those toads, they actually self-exploded and turned into a pool of thick water that gushed toward Lu Ming, emitting a disgusting stench. Once he smelled this stench, Lu Ming felt slightly dizzy. Circulating his true yuan, he regained consciousness. What a terrifying poison! Lu Ming thought. Shua! Shua! Poisonous insects kept gushing out of Wu Qiandu's body. Next, there were toads and poisonous snakes that attacked Lu Ming. As for himself, he controlled the soft whip and was extremely agile as he whipped Lu Ming. Kill! Lu Ming suddenly shouted and used the divine sword art. Two black sword lights burst out from Lu Ming's eyes and rushed toward Wu Qiandu. But at this time, a layer of poisonous insects appeared on the surface of Wu Qiandu's body, forming a shield. The divine sword art attacked the poisonous insects and killed a large number of them, but Wu Qiandu was unharmed. Soul attacks can ignore ordinary defenses and attack the soul. However, these insects of mine have spirits. With spirits, your soul attacks won't be able to penetrate them. Last time, you used it once. This time, I'm prepared. Hee. Wu Qiandu sneered. It seems that soul attacks are not omnipotent. There are still weaknesses. Chapter 1539. Soul attacks were something that ordinary defenses would not be able to defend against, and they would be able to pierce right through. When facing the evil spirit sex elder Mo Hun, Lu Ming's primal chaos domain and bubble spacetime domain could only weaken a portion of the attack. One could imagine that normal defenses would be useless. However, soul attacks also had their weaknesses. If a living being stood in front of them, the soul attack would not be able to pass through. For example, Wu Qiandu had used poisonous insects to block in front of him. Although the poisonous insects were small, they were still sentient and had souls. Soul attacks would attack the poisonous insects, and Wu Qiandu, who was behind the poisonous insects, was naturally unharmed. He dared to challenge Lu Ming because he had a foolproof plan. However, Lu Ming's expression was still calm. If soul attacks were useless, would Lu Ming not be able to deal with Wu Qiandu? Whoosh! Lu Ming covered his body with the primal chaos domain and soared into the sky. Boom! 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 Following which, Lu Ming looked down from a high vantage point and threw continuous punches with his fists. Streaks of terrifying fist energy shot out like meteors towards Wu Qiandu, the poisonous insects, and the poisonous snakes. A large number of poisonous insects and toads were killed. The battle stage was littered with the corpses of insects, toads, and snakes. Pools of venom covered the battle stage, emitting a disgusting stench. Wisps of poisonous gas filled the battle stage. Ha, Lu Ming, thank you for your cooperation. The poison array has been set up. Now, you can die. On the battle stage, Wu Qiandu smiled coldly. Green poisonous gas spread out from his body and merged with the poisonous gas on the battle stage. The entire battle stage was shrouded in poisonous gas. 1,000 poison hands. Wu Qiandu said coldly. The poisonous gas rolled and turned into poisonous palms that shot toward Lu Ming in the sky. Lu Ming used the wind origin technique to avoid the poisonous palms. In that case, I'll kill you first. In Lu Ming's hand, a Spirit King spear appeared. He became one with the spear and dived down, charging into the poison gas array and attacking Wu Qiandu. You can't kill me. Wu Qiandu let out a cold laugh. With a bang, his body exploded and turned into clouds of poisonous gas, which merged with the poisonous gas of the formation. Lu Ming's long spear swept out horizontally, the poisonous gas tumbling endlessly. Kill! Lu Ming roared, and a formless soul attack erupted. However, there were countless poisonous insects flying within the poisonous gas. Lu Ming shouted, and a group of poisonous insects fell to the ground. Hee, Lu Ming, you can't hurt me at all. You can only passively let me kill you. Wu Qiandu's proud voice rang out. The poison gas array churned, constantly surging towards Lu Ming. The terrifying poison gas enveloped Lu Ming, as if it wanted to corrode the primal chaos domain and then turn Lu Ming to ashes. Moreover, the poison gas would condense into attacks and attack Lu Ming. The long spear vibrated, destroying the attacks one by one. Lu Ming, rush down the fighting stage yourself, or be killed by me. Wu Qiandu's cold voice rang out. You think too highly of yourself. Lu Ming said indifferently. If Lu Ming wanted to kill Wu Qiandu, he could do it now. He just needed to cast the chaotic flipping sky seal. The terrifying power of the chaotic flipping sky seal could directly cover the entire fighting ring. He could easily destroy this array and even kill Wu Qiandu. However, now was not the time to use the primal chaos flipping sky seal. Lu Ming wanted to save the primal chaos flipping sky seal to deal with the leader of the celestial god sect, or Mo He. If he did not use the primal chaos flipping sky seal, he would have to use other methods. Buzz! Lu Ming's primal chaos domain suddenly spread out, enveloping the entire fighting stage. Then, endless lightning appeared and filled the fighting stage, followed by flames. The entire fighting stage was enveloped by the power of lightning and fire. Chi. Poisonous insects were burned to death one by one. Kill! Kill! Lu Ming continued to roar as he used the divine sword art, forming invisible waves that rushed out in all directions. A large number of poisonous insects were killed and turned into ashes in the lightning and fire. I don't believe that your soul power can keep on erupting. Wu Qiandu's voice rang out. There was a limit to a person's spiritual strength. Constantly using it would consume a lot of spiritual strength. However, after a while, Wu Qiandu became nervous. Lu Ming still did not stop. His soul attack continued to erupt, killing almost all of the poisonous insects. Kill! Lu Ming roared as the poisonous gas churned and Wu Qiandu's screams rang out. A cloud of mist gathered and churned, as if it was about to condense into a human form. Devour! Lu Ming took a step forward and pressed his left palm in the air. The devouring power erupted and enveloped the poisonous gas. Wisps of poisonous gas were devoured and refined by Lu Ming. The poisonous gas was terrifying. However, Lu Ming's spiritual body had reached the superior earth spiritual body. Moreover, Lu Ming's spiritual body contained traces of primal chaos qi, which was stronger than an ordinary superior earth spiritual body. Hence, he was not afraid of the poisonous gas. Roar! Lu Ming's body faintly rang out with a dragon's roar. Wu Qiandu's poisonous gas was being refined continuously. How can this be? My spiritual body is invincible. How can you refine it? Wu Qiandu's terrified screams rang out from the poisonous gas as he desperately resisted. Kill! Lu Ming roared as two rays of sword light shot out from his eyes and pierced into the poisonous gas. Wu Qiandu screamed and his resistance weakened instantly. Lu Ming continued to erupt with his devouring power, devouring and refining Wu Qiandu's poisonous gas. As Wu Qiandu screamed, the poisonous gas became smaller and smaller. He wanted to reform his body, but Lu Ming directly attacked. With a punch, he turned back into poisonous gas and was devoured by Lu Ming. Soon, Wu Qiandu's poisonous gas was reduced by more than half. Spare me, spare me. Wu Qiandu was finally afraid and began to beg for mercy. This feeling of watching himself being refined made him extremely terrified. Moreover, he did not want to die. He had a great future. With his talent, he was very confident that he could break through to the Saint Realm in the future. A Saint Realm expert had a lifespan of more than 100,000 years. How free and unfettered was that? The people from the 13 sects were shocked. Wu Qiandu was actually forced to this step by Lu Ming. In the eyes of these geniuses, Wu Qiandu was definitely a terrifying existence. His thousand-bathing poison body and his poisonous body made everyone wary. Even those geniuses who were at the same level as him were extremely wary of him. But now, he was begging for mercy in front of Lu Ming. Spare you. Previously, you sent people from the Desire Poison sect to kill my disciples. Why didn't you spare them? Why didn't you think about the current situation? Lu Ming said coldly as his devouring power continued to devour Wu Qiandu. Wu Qiandu screamed as his poisonous gas churned. Before the battle with Lu Ming, how could he have thought of such an outcome? All he thought about was how to kill Lu Ming. Chapter 1540. Young man, don't go overboard. Don't go overboard. At this moment, an old voice came from one of the pavilions. Judging from the direction of the voice, it should be the Saint State Elder of the Desire Poison sect. Hee, are you heartbroken? Why didn't you think about it when you killed my disciple? Lu Ming, you don't have to pay attention to this old man. The voice of the Saint State Elder of the Dragon God Valley came from the pavilion behind the Dragon God Valley. Young man, you should think about it. After all, you'll be traveling outside in the future. It's not good to go overboard. The Saint State Elder of the Desire Poison sect continued. Despicable! How dare you threaten my disciple? The Saint State Elder of the Dragon God Valley said. Hee hee. The Saint State Elder of the Desire Poison sect sneered. Kill. However, Lu Ming's response was only one word, kill. Lu Ming's eyes emitted two beams of sword gleams that pierced into the poisonous gas. Wu Qiandu screamed miserably. The ball of poisonous gas completely collapsed and there was no sign of life left. Wu Qiandu was dead. This was Lu Ming's response to the Saint State Elder of the Desire Poison sect. He was strong and merciless. At this moment, there was no sound from the pavilion behind the Desire Poison sect, but a cold murderous intent filled the air. Of course, the Saint State Elders were not allowed to interfere in this situation. Otherwise, the other sects would gang up on them. Dead. Wu Qiandu was dead. Most of the people present felt their hearts tremble. Another top-notch prodigy was killed by Lu Ming. In addition to Bai Mo, there were already two top-notch prodigies who had died in Lu Ming's hands. It was too tragic. In the past, very few top Earth spiritual bodies were killed. Even if there was a difference in combat power, it wouldn't be too big. It was possible to defeat them, but difficult to kill them. This time, it was only the 20th round, but two top prodigies had already died and several others were seriously injured. Because of Lu Ming, the small meeting this time was several times more tragic than the past. Lu Ming put away Wu Qiandu's storage ring and returned to the platform. Then, someone went up to the fighting ring and cleaned it up. After all, the poisonous insects and snakes that Wu Qiandu had released earlier were all poisonous substances on the battle stage. On the platform of the Celestial God sect, the leader of the Celestial God sect looked at Tian Shui and Xuaningxin coldly. This guy wants to challenge Tian Shui and Xuaningxin in the next round. Lu Ming said. Right now, Tian Shui and Xuaningxin were both heavily injured. If the leader of the Sky God sect challenged them, it would be very dangerous. The leader of the Sky God sect obviously wanted to seize the opportunity to kill Tian Shui or Xuaningxin. I won't let him succeed. Han Sun spoke, his killing intent cold. After cleaning up, the competition continued. Perhaps the atmosphere had been stirred up, but when it was the turn of the other sects, the atmosphere became even more intense. The other sects that had enmity with each other also began to send out their top experts to challenge the top experts of their enemy sections. After the battle between Lu Ming and Wu Qiandu, there were two more clashes between the top experts. In the end, the top geniuses of the Intentionless Saber sect and the Demon Castle both suffered heavy injuries and fell off the fighting ring. On the other hand, the top expert of the Linglong Palace defeated his opponent and won despite being heavily injured. Soon, it was the Divine Dragon Valley's turn. Han Sun stood up and stepped out onto the fighting ring. Yu Sheng, come down. Han Sun said coldly. Yu Sheng was the name of the leader of the Sky God sect. Everyone was shocked. Han Sun was challenging Yu Sheng. The leaders of the two sects were about to clash. Yu Sheng's eyes turned cold. His original plan was to wait until the next round, when it was the Sky God sect's turn to challenge, and then he would personally kill Tian Shui or Xuaningxin. Obviously, Han Sun had seen through his plan and challenged him directly. Yu Sheng stepped out and landed on the fighting ring. It's the same if I kill you first. Yu Sheng said coldly. His body erupted with dazzling holy light. His entire person was bathed in the holy light, and there was no speck of dust. Yu Sheng was a direct descendant of the Sky God sect, and he cultivated the Sky God sect's techniques. Shameless boasting. Han Sun sneered, and a terrifying cold air burst out from his body. The cold air spread in all directions, and half of the fighting ring was covered in white frost. Boom! Boom! Yu Sheng and Han Sun charged at each other at the same time, and a fierce battle broke out. The two figures clashed continuously on the fighting ring, and their speed became faster and faster. Some of the weaker cultivators could no longer see the two figures clearly. They could only see the endless sacred light and the terrifying cold air on the fighting ring, forming a pillar of qi that shot up into the sky. Whoosh! Yushen was bathed in the sacred light, and he held the god's punishment spear in his hand. He was like a god descending to punish the world. White dragon scales appeared on Han Sun's body, and his body was covered in a layer of ice armor. His arms turned into dragon claws, and they were terrifying. Clang! Clang! The dragon claws and the god's punishment spear clashed fiercely. Puchi! Han Sun's shoulder was pierced by the god's punishment spear, but Han Sun's other dragon claw clawed at Yusheng's chest, almost tearing his heart out. The two of them were injured at the same time, and their clothes were stained with blood. But the battle continued. To be honest, Han Sun and Yusheng's combat strength was terrifying, and they were even stronger than Bai Mo's. It could be said that in the future, they were very likely to be ranked among the top 10 geniuses of the Tsang state. After all, the top 10 geniuses were chosen by the younger generation below the Saint Realm. Once this year's top 10 geniuses broke into the Saint Realm, they would automatically be removed from the top 10 geniuses, and new geniuses would replace them. It could be said that these two geniuses of the future were fighting in advance. This battle went on for more than 300 moves, and their genuine essence and physical strength were gradually exhausted. In the end, it became a hand-to-hand fight. The two of them tangled together, and blood stained the fighting ring. Bang! In the end, the two of them rolled off the fighting ring at the same time, and the battle ended. Lu Ming moved and appeared beside Han Sun. His genuine essence flowed into Han Sun's body, and he said, "Senior brother Han Sun, are you okay?" "Don't worry, I'm fine." "That guy is worse." Han Sun smiled. "Humph." Yusheng snorted, and with the help of the disciples of the Celestial God sect, he landed on the spectator stand, took a healing pill, and began to heal. Lu Ming helped Han Sun to the spectator stand behind the fighting ring, and then returned to the fighting ring. In this way, there were only 3 people left in the Dragon God Valley. However, the people of the Celestial God sect all looked gloomy. After Yusheng's withdrawal, the Celestial God sect no longer had any top experts, and it was a joke to get first place. The battle continued, and soon, this round was over, and the 22nd round began. In this round, the remaining disciples of the Celestial God sect had lost their morale, and they randomly sent out one person to challenge the other sections. After that, it was the turn of the Sky Universe Demon sect. "Let me." He from the Sky Universe Demon sect stepped out with a demonic blade on his back. He landed on the fighting ring and looked directly at the Dragon God Valley. He glanced at Tian Shui and Xuanixin. Chapter 1541. He obviously wanted to challenge Tian Shui and Xuanixin. In the end, He's eyes fell on Xuanixin and said coldly, "Come out. Fight." Xuanixin said and stepped forward. "Senior sister, be careful," Lu Ming said. Xuanixin nodded and stepped onto the battle stage. "I'll kill you in this battle." He's demonic aura surged as the demonic saber on his back unsheathed and slashed toward Xuanixin. Roar! Xuanixin roared and turned into her true form. She opened her mouth and spat out a stream of icy air toward the saber. Boom! An intense collision occurred, and Xuanixin's slender body trembled as she retreated. Xuanixin had been severely injured in the previous battle, and it was impossible for her to recover in such a short time. She was at a disadvantage from the start. Demonic Saber Division. The demonic saber in He's hand merged with his domain and slashed out again. The demonic saber division was the ultimate technique of the Sky Universe demonic sect. It was said to be able to split everything with a single slash. Snowflakes appeared around Xuanixin and flew toward the demonic splitting saber with a whistling sound. But when the snowflakes came into contact with the demonic saber division, they seemed to be affected by a terrifying vibration and exploded. Clang! 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 The snowflakes collided with the demonic saber, and the sound of metal clashing rang out. The snowflakes collapsed, but the power of the demonic saber was also rapidly weakening. Slash! Mo's demonic aura surged as he slashed out again. Then, he slashed out again. One slash after another, and each slash was extremely terrifying. It was as if they were going to split the sky. Xuanixin's dragon claws stepped on the air and pounced toward Mo. Boom! Boom! Terrifying explosions were constantly heard as the two of them exchanged more than 10 blows. Gradually, Xuanixin was losing. Her injuries were acting up, and she couldn't use her full strength. Puchi! Dragon scales were cut and fell everywhere. Deep and long wounds appeared on Xuanixin's body, and blood dyed her snow-white body red. Die! Mo's devil saber pierced through Xuanixin's attack and slashed at her head, trying to decapitate her. Xuanixin retreated quickly, but it was still too late. A wound was left between her eyebrows. Xuanixin was already heavily injured, and now that she was injured, her battle prowess was getting weaker and weaker. She was no match for Mo. Senior sister, get off the battle stage. Lu Ming said to Xuanixin telepathically. If this went on, Xuanixin would be in danger. Roar! Xuanixin shouted. She was unwilling to give up. After exchanging another blow with Mo, she turned around and left. You want to leave? Stay. Mo's demonic chi became even more terrifying. She soared into the sky and slashed out with her demonic saber. 8 saber lights slashed down, blocking Xuanixin's path. Xuanixin's dragon claws stomped on the ground, and the ground was instantly covered in a layer of ice. Ice swords rushed out and rushed towards the demonic sabers. Bang! Bang! Unfortunately, Xuanixin's battle prowess was too weak to break through the demonic sabers. Instead, the demonic sabers left a deep wound on her body, almost cutting off one of her dragon claws. You can't escape. Demonic dragon seal. Mo, he said coldly. His hands formed a seal, and a black demonic dragon roared and flew towards Xuanixin. The two dragons, one black and one white, fought on the battle stage. Then, Mo, he split the demonic saber and attacked Xuanixin. After a few moves, Xuanixin's injuries were even more severe. Break! In the end, Xuanixin roared. Her true dragon body shrank rapidly, and a layer of ice covered her body, making her look like an ice sword. Whoosh! The ice sword kept colliding with Mo's demonic saber. Finally, it rushed out of the range of the demonic saber and reached the edge of the battle stage. At this time, the ice covering Xuanixin's body also collapsed. Xuanixin's aura became even weaker. She stomped her dragon claws and rushed out of the battle stage. She let out a sigh of relief and quickly withdrew her aura. Die! Mo, he roared and stood at the edge of the battle stage. His eyes were ferocious and filled with cold killing intent. He slashed his demonic saber at Xuanixin's head. Xuanixin's fall meant that the battle was over, so she completely let down her guard and withdrew her true yuan. She didn't expect Mo to be so despicable and attack her again. Xuanixin didn't have time to dodge this attack. You're courting death. On the platform, Lu Ming let out a roar and his true essence boiled. The black wings on his back suddenly extended. With a flap, he appeared next to Xuanixin and flapped the demonic saber. Lu Ming, what are you doing? You interfered and used a saint weapon. You broke the rules. Seeing that his saber had been blocked by Lu Ming, there was a look of indignation in Mo's eyes. Shut up. Who broke the rules? My senior sister has already rushed out of the battle stage and landed on the ground. She lost. This battle is over, but you still want to kill her. Are you the one who broke the rules, or am I the one who broke the rules? Lu Ming stared coldly at Mo. If he hadn't been watching the battle stage and immediately used a saint weapon to rush out, Xuanixin would have been in danger. Oh. Her foot landed on the ground. I didn't see it. Mo, he quibbled. Lu Ming didn't say anything. He only stared at Mo He with cold killing intent. He had to kill this Mo He. Senior sister, let's go. Lu Ming helped Xuanixin to the spectator stand. Junior brother, thank you for just now. Xuanixin had returned to her human form, but her face was somewhat pale. Senior sister, there's no need to be so polite. I will kill Mo He to avenge you. Lu Ming said. I believe in junior brother. Xuanixin smiled. She swallowed a healing elixir and began to recuperate while Lu Ming returned to the platform. The challenges continued. As expected, when it was the Desire Poison sect's turn, an expert from the Desire Poison sect challenged Tian Chui. Like the Sky Demon sect, the Desire Poison sect also had two top experts. Wu Qiandu had been killed by Lu Ming, so there was only one left. The Desire Poison sect hated Lu Ming to the core and wanted to kill Tian Chui to avenge Wu Qiandu. However, Tian Chui's injuries were better than Xuanixin's. Moreover, Tian Chui cultivated the barbarian dragon body, so his defense was strong. However, Tian Chui was injured and couldn't defeat his opponent. After exchanging more than 100 blows, he was knocked off the stage. With Tian Chui's defeat, only Lu Ming was left in the Dragon God Valley. Countless gazes landed on the platform of the Divine Dragon Valley and on Lu Ming alone. Chapter 1542. The challenges continued, and they were very intense. Now, the competition had entered the second half, and the weak had been eliminated. The remaining people were all very strong, and the battles were very intense. One battle after another, it was finally Dragon God Valley's turn. Lu Ming stepped out and landed on the fighting stage. Mo He, come down and die. Lu Ming's voice resounded throughout the area. As expected, Lu Ming is going to challenge Mo He. In many people's hearts, Mo He had violated the rules earlier and almost killed Xuanixin. Many people guessed that Lu Ming would definitely challenge Mo He. Mo He carried the demonic saber on his back and stepped onto the fighting stage. You've managed to escape the previous 2 times. Today, I'll finish you off. Mo He spoke. Even though Lu Ming had already killed 2 top-notch powerhouses, he was still very domineering. Today, you won't have any chance. You will die without a doubt. Lu Ming said, and he was also very strong. Buzz! Buzz! The two stood facing each other, and their domains burst out at the same time, rushing toward each other. Boom! Their domains collided with each other, and there was a loud rumbling sound. They were fiercely fighting. Mo He's demonic Dao domain was at the peak of LV7, while Lu Ming's domain was only at the peak of LV4. However, Lu Ming's domain was not at a disadvantage at all. Their domains continued to clash and entangle with each other, stirring up a terrifying energy storm. Kill, demonic saber division. Mo He shouted and unsheathed his demonic saber. A shocking saber light broke through the sky and slashed toward Lu Ming. A long spear appeared in Lu Ming's hand, and he used the 13th strike. A spear light burst out and collided with the demonic saber. There were 13 forces in the spear light, and they exploded with a terrible penetrating power. However, there was a terrible splitting power in the demonic saber that was rapidly splitting the spear light's power. In the end, the 2 forces dissipated. Lu Ming's eyes moved slightly. The demonic saber of the Sky Universe Demon sect was indeed worthy of its reputation. Whoosh! Whoosh! Then, the 2 of them rushed forward and collided with each other like 2 bolts of lightning. The demonic saber and the long spear collided with each other, emitting a terrifying roar. Every time the 2 of them collided, a terrifying shockwave would erupt. The shockwave was rampant and swept out in all directions. Around the fighting stage, there was a transparent light screen that blocked the overflowing chi. Otherwise, some of the weaker people in the spectator stands would have been injured. Kill! After exchanging several moves, Lu Ming roared. 2 divine swords shot out of his eyes, shooting toward Mo He. Lu Ming used the divine sword art, and 2 pitch-black swords entered Mo He's body and attacked his spiritual divinity. However, Mo's body only trembled slightly, and he was fine. A spiritual god defensive treasure. Lu Ming's eyes narrowed slightly. Your soul attack is useless against me. Mo, he sneered. His demonic saber swept out, taking advantage of this opportunity to attack Lu Ming. Wang! Lu Ming's long spear shook, blocking the Devil Blade's attack. Then, the two of them clashed again, exchanging dozens of moves. In truth, Mo, he was indeed very strong. He was even stronger than Bai Mo and Wu Qiandu, who Lu Ming had just killed. He should be comparable to Han Sun, the leader of the Celestial God sect. Lu Ming's spiritual body and primal chaos domain gave him a slight advantage. However, Mo He's cultivation was 2 levels higher than Lu Ming's. The two of them fought fiercely, and it was difficult to determine a victor. Third bloodline. With a thought, Lu Ming's third bloodline appeared. A strand of energy entered Lu Ming's body, increasing Lu Ming's combat strength. Clang! Lu Ming's long spear swept out, and Mo He's body trembled. He was forced back a long distance along the fighting stage. Divine Gate, 9 seals. Lu Ming's hands quickly formed seals, and 6 sealing gates appeared around Mo He, wanting to seal him. Demon God descends. Mo He roared. Demonic chi surged, and a huge demon god with 3 heads and 6 arms condensed around him. It exuded a vast demonic aura. This was a secret technique, or rather, it was a secret technique brought by Mo He's spiritual body. It was very similar to Bai Mo's sword array. They were both secret techniques brought by spiritual bodies. Boom! The 3-headed, 6-armed demon god blasted out 6 palms, bombarding the 6 sealing gates. Boom! Boom! The 6 sealed doors trembled and directly exploded. At this time, Lu Ming's attack had arrived. The long spear smashed towards Mo He like a mountain. Boom! Boom! The 3-headed, 6-armed demon god's 6 giant palms bombarded Lu Ming. 2 of them blocked Lu Ming's long spear, while the other 4 palms pressed down on Lu Ming like 4 mountains. Lu Ming's long spear shook, turning into layers of spear shadows, and blasted out. The long spear collided with the demon palms. In the violent explosion, Lu Ming and Mo He's bodies were both pushed back. This brat, how long has it been? He has such combat strength. He must be eliminated. Mo He was shocked. Back when he led people to hunt down Lu Ming did not have much strength to resist in front of him. But now, Lu Ming could fight him head-on, and it was difficult to tell who would win. In a while, what realm would Lu Ming reach? Wouldn't he surpass him in all aspects? Thinking of this, he felt a chill in his heart. He and Lu Ming were already mortal enemies. If they met in the future, they would definitely fight fiercely. One of them had to die. But in a while, he was afraid that if he met Lu Ming again, he would be the one to die. Therefore, he had to kill Lu Ming now. Kill! Kill! Mo He roared. His demonic chi seemed to burn, and the huge demonic god seemed to become corporeal. Shockingly, 6 huge demonic sabers appeared on the demonic god's 6 arms. Boom! Boom! Mo He took a step forward and charged at Lu Ming. The huge demonic god brandished its demonic sabers and charged at Lu Ming. Kill! Lu Ming shouted. The power of his third bloodline continuously poured into Lu Ming's body, causing Lu Ming's killing intent to become even stronger. At the same time, devouring power burst out and enveloped Mo He, causing his demonic chi to become unstable. The demonic god's aura also weakened. Lu Ming took a step forward and soared into the sky. His long spear turned into a 1,000-meter-long spear light that smashed toward Mo He. Mo He's eyes were ferocious. He also used all his strength. The huge demonic god and the 6 demonic sabers continuously slashed at Lu Ming. The two collided fiercely. Spear light and saber light soared into the sky. Everyone, whether they were on the platform or in the spectator stands, held their breaths and stared at the fighting ring. They were afraid that they would miss the exciting scene. What strong combat strength! He can unleash such terrifying combat strength when he's below the 7th martial royal realm. I'm afraid that even the 8th martial royal realm would be killed by him. A genius above the 7th martial royal realm said with a serious look. They're all peerless geniuses. In the future, they have great hopes of becoming the top 10 monstrous geniuses of the Tsang prefecture. That's right. I wonder who will win this battle. Chapter 1543. In the blink of an eye, Lu Ming and Mo He had exchanged dozens of blows. At this time, the demon god that Mo He had condensed began to tremble. Clearly, maintaining this demon god was taxing on Mo He's true chi. Moreover, Lu Ming was constantly releasing his devouring power. Mo He could feel that his demonic chi was constantly being devoured by Lu Ming. This made his demonic chi even more difficult to sustain. Seal. At this time, Lu Ming used the sealed doors again. The 6 sealed doors shone brightly and suppressed the demon god. This time, the demon god was finally unable to break through the sealed doors and his movements became stiff. Boom! Lu Ming seized the opportunity. His long spear turned into a huge spearlight and smashed heavily on the demon god's head. 13 different powers instantly superimposed and exploded. Mo He roared, and the head of the demonic god exploded. Then, the body of the demonic god exploded as well. In an instant, the demon god's entire body exploded. Mo He's body shook violently and he spat out large mouthfuls of blood. His face was pale. Retreat! Mo He gritted his teeth and flew back. He knew that he had lost today. He was no match for Lu Ming. Now, he had to rush down the fighting stage. You can't escape. Seal. Lu Ming said coldly. 6 sealed doors appeared in front of Mo He, blocking his way. Mo He slashed out with his demonic saber continuously, but he couldn't break through the sealed doors. At this time, Lu Ming had already put away his long spear. He was holding a large seal in one hand. Primal Chaos Flipping Sky Seal. Now, Lu Ming had cultivated the Primal Chaos Flipping Sky Seal to the peak of the 3rd level. While its power was increasing, he was also becoming more proficient in using it. When he used the Primal Chaos Flipping Sky Seal, he didn't need to use it at once like before. The consumption of true chi was terrifying. Now, he could control the power of the Chaotic Flipping Sky Seal. By reducing the power of the Chaotic Flipping Sky Seal, he could save a lot of vital essence and control it more smoothly. For example, the seal that Lu Ming was holding in his hand was the Chaotic Flipping Sky Seal that he had condensed. It had about 50% of its full power. However, if Lu Ming had used his full power, he would not have been able to hold it in his hand and control it to such an extent. With 50% of its power, it would be much easier for Lu Ming to control it. Boom! Lu Ming waved his hand and the Primal Chaos Flipping Sky Seal smashed towards Mo He. Even with 50% of his full power, his attack power was still terrifyingly strong, surpassing the power of Lu Ming's 13 strikes of storing power. The Primal Chaos Flipping Sky Seal was like an ancient divine mountain as it smashed towards Mo He. The vast power and shocking aura caused Mo He's face to change drastically. Mo He roared and turned around to block. His demonic saber slashed out continuously, hoping to block the attack. Boom! The splitting demonic saber slashed at the Primal Chaos Flipping Sky Seal. Not only did it not split the Primal Chaos Flipping Sky Seal, but the demonic saber itself was shattered by the Primal Chaos Flipping Sky Seal. The Primal Chaos Flipping Sky Seal continued to smash down. In the end, Mo He used his demonic saber to block in front of him. An Emperor's spiritual weapon armor appeared on his body. Together with the domain, it blocked in front of him. Boom! The Primal Chaos Flipping Sky Seal smashed down heavily. Mo He's body shook violently as he retreated frantically. His face was pale as he vomited large mouthfuls of blood. His hands that were holding his saber were trembling non-stop. The bones in his wrists had been broken. He had paid such a heavy price to block the primal chaos flipping sky seal. However, there was a loud rumbling sound from above as another primal chaos flipping sky seal came crashing down. Ah! Mo, he roared angrily as he exerted all his strength to defend himself. Bang! This time, Mo fell to his knees and coughed up a mouthful of blood. His arms exploded, and his demonic saber flew far away. As for Mo's body, even with the protection of his ruler armor, he was unable to withstand all of the power. The frightening power shattered many of Mo's bones. However, to Mo's despair, the third primal chaos flipping sky seal came crashing down on him. No! This time, he roared in despair. This time, he would not be able to block it. If he could not block it, he would die. Come out! He roared as a small black pagoda flew out from between his eyebrows. A vast aura emanated from it. A sacred weapon. This small pagoda was a sacred weapon. Wang! The sacred weapon expanded rapidly and collided with the primal chaos flipping sky seal. The small black pagoda was sent flying. He vomited blood again as he rolled on the fighting ring, leaving a trail of blood on the ground. He broke the rules by using a sacred weapon. Use a sacred weapon and kill him. The disciples of Dragon God Valley roared. Whoosh! The Saint Realm Elder of Dragon God Valley stepped out from the pavilion behind Dragon God Valley. His eyes were cold as he said, using a sacred weapon on the fighting ring will result in death. The Sage Realm Elder struck out with his palm, and a huge palm print pressed down on Mo. What are you doing? An elder rushed out from the pavilion behind the Empyrean demon sect. He struck out with his palm, sending out a blade light that shattered the Saint Realm Elder's palm print. The Saint Realm Elder of Dragon God Valley looked coldly at the Saint Realm Elder of Empyrean demon sect and said, before the battle began, I already announced that anyone who uses a sacred weapon will be killed. Are you trying to stop me? Elder, save me. Mo, he screamed in horror. The Saint Realm Elder of Empyrean demon sect frowned and said, how about we spare him this time? Spare him? You should ask the Taoists of the other sects if they agree. The Saint Realm Elder of Dragon God Valley sneered. Whoosh! Whoosh! Many figures stepped out from the pavilions. They were the Saint Realm Elders of the 13 sections. The rules have been passed down for tens of thousands of years. We can't break them. Since they've violated them, kill them. The Elder of Life and Death Sword faction was the first to speak. That's right. If everyone uses a sacred weapon, what's the point? How can we tell how strong the younger generation is? It's just a competition of how many sacred weapons they have. So, we must kill him. The Demon Castle Elder said. I agree. We must kill him. If he didn't use a sacred weapon, he would have been killed already. I agree. The elders of the other sects spoke one after another. Mo's face was filled with despair. Only the elders of Celestial Divinity sect and Poison Desire sect didn't speak. No, I don't want to die. He roared and turned into a ray of demonic light, about to rush into the distance. Die! The Saint Realm Elder of Dragon God Valley roared and a terrifying sound wave rushed toward Mo. Mo's body exploded in midair. Even the sacred weapon pagoda didn't have any effect. Lu Ming's heart trembled. Is this the strength of a Saint Realm Elder? He didn't even attack. He just roared and killed Mo. Chapter 1544. Lu Ming, this sacred weapon is your spoils of war. Keep it. The Saint Realm Elder of Dragon God Valley said. Thank you, Elder. Lu Ming did not stand on ceremony and kept the small pagoda sacred weapon. Of course, he also kept Mo's storage ring. These were his spoils of war and he did not stand on ceremony. Humph. The Elder of Sky Universe Demon Sect glanced at Lu Ming coldly before he turned around and returned to his pavilion. The other sect elders also returned to their pavilions. Lu Ming, you've done well. You've made a great contribution this time. The sect will reward you accordingly. The Saint Realm Elder of Dragon God Valley said with a smile. This made Hiyu, Blizzard's Silver City, and the others in the spectator stands jealous. Lu Ming smiled and returned to platform 10. He sat down cross-legged and waved his hand. A large pile of origin stones appeared. Lu Ming devoured the origin stones and started to recover. Lu Ming had used up a lot of energy in the previous battle. He did not have much true origin left. Everyone on the spectator stands looked at Lu Ming with fear. In this small gathering, 3 top geniuses had died at the hands of Lu Ming. If he had not used a sacred weapon, he would have been killed by Lu Ming. Therefore, he had been killed by Lu Ming. 3 top geniuses from Heavenly Gods Sect, Sky Universe Demon Sect, and Poison Desire Sect. This was a great loss. In the past treasure peddling gatherings, such a situation rarely happened. Moreover, Lu Ming's cultivation was only at the peak of LV4 Martial Royal Realm. It was a miracle that he had achieved such a result. In the treasure peddling gatherings, top geniuses who had reached LV6 Martial Royal Realm were extremely difficult to kill. However, this time, Lu Ming had killed 3 of them. Back then, the Divine Sun's cultivation was at the peak of LV6 Martial Royal Realm and he had only killed 2 geniuses of this level in the treasure peddling gatherings. Now, the Divine Sun was the top of the top 10 geniuses. Lu Ming had already broken the record of the Son of God. The 13 sects and forces all had different thoughts in their minds. The challenges continued. After Lu Ming's challenge, it was the turn of the Demon Castle on Platform 13 to challenge. This was because the Piyuan family on Platform 11 and the Blood Demon House on Platform 12 had already been eliminated. After the Demon Castle challenge ended, this round also came to an end. Next, it was the Heavenly Divinity Sect's turn again. The Heavenly God Sect's people glanced at Lu Ming with deep fear. They then sent out one person to challenge the other sections. Next, it was the Sky Universe Devil Sect's turn. Although they wanted to avenge Mo, no one dared to challenge Lu Ming, so they could only challenge the other sections. Lu Ming sat cross-legged on the platform, but no one dared to challenge him. Soon, it was the Desire Poison Sect's turn. The Desire Poison Sect still had a top genius who had defeated Tian Shui previously. However, when he looked at Lu Ming, his eyes were filled with deep fear. How would he dare to challenge Lu Ming? He sent out another person to challenge the other sections. When it was the Dragon God Valley's turn again, no one dared to challenge Lu Ming. When it was Lu Ming's turn again, everyone's eyes fell on Lu Ming. They didn't know who Lu Ming was going to challenge this time. Everyone's hearts were beating fast. Especially the Heavenly Divinity Sect, the Sky Universe Devil Sect, and the Desire Poison Sect. Whoever was challenged by Lu Ming would be courting death. Lu Ming stepped onto the platform. After the cultivation just now, his true yuan had completely recovered. The devouring power allowed him to recover his true yuan by devouring origin stones at an astonishing speed. No one could compare to him. Lu Ming's gaze fell on the Desire Poison Sect's side. He wanted to challenge the only top expert left from the Desire Poison Sect. Just now, this person had challenged Tian Shui. He wouldn't let him off so easily. The Desire Poison Sect's expert stepped onto the platform with an ugly expression. However, the moment he stepped onto the platform, he immediately rushed to the back. He wanted to rush off the platform. Many people were speechless. This person had a superior earth spiritual body. He was as famous as Mo He and Wu Qiandu. However, he didn't even dare to fight and wanted to rush off the platform. It was clear that this person was afraid of Lu Ming. Kill! Lu Ming charged towards this person. However, this person's spiritual body was a poison spiritual body. His vitality was extremely tenacious. Moreover, he wanted to escape and didn't want to fight. On this small platform, it was difficult for Lu Ming to kill him. In the end, his opponent successfully rushed off the platform at the cost of a certain amount of injuries. Lu Ming sighed inwardly. It was a pity. In this way, the Heavenly Divinity Sect, the Sky Universe Devil Sect, and the Desire Poison Sect, a total of 7 top experts, were all defeated. The competition ended prematurely. There wasn't much suspense in the rest of the competition. With Lu Ming holding the fort alone, no one dared to fight him. Every time it was Lu Ming's turn, he would choose a genius from the Heavenly Divinity Sect to kill. This made the geniuses on the Heavenly Divinity Sect's platform extremely afraid. In the end, in order to survive, they purposely didn't fight and rushed off the platform. They even challenged the Sky Universe Devil Sect and the Desire Poison Sect in order to preserve more lives. The 3 sects were forced to such a state by Lu Ming alone. This was rare. After this battle, Lu Ming's name was destined to spread throughout the Tsang continent. The challenges continued. Because the Heavenly Divinity Sect's method was equivalent to admitting defeat, they were the first to be defeated. This move of the Heavenly Divinity Sect is really beautiful. Where did they learn it? Someone from the Dragon God Valley mocked. The Heavenly Divinity Sect's disciples on the spectators stand all flushed red, but no one retorted. They didn't have the face to refute. Before the treasure pedestal meeting, the Heavenly Divinity Sect had announced that they would be the champion 3 times in a row. But now, it had become a joke. If they hadn't used the correct strategy to eliminate the 3 weakest sects in advance, they might not even be able to enter the top 10. After the Heavenly Divinity Sect was eliminated, Lu Ming targeted the Desire Poison Sect. Lu Ming considered that Xian Yanqing was the saintess of the Sky Universe Devil Sect, so after killing Mo he didn't continue to challenge the other disciples of the Sky Universe Devil Sect. This made the disciples of the Sky Universe Devil Sect heave a long sigh of relief. The Desire Poison Sect was in a miserable state. They were all frightened and in the end, they adopted the Heavenly Divinity Sect's method and became the second sect to be eliminated. As the competition continued, the number of people left from each sect decreased. Even the Life and Death Sword Sect only had a few people left. In this battle, the Life and Death Sword Sect was the same as before. Although they had fewer people, they were all elites with terrifying combat strength. Luo Xiang also rose in this battle. With his cultivation of the LV5 Martial Royal Realm, he had killed many LV6 Martial Royal Realm geniuses. Gradually, one sect after another was eliminated. However, there was still one person sitting cross-legged on the 10th platform. Lu Ming. Lu Ming was the only one left in the Dragon God Valley. However, Lu Ming was as steady as a rock and didn't move at all. In the end, will Lu Ming be the last to leave the Dragon God Valley in first place? Someone muttered. Many people looked at each other in dismay. If that was the case, it would be a legend that would be passed down for hundreds of years. Whoosh! A sword light flashed and Luo Xiang stepped onto the fighting stage. Lu Ming, how about we spar? Chapter 1545. Was Luo Xiang going to challenge Lu Ming? Many people were surprised and looked forward to the battle. Lu Ming was undoubtedly the biggest dark horse this time. He was only a LV4 Martial Royal Realm cultivator, but he had killed a few top earthly spiritual bodies and forced the Heavenly God Sect, Poison Sect, and the other sects to challenge other sects and lose on purpose. Luo Xiang was not weak either. Those who knew Luo Xiang knew that he was a terrifying person. He had stopped at the peak Martial Saint realm for 15 years to nurture his sword soul. Now, he was able to kill LV6 Martial Royal Realm geniuses as a LV5 Martial Royal Realm cultivator. His strength was unfathomable. Moreover, the life and death sword art was terrifying. What would happen if Luo Xiang challenged Lu Ming? Lu Ming stood up and stepped out of the fighting ring, facing Luo Xiang. Lu Ming, how about we settle this in one move? Luo Xiang said. Sure. Lu Ming said. To be honest, he had a good impression of Luo Xiang. Luo Xiang was a true sword cultivator. He was sharp, decisive, and righteous. He had his own bottom line. Previously, when the Heavenly God Sect, Heavenly Universe Demon Sect, and Poison Sect were hunting the Dragon God Valley, Luo Xiang could not stand it anymore and killed the Heavenly God Sect's experts. He was a man who lived for the sword. Lu Ming, you have to be careful. My life and death swordsmanship can determine life and death with one move. It has the meaning of, I live and you die. If you can block my move, you win. Luo Xiang warned. Give it your all. If I die under your sword, I can only blame myself for not being good enough. Lu Ming said. There was a strong desire to fight in his eyes. He wanted to see the life and death sword art that was famous in the Tsang continent. Clang! Unsheathing his battle sword, Luo Xiang's body emitted a terrifying aura that soared into the sky. At that moment, Luo Xiang seemed to have turned into a peerless sword. He was no longer a human, but a sword. However, the sword in his hand was not a sword, but a person. At that moment, Luo Xiang's sword seemed to have come alive with a soul. Lu Ming's eyes narrowed. He felt a strong pressure from Luo Xiang. It was rare to see a LV5 Martial Royal Realm cultivator giving him such a strong pressure. Lu Ming's true essence began to circulate rapidly. The Emperor's spiritual weapon Long Spear appeared in his hand and the chaotic domain spread out. At the same time, Lu Ming's muscles and bones were wriggling slightly, ready to launch a terrifying attack at any time. Whoosh! At that moment, Luo Xiang made his move. A sword gleam cut through the void and pierced toward Lu Ming. Under this sword light, the void seemed to have been pierced through. Everything in the world seemed to have lost its color. It was as if this sword light was the only thing left in the world. Terrifying, sharp, and accurate. At this moment, Lu Ming felt as if there was a terrifying sword aura pressing down on his body, making it difficult for him to move. In the face of this sword, it was as if he could only be killed. Roar! At this moment, there was an earth-shattering dragon roar from Lu Ming's body. The dragon roar was vast and mighty, as though a real dragon had ascended to the 9 heavens. Lu Ming's true yuan surged as he broke through the Luo Xiang's sword art. He merged with his spear and thrust forward. He had used the 13th strike of the accumulating force. The spear was covered in the chaotic domain. The sword art and the spear seemed to be the only things in the world at that moment. Clang! The spear and the sword art collided with each other like two meteors in the sky. A blinding light was emitted from the point of impact. It was like the sun had suddenly exploded, causing the heavens and earth to be filled with white light. Many people felt a piercing pain in their eyes. Those with weaker cultivations could not help but close their eyes. How terrifying! Who won? Those with stronger cultivations opened their eyes wide and stared at the scene before them with their true yuan. The blinding light disappeared in a flash. When it disappeared, the crowd could see a figure flying backward and landing on the fighting ring. The figure took a few steps back before coming to a stop. Luo Xiang. The one who retreated was Luo Xiang. At that moment, Luo Xiang's face was extremely pale. His hand that was holding the sword was trembling slightly. Lu Ming stood motionless. Dragon scales appeared on his body. What a terrifying sword! Lu Ming let out a long breath. There was a trace of shock in his eyes. In the moment of collision, Lu Ming's chaotic domain that covered his spear had been pierced through by Luo Xiang's sword qi. The terrifying sword qi followed the spear and broke into his body. Dragon scales appeared on his body to block the sword qi. Even so, there was still a tearing pain on the surface of his skin. From this, one could see how terrifying Luo Xiang's sword was. The life and death sword art. One sword could decide life and death. Every sword was a sword that could kill. Luo Xiang was much stronger than when he was in the Tsang Emperor's secret realm. This strength did not refer to the increase in cultivation, but the ability to fight against those of the same level. At that time, Lu Ming's spiritual body was only a low-grade earth spiritual body, but he could still defeat Luo Xiang. At that time, Luo Xiang was on the same level as Wang Jian and Shi Tian. But now, Luo Xiang could easily kill Wang Jian and Shi Tian of the same level. Spiritual body is still a mid-grade earth spiritual body, but it can release such a sword. Unbelievable. Lu Ming thought. I lost. Luo Xiang put away his sword and clasped his fists towards Lu Ming. That sword could be said to be Luo Xiang's strongest sword. If he couldn't defeat Lu Ming with that sword, he would lose. After saying that, Luo Xiang turned around and jumped off the stage. Lu Ming did not chase after him. He and Luo Xiang were originally exchanging pointers. After Luo Xiang jumped off the stage, Lu Ming turned around and returned to the platform. The challenges continued. The following battles calmed down, but there were undercurrents surging. Because more than 30 rounds had passed, there were very few people left on each platform. It was about to end. The remaining people were all experts. After a few more rounds, there were less than 10 people left on the 13 platforms. However, the remaining people were all top experts. Most of them were at the level of Bai Mo, Han Sun, and Mo. At this time, the people from the Heavenly Gods sect and Sky Demons sect had all been eliminated. A new round had begun. It was the Heavenly King Palace's turn to challenge. The Heavenly King Palace was very strong, not weaker than the Sky Demon sect and Poison sect. Now, there were only 2 people left. Both of them were top experts. There was only one person left from the Demonic Moon sect. The leader of the Demonic Moon sect was also a top expert. There was only one person left from the 9 Heaven Sword sect, also a top expert. There was only one person left from the Linglong Palace, also a top expert. There was also one person from the Life and Death Sword faction and the Good Demon Castle. Including Lu Ming, there were a total of 8 people. There were only 8 people left. On the surface, the Heavenly King Palace was the strongest with 2 people left. However, at this time, all the platforms were silent. The 2 top experts from the Heavenly King Palace glanced at the other people, but the one who they looked at the most was Lu Ming. The powerful figures from the other sects also cast their gazes on Lu Ming. Their gazes were solemn. Chapter 1546. According to the rules, the last person standing would get 7 Imperial Jade Pills as a reward. Who wouldn't want that? But if they wanted to get the Imperial Region Pills, they would have to defeat the others. Among the 8 people present, Lu Ming was undoubtedly a mountain that everyone who wanted to get first place had to overcome. Previously, Lu Ming had already displayed his terrifying combat strength and was able to kill top experts. The other 7 people were all wary of him. No one was confident that they would be able to defeat Lu Ming alone. There was a high chance that they would be defeated. Therefore, they were extremely cautious in challenging him now. Heavenly King Palace, it's your turn. Hurry up and challenge him. The remaining Sky Prides from the Demon Castle said. What's the hurry? One of the Sky Prides from the Heavenly King Palace said coldly. Everyone, all of you want to get first place, right? A youth in purple gold armor from the Heavenly King Palace said. Isn't that obvious? The Sky Prides from the Demon Castle said. Of course. Who doesn't want to get first place? That's 7 Imperial Region Pills. Not only that, but you can also become famous in the Tsang state. The leader of the 9 Heaven Sword sect said. The others nodded. That's right. We all want to get first place. But I'll be honest. With Lu Ming here, none of us can get first place. The youth in purple gold armor from the Heavenly King Palace said. The others were silent. It was obvious that they agreed. Then what do you want to do? The Sky Prides from the Demon Castle asked. Let's team up and take turns to defeat Lu Ming. Then, we'll fight it out. The youth in purple gold armor from the Heavenly King Palace said. Lu Ming glanced at the 2 from the Heavenly King Palace. He wasn't too surprised. With the combat strength that he had displayed previously, he had already expected that the other sects would take turns to fight him. Just like what the youth in purple gold armor had said, if they didn't defeat him, the others wouldn't be able to get first place. However, Would it be that easy to defeat him? Lu Ming's lips curled into an inexplicable smile. I don't agree. There are two people from the Heavenly King Palace. Taking turns to fight him is beneficial to you. The sky prides from the demonic moon sect on the fourth platform sneered. Xia Sha, this is the only way. If you don't do this, I'll challenge you now. Are you confident that you can defeat me? Even if you win, how much combat strength do you have? Even if I don't challenge you now, you will challenge someone else later. Who do you think you can challenge? The Heavenly King's Palace's purple golden-armored youth asked a few questions, causing the others to fall silent again. That was indeed the case. After that, every battle would be a battle of the peak. No one could guarantee that they wouldn't be injured after defeating their opponent. That would only benefit the people behind them. In the end, no one was a match for Lu Ming. They had no other choice. I agree. The Demon Castle's genius was the first to agree. His geographical position was the best, so he could take turns fighting Lu Ming. After all, it would be his turn last. After so many rounds, Lu Ming would most likely be defeated. He would be at the back and could conserve his strength. I agree too. The Ling Long Palace's outstanding talent also spoke. The Ling Long Palace's position was also relatively towards the back. In the end, the Nine Heaven Sword sect nodded in agreement. In the end, only Xia Sha from the Demonic Moon sect was left, and his expression was ugly. His position was only behind the Sky King Hall. After the Sky King Hall's challenge, it would be his turn. I will be the first to challenge. The purple golden-armored youth from the Sky King Palace said. All right, I agree. In the end, Xia Sha also nodded in agreement. At this point, he had no other choice. Luckily, the purple golden-armored youth was the first to challenge Lu Ming. At least he could exhaust some of Lu Ming's battle strength. When the time came, he might have a chance. After Xia Sha agreed, the purple golden-armored youth from the Sky King Hall stepped onto the battle stage. He looked at Lu Ming and said, Lu Ming, how about you fight with me? As you wish. Lu Ming stepped out and landed on the battle stage. The purple golden-armored youth's eyes were solemn as he said, Lu Ming, how about we fight? Let's spar without killing each other. What do you think? Sure. Lu Ming said. He had already offended the Heavenly God sect, Sky Universe Demon sect, and Poison Desire sect. He didn't want to offend any more sections. Seeing that Lu Ming had agreed, the purple golden-armored youth heaved a sigh of relief. To be honest, it was a lie to say that he wasn't afraid of Lu Ming. After all, he was the one who had suggested taking turns to fight Lu Ming. He was really afraid that Lu Ming would kill him in a fit of anger. He wasn't confident that he could get out of the battle stage successfully. Be careful. The purple golden-armored youth's body emitted a purple gold light. Even his skin had turned purple gold, making him look like a heavenly king. Boom! The purple golden-armored youth stepped onto the battle stage. His body was like a giant beast as he charged towards Lu Ming. He threw out a punch, causing the void to tremble. The purple golden-armored youth's fist smashed towards Lu Ming. Without a doubt, he was a genius on the same level as Han Sun and Mo Hao. If it was a normal battle, even Lu Ming would have to put in a lot of effort. However, Lu Ming didn't plan to fight a normal battle with the youth. Lu Ming's hands moved at a rapid speed, like a phantom. A huge chaotic cyclic sky seal appeared in Lu Ming's hand. The chaotic cyclic sky seal wasn't at full strength. Like the previous battle with Mo Hao, it was only at 50% of its power. 50% of its power was enough. Lu Ming threw the chaotic cyclic sky seal at the purple golden-armored youth. The purple golden-armored youth's face changed drastically. He had seen the terrifying power of this move when Lu Ming had fought with Mo Hao. Heavenly King Pagoda. The purple golden-armored youth roared. His purple gold body swelled and he grew taller. The purple golden-armored youth's body shone brightly as he threw out both palms at the chaotic cyclic sky seal. Boom! The purple golden armored youth's palms hit the chaotic cyclic sky seal. His burly body shook violently as the purple golden armored youth's body flickered and exploded. Bam! The purple golden armored youth couldn't even stand properly. His bones creaked as he knelt down and spat out a mouthful of blood. Boom! At this time, Lu Ming started to form the chaotic cyclic sky seal again. Wait a minute, I don't want to fight anymore. The purple golden armored youth shouted. Then, he rushed to the side of the fighting ring and flew to the spectators' stand behind the Heavenly King's hall to heal his injuries. Lu Ming didn't chase after him. This could save his true essence. The chaotic cyclic sky seal that was halfway formed dissipated. The others looked at each other in dismay. The purple golden armored youth was defeated by Lu Ming in one move and rushed off the fighting ring. Was the gap in their combat strength so big? The gap is not that big. Lu Ming's move should be his most powerful unique move. Its power is shocking. However, such a unique move consumes a lot of vital essence. It is also very terrifying. That's right. I believe Lu Ming can only use a few moves with such a move. Chapter 1547. Lu Ming returned to the 10th platform. Next, it was Xia Sha's turn. Xia Sha's face turned ugly. The purple golden armored youth had only blocked one of Lu Ming's attacks before he was defeated. God knows how much true essence Lu Ming had used. If he were to challenge Lu Ming now, he was not confident at all. However, even if he went back on his promise and gave up on challenging Lu Ming, he wouldn't be able to make it to the end. If he didn't challenge Lu Ming, he would challenge others. However, none of the remaining challengers were weak. Even if he won, he would definitely be injured. Then, the next challenger would definitely challenge him and he would definitely lose. Fight! Xia Sha gritted his teeth. He knew that he wouldn't be able to make it to the end. He might as well challenge Lu Ming and leave a good name for himself. With a movement of his body, Xia Sha landed on the fighting ring. He looked at Lu Ming and said, "Lu Ming, how about we fight?" Lu Ming smiled faintly. He took a step forward and returned to the fighting ring. Buzz! Lu Ming didn't waste any time. He stepped onto the platform and formed a seal with his hands. A chaotic flipping sky seal appeared in his hands. Boom! Lu Ming threw the chaotic flipping sky seal at Xia Sha. Xia Sha's face changed drastically. Evil chi surged from his body. A blood-red moon appeared in his hands and he threw it at the chaotic flipping sky seal. Boom! There was an earth-shattering explosion. The blood-red moon and the chaotic flipping sky seal clashed. After a few breaths, the chaotic flipping sky seal collapsed. Xia Sha's body was sent flying and he spat out a mouthful of blood. He looked at Lu Ming in shock. He finally understood how terrifying Lu Ming's chaotic flipping sky seal was. What kind of attack is this? Why is it so terrifying? Xia Sha thought to himself. Bam! Lu Ming stepped forward and walked towards Xia Sha. I've lost this battle. Xia Sha shouted and rushed down the fighting stage. Like the purple golden armored youth, he admitted defeat. These people had selfish motives. After receiving the first move, they understood that they were no match for Lu Ming. Otherwise, given their strength, they could receive the second move of the chaotic flipping sky seal. However, in that case, they would be seriously injured. Like the purple golden armored youth, they were going to lose anyway. Why fight so hard? If they were severely injured, it would affect their cultivation. It would be better to leave it to the next challengers. Therefore, Xia Sha was the same as the purple golden armored young man. After receiving one attack, he immediately admitted defeat. This time, Lu Ming did not return to the platform. His gaze landed on the 9 Heaven Sword Sect powerhouse. Next, you should be challenging me, right? Come down. Swoosh. With a flash of sword light, the genius of the 9 Heaven Sword Sect stepped onto the battle stage. Just like before, let's spar and not fight to the death. The prodigy of the 9 firmament sword sect said. Sure. Lu Ming said, and a chaotic flipping sky seal appeared in his hand. Lu Ming didn't want to waste time and threw the chaotic flipping sky seal at the 9 heavenly sword sect's disciple. The huge chaotic flipping sky seal was like a mountain, completely enveloping the opponent. In such a battle platform, it was difficult for the opponent to dodge. He could only take it head-on. A sword chime sounded and a bright sword light shot up to the sky, slashing at the chaotic flipping sky seal. In the next moment, the sword light shattered and the chaotic flipping sky seal slammed down, causing the 9 heavenly sword sect's disciple to vomit blood. His eyes were filled with unwillingness. He didn't want to lose like this, but he didn't know how many more moves Lu Ming could make. Fight! The 9 heavenly sword sect's disciple became one with his sword and turned into a bright sword light, slashing at Lu Ming. Buzz! Lu Ming's body was covered in the chaotic domain. Another chaotic flipping sky seal appeared in his hand and attacked the 9 heavenly sword sect's disciple. Oh no! The 9 heavenly sword sect's disciple was shocked and quickly retreated. He wanted to dodge, but under the chaotic flipping sky seal, he couldn't. Break! The 9 heavenly sword sect's disciples slashed out hundreds of times. The bright sword light collided with the chaotic flipping sky seal, causing sparks to fly. The 9 heavenly sword sect's disciple grunted as he was blasted off the battle platform by the chaotic flipping sky seal. His clothes were stained with blood and his face was as pale as a sheet. After taking 2 consecutive blows from the chaotic flipping sky seal, his injuries were more serious than the previous 2. How can Lu Ming's attack be so powerful? Indeed, it's too powerful. There's no way to fight it. The key is, how many times can he make such an attack? He's already made 4 attacks in a row. He should be reaching his limit soon. In the battle platform, Lu Ming looked at the Linglong Palace's disciple. The Linglong Palace's disciple was a beautiful woman. In fact, all the disciples of the Linglong Palace were women. Each of them was as beautiful as a flower. The Linglong Palace's disciple stepped forward with a beautiful smile on her face. She said softly, "Mr. Lu Ming, please have mercy on me." Her fragrance made one want to take pity on her, making one reluctant to make a move. However, Lu Ming condensed a chaotic flipping sky seal and threw it at the other party. The beautiful woman's face changed. She waved her hand and countless petals appeared. The petals formed a huge hand and pulled at the chaotic flipping sky seal. However, the result was the same. The huge hand collapsed and the beautiful woman slid 100 meters away on the battle platform. Blood flowed from the corner of her mouth. "Mr. Lu Ming, you don't know how to be gentle with a woman." The beautiful lady wiped away the blood at the corner of her mouth and glared at Lu Ming, seemingly coquettish and angry. "Fairy, you have amazing combat strength. If I were to be gentle with you, I would be the one to lose." Lu Ming took a step forward. The chaotic aura in his palm was rich and it kept unrolling. The beautiful woman had amazing combat strength. She was the least injured after taking his chaotic flipping sky seal. "Young Master Lu Ming, I wonder how many moves you can unleash with such a powerful move." The beautiful woman smiled. "Why don't you give it a try?" Lu Ming smiled. Another chaotic flipping sky seal formed in his hand. The beautiful woman looked solemn. Countless petals swirled around her. The endless petals were colorful, making the beautiful woman look like a goddess. Boom! Lu Ming attacked for the second time. The second chaotic flipping sky seal blasted out. This time, the petals around the beautiful woman formed a shield in front of her. The chaotic flipping sky seal pressed down and the shield exploded. The beautiful woman retreated to the edge of the battle platform. Her body trembled and she spat out a mouthful of blood. "Fairy, do you want to try again?" Lu Ming asked. The beautiful woman's expression changed. Finally, she sighed and turned to leave the battle platform. Lu Ming had defeated another person. At this moment, the whole place was silent. Lu Ming had already defeated 4 people consecutively. Every one of them was a top-notch prodigy, a top existence who participated in the small gathering this time. However, Lu Ming had defeated 4 people consecutively. In addition to the 3 people that Lu Ming had killed previously, this time, Lu Ming alone had defeated 7 top-notch geniuses like them. Chapter 1548. However, this was not the end. There were still 3 people left. Would Lu Ming continue to create miracles? Would they be able to witness the birth of a miracle? After the beautiful girl from Linglong Palace, it was the turn of the strongest genius from Life and Death Sword faction. He was a cold-looking young man in a black robe. Just by standing there casually, he seemed to be emitting wisps of sword chi. He took a step forward and landed in front of Lu Ming. Powerful sword chi whizzed out and filled the fighting ring. Make your move. The genius from Life and Death Sword faction said indifferently. He was not like the others who had agreed with Lu Ming beforehand that there would be no life or death battle. For Life and Death Sword faction, there was no such agreement. Their swords were too dangerous. Once they struck, it would be a life or death battle. Facing the genius from Life and Death Sword faction, Lu Ming did not dare to be careless. Boom! A chaotic cyclic seal appeared in Lu Ming's hand and blasted toward his opponent. Clang! The battle sword was unsheathed and a terrifying sword radiance cut through the void and slashed toward the chaotic cyclic seal. The dazzling sword radiance hit the chaotic cyclic seal and made an unpleasant sound. Bang! In the end, the terrifying sword radiance and the chaotic cyclic seal collapsed at the same time and dissipated in the air. Lu Ming and the genius from Life and Death Sword faction did not move at all. He blocked it. The genius from Life and Death Sword faction blocked Lu Ming's attack. How terrifying! Life and Death Sword faction is indeed worthy of their name. Their combat strength is so terrifying that they can block Lu Ming's attack head-on. Terrifying. The others are no match for them at all. I don't know how many more moves Lu Ming can make like that. This is going to be interesting. The fact that the genius from Life and Death Sword faction could block Lu Ming's attack attracted a lot of discussion. At the same time, many people were excited and were guessing who would win. Lu Ming was at a disadvantage. He had already fought a few people in front of him and the terrifying attacks had already been unleashed 7 times. Would Lu Ming's vital essence be able to withstand it? On the platform, the only remaining genius from the Fiend Castle and a genius from the Sky Seat Palace both had extremely grave expressions on their faces. The genius of the Life and Death Sword faction and Lu Ming were too strong. With the 2 of them around, they had no hope of reaching the end. Let's hope that both of them are seriously injured. The Sky Pride of the Heavenly King's Palace thought to himself. Not only him, but the young man from the Demon Castle also thought the same. If Lu Ming and the young man from the Life and Death Sword faction were both injured, then they would have a chance. On the fighting ring, Lu Ming's eyes narrowed. To think that his opponent was able to block his primal chaos flipping sky seal unscathed. His combat prowess was truly terrifying. Again. The genius of the Life and Death Sword faction had an intense battle intent in his eyes as he slashed out with his battle sword. Another terrifying sword light slashed towards Lu Ming. Boom! Lu Ming once again condensed the primal chaos flipping sky seal and collided with his opponent. This time, it was still a tie. What a powerful sword technique. I can only increase the power of the primal chaos flipping sky seal. Lu Ming thought to himself. He formed a seal with his hands and another primal chaos flipping sky seal was condensed. However, the power of this primal chaos flipping sky seal was 70% of Lu Ming's full power. A terrifying aura filled the air and everyone was shocked. How can this be? Lu Ming's attack seems to have become stronger. This is unbelievable. Did he not use his full power just now? The scene was in an uproar as everyone was shocked. Lu Ming had not used his full power when he had unleashed such a terrifying attack. Now, he had increased the power of his attack. What was Lu Ming's limit? Boom! The primal chaos flipping sky seal, which was 70% of its power, was directed towards the genius of the life and death sword faction. Life and death in a thought. The genius of the life and death sword faction said coldly. Then, a sword light burst forth as he became one with his sword. A terrifying sword light slashed towards the primal chaos flipping sky seal. Boom! There was an earth-shattering explosion. The sword light and the primal chaos flipping sky seal dissipated. A figure retreated rapidly to the edge of the fighting ring before he could stabilize himself. It was the genius of the life and death sword faction. At this moment, the genius of the life and death sword faction was bleeding from the corner of his mouth. I've lost. After a moment of silence, the genius of the life and death sword faction said. He took a step forward and rushed down the fighting ring, landing on the spectator stand of the life and death sword faction. Phew! Secretly, Lu Ming heaved a long sigh of relief. He felt that he was lucky. The genius of the life and death sword faction was not seriously injured. If he had continued to fight, he would have been in trouble. This was because his true essence was about to be exhausted. He had used the primal chaos flipping sky seal so many times. Although he had not used his full power, the consumption of his true essence was still shocking. After so many times, his true essence was severely depleted. With the defeat of the genius of the life and death sword faction, there were only 2 people left on the fighting ring. Next, it was the turn of the youth from the demon castle. Do you want to continue to challenge me? Lu Ming looked at the youth from the demon castle. The youth from the demon castle looked terrible. However, he had no choice but to fight. Boom! The youth from the demon castle landed on the fighting ring, causing it to rumble. Lu Ming, I don't believe that your true essence is endless. The youth from the demon castle let out a roar. His body swelled rapidly and turned into a giant ape that was dozens of meters tall. The ancient divine ape was a terrifying divine beast. There was no doubt that the true form of the youth from the demon castle was an ancient divine ape. Moreover, it was a pure-blooded ancient divine ape, a true divine beast. Roar! The ancient divine ape let out a roar. A huge iron rod appeared in its hand and it smashed towards Lu Ming. Wind element skill. This time, Lu Ming did not use the primal chaos flipping sky seal. Instead, he used the wind element skill to dodge the attack of the ancient divine ape. Many people were stunned. Why did Lu Ming stop attacking? Although the ancient divine ape was strong, it was at most on the same level as Mo. It was not as strong as the genius from the life and death sword faction. Why did Lu Ming not defeat it directly? In the next moment, they all knew the answer. Lu Ming waved his hand and a pile of origin stones appeared. The devouring power in Lu Ming's hand exploded and he started to devour the origin stones. He is absorbing the origin stones to recover. His true essence can't continue, it's all used up. Many people shouted. The eyes of the people from the Heavenly King's Hall and the Demon Castle lit up. Lu Ming had finally exhausted his true essence. Roar! The ancient divine ape was even more excited. The iron rod in its hand smashed towards Lu Ming like a storm. If he did not use this opportunity to defeat Lu Ming, he would not have another chance. Lu Ming used the wind element skill and dodged the attacks of the ancient divine ape. At the same time, he devoured the origin chi of the origin stones and refined them rapidly. Boom! 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 Shadows of the rods smashed on the fighting ring, causing it to rumble non-stop. Lu Ming's body flickered as he shuttled through the shadows of the rods. The ancient divine ape is not good at speed. Damn it! Chapter 1549. At this moment, he was the most anxious person. He could not wait for the ancient divine ape to blast Lu Ming off the fighting ring. It would be best if Lu Ming retaliated appropriately and injured the ancient divine ape. That would be perfect. That way, he could easily defeat the ancient divine ape and clinch the victory. However, the ancient divine ape was not good at speed. Although its attacks were strong, it could not hit Lu Ming. Don't run. The ancient divine ape roared. Its iron rod kept swinging, but it could not hit Lu Ming. Lu Ming ignored it and focused on refining the origin stones. Junior brother Lu Ming, go for it. Tian Chui and Xuaningxin cheered for Lu Ming from the Dragon God Valley stands. Lu Ming will win. The disciples of the Dragon God Valley also cheered. Right now, they were getting closer to the final victory. Most of the disciples of the Divine Dragon Valley hoped that Lu Ming would emerge victorious. It had been many years since the Divine Dragon Valley had won the first place at the Treasure Ding Ding meeting. Of course, there were a few who did not want Lu Ming to win. Those were the disciples of the Silver Dragon Valley and Hiyu. The ancient divine ape will smash him to death. Hiyu's eyes widened as he stared at the fighting ring. He did not want Lu Ming to win. Instead, he hoped that Lu Ming would be defeated or killed by the ancient divine ape. The disciples of the Silver Dragon Valley had similar thoughts. Unfortunately, they were destined to be disappointed. Lu Ming's movement technique was fast. The ancient divine ape was not good at speed. No matter how Hiyu attacked, Lu Ming would always be able to dodge it. The fight went on for more than 10 minutes. No, this can't go on. Lu Ming keeps dodging. What's the point? Let's declare him the loser. That's right. Are we going to keep this up? The disciples of the Monster Castle yelled. Humph, there is no rule in the treasure sorting party that says that you can't dodge. Movement technique is also a part of your combat power. The disciples of the Dragon God Valley sneered. Then, if this continues, when will it end? 3 days? 5 days? Lu Ming is absorbing origin stones to restore his true essence during the competition. This is simply impossible. The origin energy he absorbs is less than the energy he consumes using his movement technique. If this continues, then he won't be able to finish the competition in half a month. The people from the Demon Castle retorted. The people of Dragon God Valley remained silent with cold faces. Indeed, if this were to go on, who knew when it would end? Furthermore, in the midst of the competition, absorbing the ores would definitely not be fast. This was not the way to go. Who said it would take 3 to 5 days? At this moment, Lu Ming's figure stopped, and a faint voice was heard. Then, a dragon's roar was heard, and a punch was thrown out. Boom! Lu Ming's fist collided with the iron rod of the ancient divine ape, blocking the iron rod's attack. Not running anymore. Many people were stunned. If you don't want to run, then you'll lose. The ancient godly ape roared and continued to attack Lu Ming with the iron rod. This time, it was even more powerful than before. You're the one who will lose. Lu Ming formed a seal with his hands, and a huge chaotic flipping sky seal appeared above the ancient godly ape's head and pressed down on him. It's that move again. How is this possible? Didn't he use up all his true essence? How can he use it again? Impossible. How can he absorb and refine the origin stones so quickly? Many people shouted in disbelief. They did not know the wonders of the devouring power. The devouring power could devour and refine the ores at an astonishing speed. Although it had only been a few minutes, it was enough for Lu Ming to recover a lot. It was enough for him to use the chaotic flipping sky seal at 50 to 60% of its strength a few times. The chaotic flipping sky seal pressed down, and the pressure made the ancient godly ape's heart palpitate. He could not care less about attacking Lu Ming and swung his iron rod upward. Boom! The huge iron rod hit the chaotic flipping sky seal, and a loud boom was heard. The ancient godly ape roared and his huge body shook violently. He kept retreating, and the ground rumbled when he stepped on it. The ancient godly ape's arms kept shaking, and he almost lost his grip on the iron rod. Blood kept flowing out of his fangs. Buzz! The sky shook, and another chaotic flipping sky seal was formed. I admit defeat. The ancient godly ape roared and his body shrank rapidly. He ran out of the fighting ring. Lu Ming smiled and waved his hand. The chaotic flipping sky seal in the sky dissipated. The ancient godly ape rushed down the fighting ring. There was no need to continue the fight. He knew that he would lose when Lu Ming formed two chaotic flipping sky seals in a row. Hence, he admitted defeat. Another person. Lu Ming had defeated another person. In addition to the 3 people he had killed, 9 top supreme talents had been defeated by Lu Ming. There was only one person left, and that was 10 people. Come on, let's decide the winner. Lu Ming looked at the last person, the supreme talent from Heavenly King Hall. The supreme talent from Heavenly King Hall stepped onto the fighting ring and looked at Lu Ming with a solemn expression. Lu Ming, although you have absorbed some origin stones, you haven't recovered much. How many more moves can you make? The supreme talent from Heavenly King Hall asked to test Lu Ming. Why don't you give it a try? Lu Ming smiled. Of course. The supreme talent from Heavenly King Hall was filled with fighting spirit. His body started to turn golden. There was only one battle left. The supreme talent from Heavenly King Hall would not give up. Perhaps Lu Ming did not have much true origin left. As long as he could withstand a few more moves, he would be able to defeat Lu Ming. He had to take a gamble and fight with all his might. Heavenly King Apocalypse. The supreme talent from Heavenly King Hall turned golden. His body swelled up like the youth in purple armor, but the color was different. A golden giant sword appeared in his hand, and he charged at Lu Ming. At that moment, a chaotic flipping sky seal appeared in Lu Ming's hand. Boom! The chaotic flipping sky seal flew out and collided with the supreme talent from Heavenly King Hall. In the golden light, the supreme talent from Heavenly King Hall was sent flying. The golden light around his body dimmed and he spat out blood. He was injured in one move. However, the supreme talent from Heavenly King Hall did not give up and continued to charge forward. He was betting that Lu Ming's true origin would be depleted soon. However, to his despair, another chaotic flipping sky seal appeared in Lu Ming's hand. Boom! This time, the supreme talent from Heavenly King Hall was even more injured. Many of his bones were broken and his body shrunk. His aura was much weaker. However, there was still a look of determination in his eyes. He did not want to give up. Boom! Another huge primal chaos flipping sky seal appeared in the sky. I have lost. At that moment, the supreme talent from Heavenly King Hall said helplessly. He knew that it was impossible for him to win. With this move from Lu Ming, he would definitely die. He struggled to charge out of the fighting ring. Lu Ming looked on calmly. The chaotic flipping sky seal did not attack. After the supreme talent from Heavenly King Hall rushed out of the fighting ring, Lu Ming waved his hand and the chaotic flipping sky seal disappeared. Whoosh! Chapter 1550. This battle was really not easy to win. If he didn't have the chaotic flipping sky seal, a heaven-defying domain-type martial technique, he wouldn't have been able to win against so many experts. That is, unless his cultivation base was one level higher. We won, Lu Ming won. Dragon God Valley won first place. The disciples of Dragon God Valley shouted excitedly. Some of them were so excited that they were trembling with tears in their eyes. The Dragon God Valley had a hard time in this battle. From the beginning, they were targeted by the Heavenly God Sect, the Sky Universe Demon Sect, and the Poison Sect. They kept killing the disciples of Dragon God Valley. At that time, they were furious and helpless. They even thought that they would be the first to be eliminated and not be able to participate in this treasure sorting meeting. However, they did not expect the situation to turn around. When there were only 4 people left, the Dragon God Valley started to fight back and took the initiative. In the end, when Lu Ming was the only one left, he defeated his opponents consecutively with his invincible talent and clinched the first place. With such a huge contrast, the disciples of the Dragon God Valley were very excited. Of course, He Yu and the disciples of Silver Dragon God Valley all looked gloomy. However, the disciples of the Heavenly God sect, the Sky Universe Demon sect, and the Poison sect looked even worse. In this battle, the three great sects could be said to have lost everything. They had suffered a double loss and suffered heavy losses. Although they had killed many people from the Divine Dragon Valley, they were those with weak cultivation levels and were not very talented. However, those who had died in the hands of Lu Ming and the rest were true geniuses. Many of them were elites with medium earth spiritual bodies. In particular, the three people who were killed by Lu Ming were elites with high earth spiritual bodies. They had suffered heavy losses. The people of the other sects also had complicated expressions. At this moment, everyone's eyes were fixed on the fighting ring, on the handsome and tall figure. In a sense, this treasure sorting meeting was a grand event for one person. That person was Lu Ming. Lu Ming alone dominated this competition. This was something that had never happened since the treasure ding assembly was established. The treasure peddling meeting this time seemed to be held solely for Lu Ming. Ha ha ha, good, good, good. In the pavilion of the Dragon God Valley, the Saint Realm Elder stepped out and laughed. He said, "Good," 3 times, showing how excited this Saint Realm Elder was. Now, it's time for the reward. The Saint Realm Elder of Dragon God Valley looked at the pavilion of the Celestial God Sect. The Sage Stage Elder of the Celestial God Sect flew out with an ugly expression. He reluctantly took out a jade bottle and said, "The last person remaining in this small meeting will be rewarded with 7 Emperor Domain pills." Then, he tossed the jade bottle to Lu Ming. Lu Ming caught it and opened it to take a look. There were 7 sparkling and translucent Emperor's Domain pills inside. They were dazzling and resplendent, and they emitted a rich medicinal fragrance. Just a whiff of the medicinal fragrance was enough to make one feel comfortable all over. Countless envious and jealous gazes were cast at Lu Ming. Lu Ming smiled and looked at Tian Chui, Xuaningxin, and Han Sun. He said, "Senior brother Han Sun, senior brother Tian Chui, senior sister, come to the battle stage." They were stunned and stepped onto the battle stage one after another. "Senior brother Han Sun, this Emperor's Domain pill is for you." Lu Ming poured out an Emperor's Domain pill and handed it to Han Sun. Han Sun was stunned and he quickly declined, saying, "I can't accept this. The rule of the small meeting is that only the last person remaining will receive the reward. You're the last person, so the reward naturally belongs to you." Han Sun shook his head. "Senior brother Han Sun, you don't have to be so polite. You were seriously injured in the battle with Saint Yu. This Emperor's Domain pill is what you deserve." Lu Ming said and handed the Emperor's Domain pill over. Seeing Lu Ming's sincere attitude, Han Sun hesitated and said, "Then Han Sun will thank junior brother Lu Ming." Saying this, he received the Emperor's Domain pill with joy. The Emperor's Domain pill was extremely helpful to him. With the help of the Emperor's Domain pill, he would be able to rank up to the 7th layer Martial Dominator realm in no time. "Senior brother, senior sister, there are still 6 pills left. We'll take 2 each." Lu Ming glanced at Tian Chui and Xuaningxin. "No way. Junior brother, it's all because of you that you were able to come first in the battle. We didn't help you at all." Xuaningxin shook her head. "That's right. I'm worried that you'll share it with us." Tian Chui rejected too. "How about this, you'll take 1 each, what do you think?" Lu Ming said with a smile. Tian Chui and Xuaningxin hesitated for a moment before agreeing. After giving 1 to Tian Chui and Xuaningxin, Lu Ming kept the remaining 4 Emperor's Domain pills. The 4 Emperor's Domain pills should be able to improve his cultivation. Wait. At that instant, a few figures entered the battle stage. They were He Yu, Yincheng, and a few other disciples of the Silver Dragon Valley. The one who spoke was He Yu. "Lu Ming, are you going to keep the rest of the Emperor's Domain pills? So many of us have taken part in the trial. Are you planning to keep them all to yourself?" He Yu said with a hollow laugh. "Oh. What do you want?" Lu Ming said calmly. "Of course we'll share them. He said with a hollow laugh. Share them. Bullshit, the rules of the trial state that only the last person will be rewarded. Why should junior brother Lu Ming share the emperor's domain pills? Tian Chui snapped in an unpleasant tone. Humph, we all contributed to Lu Ming being able to stay until the end. How could we not share them? He said. Contributed? Lu Ming said as he looked at He with disdain. You're a coward and you didn't follow the rules. You were the first to rush up and you purposely lost. Is this your contribution? I did it on purpose to leave behind a useful body. Otherwise, I'd just be throwing my life away. Moreover, we were facing such a situation in the beginning. So many of our brothers died because you offended the three great sects of the Heavenly Gods sect. He quibbled and made a false accusation in the end. Oh. Is that so? Lu Ming said coldly. Suddenly, Lu Ming moved. He took a step forward and slapped He was shocked. He had never expected Lu Ming to attack him. Slap. There was a crisp sound of a slap. Lu Ming had slapped He's face directly. He's body was sent flying like a sandbag. He landed heavily on the ground below the fighting ring. Half of his face was smashed. Lu Ming did not want to waste his breath on such a person. He would fight if he could. He was completely dumbfounded. He lay on the ground and covered his smashed face as he stared blankly at Lu Ming. What right does a piece of trash like you have to share the emperor's domain pills? Lu Ming said coldly. At this moment, He came to his senses and shouted crazily, Lu Ming, you're audacious and lawless. Do you think you can do whatever you want just because you have some strength? Senior and junior brothers, am I right? All of us have contributed, so why should the reward be given to him alone? Chapter 1551. However, those youths were all looking at He with disdain. Lu Ming had gotten the reward himself. They were not so despicable as to split the reward with Lu Ming. He was so angry that he wanted to vomit blood when he saw everyone's disdainful gazes. He looked at the Sage Realm Elder and said, Elder, you must uphold justice. Shut up and get lost. Don't embarrass yourself here. The Sage State Elder scolded coldly and looked at He with disgust. He turned pale and stood there, tongue-tied. Do you want to be slapped too? Lu Ming looked at the people from Silver City. The people from Silver City turned pale. They did not dare to say a word and quickly left the fighting ring. Alright, this meeting has ended perfectly. Disciples of the 7th level and above, go back and prepare for the treasure sorting meeting. The Sage State Elder of Dragon God Valley said and stepped into the air. Buzz. At this moment, there was a terrifying fluctuation in the sky. A ray of Saint Light fell from the sky and attacked Lu Ming. This ray of Saint Light was too terrifying. It was like a divine sword and its speed was unbelievable. Danger! Danger! At this moment, Lu Ming sensed a fatal danger. The muscles all over his body tightened and his hair stood on end. His instincts told him to retreat, to dodge, but his body seemed to be frozen in place, unable to move at all. Who is it? The Sage State Elder of Dragon God Valley roared, but it was too late to help. The terrifying ray of Saint Light was about to land on Lu Ming's head. At this moment, there were ripples in the space around Lu Ming like water waves. Poof! The ray of sword light pierced Lu Ming's head. However, Lu Ming's body shattered like glass. It was an afterimage. Then, the space rippled. Lu Ming's body reappeared a few meters away. On Lu Ming's shoulder, Bubble's body glowed as it chirped. It seemed that Lu Ming really thought that he was going to die just now. That was an attack that he couldn't resist. Fortunately, Bubble acted in time. Wang! The pressure in the air grew even stronger. Lu Ming looked up and his pupils shrank. A white figure was walking down from the sky step by step. Son of God. He was the Son of God, who was known as the leader of the top 10 geniuses. Many people were shocked. The Son of God had appeared and even attacked Lu Ming. Could it be that Lu Ming had killed so many people from the Celestial Divine Sect and ruined the Celestial Divine Sect's plan to come in first place? Hence, the Son of God wanted to kill Lu Ming out of anger. A terrifying pressure emanated from the deity's body, pressing down on Lu Ming, Tian Chui, and Xuanixin. It was as if a mountain was pressing down on them. Space-time domain. It seems that you were the one who secretly sabotaged the Dragon Palace. The Son of God said indifferently as he looked down at Lu Ming coldly. Finally, his gaze fell on Bubble, and a trace of surprise flashed in his eyes. Lu Ming didn't say anything. He knew what the Son of God was talking about. The Son of God was talking about the sabotage of his God-forbidden ancient void talisman in the Dragon Palace. The attack just now was a test. Bubble had used the spacetime domain, which proved that the person who sabotaged the Dragon Palace was Lu Ming. Of course, if it wasn't Lu Ming, the attack just now would have killed Lu Ming. Why would the Son of God care if he killed the wrong person? Then, the Son of God glanced at Tian Chui and Xuanixin and said coldly, "You were the ones who took away the Dragon Palace's treasury?" "Yes, it was us." Lu Ming said. "Treasures depend on luck and wisdom. Those who are fated will get them." What a joke. Luck and wisdom. Everything is in vain in front of absolute power. The Son of God said indifferently. He stood in the air, his body emitting a milky white holy light like a deity. His tone was full of dominance and confidence in his own power. Lu Ming sneered and said with a hint of mockery, "How did that treasure fall into our hands? After I kill you today, the treasure will still be mine." Strong murderous intent burst out from the Son of God's eyes. The Son of God had won first place in 2 consecutive treasure sorting meetings and was the leader of the top 10 prodigies in the Zhangzhou state. Everything he did was smooth sailing. No one could compete with him for any treasure. But last time, in the trip to the Dragon Palace, he suffered many losses. They had used the Divine Restriction Ancient Void Talisman, but Lu Ming had secretly destroyed it. Later on, they had chased after the Black Real Dragon's corpse, but the Black Real Dragon's corpse had escaped in the end. As for the Dragon Palace treasure house, it had fallen into the hands of Lu Ming and the other 2. Unknowingly, he seemed to have suffered a great loss in front of Lu Ming and the other 2. Therefore, he had to kill Lu Ming and the other 2, especially Lu Ming. The surrounding people had different expressions, but they all understood that Lu Ming and the Son of God must have had a conflict because of an opportunity. And from the looks of it, the Son of God was at a disadvantage. No wonder his murderous intent was so strong. Ha, Lu Ming actually offended the Son of God. Serves him right. Serves him right. Not far away, Yu, Silver City, and the others were shouting in their hearts. They gloated and wanted the Son of God to kill Lu Ming immediately. Boom! Holy light shone from the Son of God's body. Endless holy light condensed into a long sword that stood between heaven and earth. Its vast power made many youths tremble. Swoosh! The terrifying sword light slashed violently toward Lu Ming. At this moment, black wings appeared behind Lu Ming's back and a shield appeared in front of him. Tian Chui and Xuanixin both took out their holy weapons. How could they just sit and wait? Stop! The Saintess Elder of Dragon God Valley roared. She stepped in the air like a true dragon and reached out a dragon claw toward the sword light. Boom! Heaven and earth roared. The dragon claw and the sword light dissipated. Old man, why are you meddling in the affairs of the younger generation? The Saintess Elder of Heavenly God's sect rushed out from the pavilion and slammed his palm toward the Saintess Elder of Dragon God Valley. The 2 of them clashed, and the sky trembled. Their bodies shook and stood in opposite directions. Vast Saintess aura filled the air as the 2 of them faced each other. Go away! The Saintess Elder of Dragon God Valley shouted. I told you, why are you meddling in the affairs of the younger generation? Let them settle it themselves. The Saintess Elder of Heavenly God's sect sneered. That's right. The treasure auction has ended. We old men have no reason to meddle in the affairs of the younger generation. The Saintess Elder of Heavenly Universe Demon Sect said coldly. Then, the Saintess Elder of Desire Poison Sect also appeared. He locked onto the Saintess Elder of Dragon God Valley to prevent him from meddling. The Saintess Elder of Dragon God Valley looked terrible. These people were determined to kill Lu Ming here. Is the Heavenly God Sect such a sore loser? Seeing that Dragon God Valley and Lu Ming won first place, you want to send people to kill Lu Ming. Are you allowed to win but not others? Chapter 1552. Nonsense. The Sage Realm Elder of the Celestial God Sect shouted and looked at Qiu Yingying coldly. Qiu Yingying raised her head stubbornly and looked back at him. That's right. The Celestial God Sect is such a sore loser. If you had said so earlier, we wouldn't have competed with you. We would have given you the first place. That's right. Let the other sects not participate. Tell the world that the Celestial God Sect is the first in the world. The other disciples of the Dragon God Valley also shouted and glared at the deity and the Sage Realm Elder of the Celestial God Sect. They directly said that the deity wanted to kill Lu Ming because Lu Ming had won first place. That was why the Celestial God Sect wanted to kill Lu Ming. Shut up. The deity shouted coldly. His voice was like thunder, and a terrifying aura pressed down on the disciples of the Dragon God Valley. The disciples of the Dragon God Valley were shocked, as if a mountain was pressing down on them, making it hard for them to breathe. I, the deity, have never needed a reason to kill. But today, I will give you one. The deity said indifferently. Because they have done something they shouldn't have done. Therefore, they must die. Even if today's meeting didn't happen, they must die. Hee, what do you mean by something you shouldn't have done? Didn't you just let a few people with lower cultivation than you take away your treasures? Deity, how dare you kill people? A deep voice was heard. In the void, a purple light flashed and a figure appeared in the sky. Zifeng. The demon of the Dragon God Valley, Zifeng. You want to stop me? The deity looked at Zifeng coldly. If you want to kill the people of the Dragon God Valley, we must fight. Zifeng replied. You are no match for me. The deity said coldly. We haven't fought for 3 years. Not necessarily. Zifeng said with a strong fighting spirit in his eyes. Is that so? Then I will kill you first. The deity was very aggressive. He took a step forward and the world rumbled. Terrifying saint light shot up into the sky and turned into a snow-white saint sword, slashing towards Zifeng. Roar! Zifeng let out a loud roar, and the sound of a dragon's roar reverberated in the air. Purple light radiated from his body, and dense purple dragon scales appeared on his skin. 2 dragon horns actually sprouted from his forehead. As for Zifeng's hands, they transformed into dragon claws. With a roar, Zifeng charged at the Son of God. His claws continued to claw out, shattering the Son of God's holy blade. Holy light slash. The divine child's expression remained calm. He clenched his fist in the air and holy light coalesced into a holy blade, slashing at Zifeng. Boom! Boom! The 2 monstrous geniuses continued to fight in the air, exchanging more than 10 moves. The sky seemed to be divided into white and purple. The oppressive pressure made it difficult for people to breathe. How terrifying! Is this the power of the top 10 monstrous geniuses? It's amazing. I've seen semi-sage experts fight before. But, they weren't as strong as this. They can easily kill an ordinary semi-sage expert, right? How terrifying! How could someone below the Saint Realm reach such a level? Many people cried out, feeling extremely shocked. Even the Sage Realm elders had grave expressions on their faces. Clearly, these Saint Realm experts had no choice but to pay attention to such combat prowess. The sky was completely covered by white and purple light. 2 figures were crisscrossing each other. Occasionally, dragon roars could be heard. Boom! Suddenly, there was a terrifying tremor in the sky. A figure quickly retreated, taking dozens of steps back in the air before coming to a stop. It was Zifeng. At this moment, there was a deep cut on Zifeng's body that went straight to his bones. There was a terrifying power of holy light that was constantly eroding Zifeng's body. There was a trace of blood at the corner of Zifeng's mouth. His aura was somewhat weak. Could it be that Zifeng was defeated? In the air, the Son of God strolled out. His clothes were neat and tidy, and his aura was stable. It didn't seem like he had just experienced a great battle. Everyone was shocked. It seemed that the Son of God had won, and it didn't seem like a difficult victory. The Son of God was indeed the leader of the top 10 monstrous geniuses of the Tsang state. Although they were both top 10 monstrous geniuses, Zifeng didn't seem to be a match for the Son of God. I've said it before. You're no match for me. Today, I want to kill the three of them. No one can save them. The Son of God said, full of confidence. No one could save whoever he wanted to kill. This was the dominance of the Son of God. Originally, if he wanted to kill Lu Ming and the other two, he could have chosen to do it elsewhere. That way, there would be less resistance and it would be easier. However, he chose to do it here because he was that domineering. He wanted to kill Lu Ming and the other two in front of everyone to build his reputation. Ha ha ha. At this moment, Lu Ming laughed. His laughter was full of mockery. What are you laughing at? The Son of God said coldly. I'm laughing at you, Son of God. You want to kill me only because you're afraid. Why do you have to find so many high-sounding reasons? Lu Ming laughed. I'm afraid. What a joke. What do you have that makes me afraid? The Son of God said. Because of my potential. Today, you've seen my potential. You're afraid that I'll catch up to you in the future. You're afraid that I'll take the first place in the treasure sorting convention 3 years later. That's why you're afraid. You're afraid of my potential. That's why you want to kill me today to prevent future troubles. Lu Ming said loudly. The words caused the hearts of many to shudder. The potential that Lu Ming had displayed this time was indeed shocking. With a cultivation of the 4th layer martial emperor realm, he had defeated and killed 10 top experts consecutively and obtained the first place in the treasure ordering party. In the history of the Tsang continent, there had never been such a shocking achievement since the treasure ordering party was established. Lu Ming did have the potential to be a threat to the Son of God. Lu Ming's cultivation was still weak now, but in another 6 or 9 years, would he be able to defeat the Son of God? Could it be that the Son of God was not afraid at all? Such a thought emerged in many people's minds. The Son of God wore a cold expression as he said, "You will never be my match. I have no match in the Tsangzhou continent. My opponents are outside of the Tsangzhou continent." The Son of God spoke with great confidence. Among his peers in the Tsangzhou continent, there was no one worthy of his attention. He had set his sights outside of the Tsangzhou continent to compete with the peerless geniuses outside of the Tsangzhou continent. Even the terrifying geniuses of the monarch forces were his match. Since you are so confident, I will challenge you now. In 3 years, at the treasure sorting convention, we will fight to the death. Do you dare? Lu Ming said loudly, his voice echoing throughout the entire place. Lu Ming's voice was also filled with great confidence. He had also come this far by stepping over the bodies of countless geniuses. He was also confident that he was invincible. The Son of God had a better background. He had been cultivating in the heavenly gods sect of Yuanlu since he was young. The cultivation environment there was much better than Lu Ming's. Moreover, the Son of God was at least 7 or 8 years older than Lu Ming. Now, the Son of God's cultivation was much higher than his, which was why he could look down on him from the sky. However, he was confident that in a few years, he would be able to catch up to the Son of God and stand in front of him as an equal. He would not be looked down upon like he was now. Chapter 1553. The deity stood in the air and looked down at Lu Ming. He did not change his mind because of Lu Ming's words. His eyes were filled with killing intent. Ha, what a joke. What kind of provocation is this? You are clearly afraid. Or rather, the celestial sect is afraid that I will grow stronger. So, they sent you here to find a reason to kill me. Otherwise, why would they not even dare to accept my challenge? Lu Ming said. No matter how glib your tongue is, you will still die today. The deity shouted coldly. Holy light burst out and formed a holy light blade that illuminated the area. Roar! Zifeng let out a dragon's roar and charged at the deity. Get lost! The Sage Realm Elder of Dragon God Valley roared. He wanted to help Zifeng, but he was blocked by the Sage Realm Elders of the Celestial Sect. In addition, the Elders of the Desire Poison Sect were glaring at him. Let's go. Lu Ming sent a message to Tian Chui and Xuaningxin and prepared to retreat. However, at this moment, the clouds in the sky surged and a foot appeared in the void. This foot was like the foot of a giant. It was huge and came down from the sky, stomping down on the deity. Who is it? The deity roared. Holy light burst out and he slammed his palm into the sky, forming a holy light palm print that blasted towards the giant foot. However, when the palm print came into contact with the giant foot, it collapsed. The giant foot did not stop and continued to stomp on the deity. The deity roared and a white jade pagoda appeared on his body. The white jade pagoda expanded and a vast sage realm aura burst out. Boom! The giant foot stomped on the white jade pagoda. The pagoda shook violently and the light shield on the pagoda collapsed. Bam! The deity's body fell like a meteorite and crashed heavily on the fighting ring. A terrifying roar came from the fighting ring and cracks appeared on it. One should know that the fighting ring was extremely hard. Lu Ming and the others had not been able to leave a mark on the fighting ring, but now, the fighting ring had cracked. The deity's face was pale and he spat out a mouthful of blood. He struggled to get up and his hair danced in the wind. He was filled with killing intent as he stared at the sky. A burly figure appeared in the sky and stepped down. The figure seemed to be in his 30s. He had a burly figure and was emitting a vast aura. Third senior brother, it's third senior brother. Third senior brother is here. That's great. Tian Chui and Xuaningxin shouted excitedly when they saw the man. Third senior brother. Lu Ming's heart stirred. His master, the Valley Master of the Cloud Dragon Valley, had a total of 9 true disciples. However, Lu Ming had only met his second senior brother, Long Yuanshan, Tian Chui, and Xuaningxin. He had not met any of the other senior brothers and sisters. It was said that this third senior brother, Yang Tianzong, had broken through to the Saint Realm more than 10 years ago. He often went out to train. Who would have thought that he would appear here? 7th junior brother, 8th junior sister, long time no see. Yang Tian, Zhang Tian and Xuaningxin nodded. They then looked at Lu Ming and said, this must be junior brother. You are indeed a dragon among men. Lu Ming greets third senior brother. Lu Ming cupped his fists at Yang Tianzong. Ha ha ha, there's no need to be so polite. Let's settle this first. Yang Tianzong laughed and looked at the deity. He sneered and said, you are very arrogant. Come, let me see what you can do. Boom! Yang Tianzong took a step forward and a terrifying aura emanated from his body. It was the aura of a sage, the aura of a sage. The terrifying aura of a sage pressed down on the deity. At the same time, Yang Tianzong stretched out his hand and a huge dragon claw appeared, grabbing at the deity. Whoosh! A terrifying demonic saber slashed out from the side. A combat sword made of poisonous gas pierced through the void and collided with the dragon claw, blocking it. At the same time, 2 elders appeared in front of Yang Tianzong. They were the Sage Realm Elders of the Desire Poison Sect and the Sky Universe Demon Sect. This is a matter of the younger generation. Why are you, a sage, interfering? Let them settle it themselves. If you want to fight, I will accompany you. The Elder of the Sky Universe Demon Sect said coldly. The elder of the Desire Poison sect did not say anything, but his attitude said it all. His body was filled with poisonous gas that kept rolling. Two old men, I will deal with you first. Yang Tianzong's eyes turned cold as he roared like a dragon. Dragon scales appeared on his arms as he took a step forward and charged towards the Saint Realm elders of the Desire Poison sect and the Sky Universe Demon sect. Kill! Kill! The elders of the Desire Poison sect and the Sky Universe Demon sect shouted as they charged at Yang Tianzong with terrifying auras. Boom! 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 There were 5 to 6 explosions in the sky. Then, the crowd saw two figures frantically retreating. Their bodies were trembling and there was a claw mark on each of their bodies. Their bodies were almost pierced through and their bodies were covered in blood. They had lost. The two Sage Realm elders of the Desire Poison sect and the Sky Universe Demon sect had joined forces and attacked together. However, they had been defeated in just 5 to 6 moves. They had been injured by Yang Tianzong and their clothes were stained with blood. The difference in their combat strength was too great. This time, I will spare your lives. Next time, I will kill you. Yang Tianzong said coldly. The two Sage Realm elders of the Desire Poison sect and the Sky Universe Demon sect had ugly expressions on their faces. However, there was fear in their eyes. Also, let me correct you on one thing. I am still a few years away from 50 years old. Therefore, I am still part of the younger generation. As for cultivation, this kid is a sage-to-be and he is 7 to 8 years older than my junior brother. If he can attack my junior brother, why can't I attack him? Having said that, Yang Tianzong looked at the deity's son again. Boom! Yang Tianzong suddenly took a step forward and a giant foot that looked exactly like Yang Tianzong appeared in the sky and stomped down on the deity's son again. The deity's son shouted as he tried to block the attack with his holy weapon. However, he was almost flattened by the attack. He knelt on the ground and vomited blood. Don't you think that you are strong? Aren't you just trash in front of me? Yang Tianzong mocked. You have only cultivated for 10 more years than me. If you give me 10 more years, no, 5 more years, I will be able to stomp you under my feet. The deity's son shouted angrily as his eyes turned red. He was the deity's son and he was extremely talented. Ever since he rose to power, he had been surrounded by many people. He had never been humiliated like this before. He had knelt on the ground in front of everyone. At that moment, he was furious. He wanted to kill Yang Tianzong and everyone else who had witnessed the scene. You are not qualified to challenge me. If you want to challenge me, you will have to defeat my junior brother in 3 years' time. If you can defeat my junior brother, I will give you a chance to challenge me. Yang Tianzong sneered. All right. The deity's son shouted as he looked at Lu Ming. Lu Ming, I accept your challenge. We will fight at the treasure sorting meeting in 3 years' time. I will take your life in 3 years' time. Lu Ming said coldly. Ha ha ha, how arrogant of you. However, let me tell you this. I will definitely break through to the Saint Realm in 3 years' time. If you want to challenge me, you will have to defeat my junior brother and pass the treasure sorting meeting. Only then will you be qualified to challenge me. The deity's son said coldly as he regained his confidence. He firmly believed that he would not be defeated. Chapter 1554. The Divine Son will break through to the Saint Realm in 3 years. Many people were shocked. However, it was normal. The Divine Son had been in the Sage-to-be realm for almost 10 years. With his talent, it would not be difficult for him to break through to the Saint Realm. Once he broke through to the Saint Realm, his status would be completely different. He would truly enter the upper echelons of the Zhangzhou state. At the same time, he would not be able to participate in the treasure sorting convention. No one else would have a chance if a sage-to-be participated in the treasure sorting convention. In other words, if Lu Ming wanted to challenge the Divine Son, he would have to pass the treasure sorting convention. If he was killed at the treasure sorting convention, there would be no way to challenge him. In 3 years, Lu Ming won't stand a chance. Someone shook his head inside. That's right. He won't stand a chance. Others shook their heads. Lu Ming was only in the LV4 martial royal realm. In 3 years, no matter how fast Lu Ming improved, it would be extremely fast for him to reach the LV8 or even the LV9 martial royal realm. However, what was the use of reaching the LV8 or LV9 martial royal realm? How could he fight with the Divine Sun? Even if the Divine Sun was still in the Sage-to-be realm, Lu Ming would not be his match. Once the Divine Sun broke through to the Saint realm, Lu Ming would not stand a chance. It was not impossible for someone to become a Sage-to-be before reaching the Saint realm. Since ancient times, not many people had been able to do so. Every one of those people was a terrifying genius whose name shook the world. Then I'll let you live for 3 more years. The Divine Sun said coldly. Then, without saying anything else, he turned and left. He turned into a beam of saint light and disappeared. Let's go. The Saint Realm Elder of the Celestial God sect shouted and left. The disciples of the Celestial God sect hurriedly followed and left. After the people of the Celestial God sect left, the people of the Sky Universe Demon sect and the Poison sect also left. Then, the people of the other sects also left. Lu Ming, if there's a chance, let's fight again in the future. Luo Xiang from the Life and Death Sword sect said loudly. Okay, let's fight another day. Lu Ming said. Goodbye. Luo Xiang cupped his fists and left. Thank you for your help, third senior brother. Lu Ming, Tian Chui, and Xuaningxin cupped their fists at Yang Tianzong. Ha, you and I are brothers, there's no need to be so courteous. This time, I just happened to pass by Tsang Mountain and wanted to take a look. I didn't expect to encounter something like this. Yang Tianzong laughed heartily. Third senior brother, youngest junior brother defeated and killed 10 prodigies with superior earthly spiritual bodies all by himself and won first place in the treasure sorting party. Xuaning thought. Oh. Amazing, amazing. Little junior brother is truly blessed by the heavens. It's still master who has good taste. Yang Tianzong's eyes lit up. He hadn't been here for long, so he didn't know that Lu Ming had won first place at the treasure ordering convention. Senior brother, you flatter me. After that, everyone chatted as they flew toward the Dragon God Valley. Among the crowd of Dragon God Valley, Hiyu, Silver City, and the others were filled with unwillingness. Damn it, even under such circumstances, Lu Ming managed to escape. Hiyu cursed in his heart. Soon, everyone returned to the Dragon God Valley. Junior brother, junior sister, you've had a great battle. You should go back to your rooms to heal. Yang Tianzong said. Tian Chui and Xuaning nodded. They had been severely injured in the previous battle and were far from recovering. Many of the other disciples of Dragon God Valley were also injured and had returned to their rooms to heal. Everyone returned to their rooms. When Lu Ming returned to his room, he took out a pile of origin stones and devoured them to recover his true origin. Half a day later, Lu Ming had fully recovered. At this moment, Lu Ming waved his hand and a few storage rings appeared in his hand. He had obtained all of them from killing his opponents at the treasure sorting party. Lu Ming began to count them. When he was done, Lu Ming was overjoyed. This time, he had gained a lot. One should know that the people he had killed were all prodigies and were extremely wealthy. Needless to say, there were hundreds of millions of origin stones. There were also dozens of spiritual weapons of the emperor level. There were even as many as 6 sacred weapons. In particular, there were 3 sky-piercing flying shuttles. The 3 sky-piercing flying shuttles were found in the storage rings of the 3 top prodigies, Mo He and Wu Qiandu. It was really a case of searching high and low for something, only to find it by chance. Lu Ming had always wanted to buy a sky-piercing flying shuttle. He did not expect to obtain 3 at once. Lu Ming picked one, erased the mark of its original owner, and began to refine it. It was very easy to refine the sky-piercing flying shuttle. In less than a day, Lu Ming had refined it. The sky-piercing flying shuttle floated above Lu Ming's palm and changed its size according to Lu Ming's will. After playing with it for a while, Lu Ming put away the sky-piercing flying shuttle and took out the flowing element gloves to refine it. In the blink of an eye, another 3 days had passed. In the past few days, news of what had happened at the Treasure Ding Ding convention had quickly spread throughout the Tsang Mountain. Furthermore, it had spread to the entire Tsang province at an extremely fast speed. Lu Ming's name shook everyone's heart. The most talked about in this competition was Lu Ming's name. He had defeated and killed 10 top prodigies all by himself and obtained first place. In the end, he had challenged the God's Son. 3 years later, he would fight the God's Son to the death. Although no one was optimistic about Lu Ming's chances, believing that Lu Ming would be able to fight the God's Son in 3 years, many people remembered the name Lu Ming. 3 days later, the flowing element gloves were refined by Lu Ming. With a thought, the flowing element gloves turned into liquid and wrapped around Lu Ming's right palm. As Lu Ming injected his true yuan, the flowing element gloves became heavier and heavier. In the end, even Lu Ming's arm was trembling slightly. So heavy, so heavy. Coupled with the primal chaos domain and the hell-suppressing heaven skill, how terrifying would the power of this punch be? Lu Ming's eyes were filled with anticipation. He couldn't wait to find an expert to test it out. With a thought, the flowing element gloves seemed to come alive and burrowed into Lu Ming's skin, disappearing without a trace. With a thought, it would reappear again. It was very convenient to use. It's time to leave. Lu Ming muttered under his breath. There were still 5 days before the start of the treasure sorting assembly, but Lu Ming planned to leave and return to the Dragon God Valley to cultivate in seclusion. After all, he had seen the strength of the God's Son, Zifeng, Wang Jian, and the rest of the top 10 prodigies of Tsang State. There was no point in staying and watching the treasure sorting assembly. It was better to seize the time and cultivate. For Lu Ming, time was the most important thing. Lu Ming got up and walked out to find Tian Chui. "Junior brother, you're leaving?" Tian Chui asked in surprise. "Yes, I came to the treasure sorting assembly to see the strength of the top 10 prodigies of Tsang State. Now that I've seen it, there's no point in staying any longer. So, I plan to return to the Dragon God Valley." Chapter 1555. Oh. In that case, junior brother, I'll lend you my sky-piercing flying shuttle. Tian Chui said. "There's no need. I already have the sky-piercing flying shuttle." He and the others contributed many good things. Lu Ming smiled faintly and took out 2 holy weapons, returning them to Tian Chui. "Say goodbye to 8th senior sister for me." Lu Ming cupped his fists and soared into the air, flying out of the Tsang Mountain. After leaving the range of the Tsang Mountain, Lu Ming waved his hand, and the sky-piercing flying shuttle appeared. It rapidly expanded until it was 100 meters long. The doors opened, and Lu Ming entered the sky-piercing flying shuttle. This sky-piercing flying shuttle was very similar to Tian Chui's, and its grade was about the same. They were both low-grade sky-piercing flying shuttles. The higher-grade sky-piercing flying shuttles were faster, but they were shockingly expensive. Ordinary people could not afford them. After Lu Ming put away the origin stones, he determined the direction of the Divine Dragon Valley and drove the sky-piercing flying shuttle. Whoosh! The sky-piercing flying shuttle turned into a beam of light and disappeared, quickly flying in the direction of the Divine Dragon Valley. As for Lu Ming, he sat cross-legged in the sky-piercing flying shuttle and took out a jade bottle. The jade bottle contained the rewards of the treasure peddling meeting, the 4 Emperor Domain pills. Even with the sky-piercing flying shuttle, it would take about half a month to return to the Divine Dragon Valley. He could use this time to cultivate and refine the 4 Emperor Domain pills. Lu Ming poured out an Emperor Domain pill and swallowed it. Boom! After the Emperor Domain pill entered his stomach, it immediately turned into surging energy. What a strong energy! It is more than 10 times stronger than the Emperor Domain fruit. Lu Ming was not shocked. Instead, he rejoiced. The Emperor Domain Pill was indeed a pill that could raise a mid-stage martial monarch's cultivation by 1 layer. Its medicinal effects were shocking. It was refined with 9 Emperor Domain fruits and other precious herbs. Following that, Lu Ming focused and started to refine the medicinal energy. Time passed quickly, and 7 days passed in the blink of an eye. In 7 days, Lu Ming refined the 4 Emperor Domain pills. Peak 5th layer martial monarch. Lu Ming opened his eyes and felt the vast and boundless energy in his body, and a look of joy appeared on his face. Within 7 days, after refining the 4 Dominator pills, Lu Ming's cultivation had improved by 1 layer, reaching the peak of the 5th layer martial Dominator realm. What others could achieve with just 1 Emperor Domain pill, Lu Ming had to use a total of 4 Emperor Domain pills to achieve. But Lu Ming was still very satisfied. His cultivation had increased by 1 layer, and it was unknown how much time Lu Ming had saved. This was something that could improve both his origin energy and domain. Now, Lu Ming's chaotic domain had also reached the peak of level 5. With Lu Ming's current cultivation, if he participated in the treasure banquet, he could easily defeat a genius like Imohi. There was no need for him to use the primal chaos flipping sky seal. The treasure auction has already begun, right? Lu Ming's heart thumped. Then, he shook his head with a smile and closed his eyes to consolidate his cultivation base. In the blink of an eye, another day had passed. Late at night, in the vast mountains, Lu Ming's space-piercing flying shuttle flashed across the sky like a meteor. Boom! Lu Ming was cultivating when the space-piercing flying shuttle suddenly shook violently. Someone is attacking the space-piercing flying shuttle. Lu Ming suddenly opened his eyes and looked outside through the crystal glass of the space-piercing flying shuttle. Above the pitch-black clouds, a few large hands came down from the sky and heavily bombarded the space-piercing flying shuttle. Rumble. The space-piercing flying shuttle shook violently as if it was about to explode. Then, a large hand grabbed the 100-meter-long space-piercing flying shuttle and smashed it into a nearby mountain. Boom! The mountain shook and shattered, sending debris flying everywhere. Damn it! Lu Ming's eyes were cold. His body moved and he rushed out of the space-piercing flying shuttle. The space-piercing flying shuttle shrank rapidly and was put away by Lu Ming. In the pitch-black night sky, a dozen black figures appeared and surrounded Lu Ming. Kill! Without any superfluous words, one of them said coldly. Whoosh! 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 More than a dozen terrifying sword lights stabbed toward Lu Ming at an astonishing speed. 7th layer martial royal realm, all of them are experts above the 7th layer martial royal realm. There are even some 8th layer martial royal realm experts. Lu Ming's eyes widened. These people were all experts. None of them were below the 7th layer martial royal realm. They were all high-level martial royal realm experts. Without any hesitation, the black feather wings appeared. With a flap, Lu Ming soared into the sky. Whoosh! Whoosh! A few terrifying sword lights suddenly appeared above his head. 8th layer martial royal realm. The people who appeared above his head were all 8th layer martial royal realm experts. Who is it? Countless thoughts flashed through Lu Ming's mind. Who wants to kill me? He had only told Tian Chui when he came out, but Tian Chui would not betray him. It was very likely that someone had been watching Lu Ming. As soon as Lu Ming came out of the Tsang mountain, he had been targeted. The reason why they had only attacked now was that they were waiting for Lu Ming to lower his guard. They had also confirmed that there were no experts following Lu Ming and that Lu Ming was alone. Kill! Lu Ming roared. The divine sword art burst out and formed a terrifying soul attack toward the people above his head. However, the other party's body merely trembled slightly and he seemed to be fine. The sword gleam did not stop and he continued to charge toward Lu Ming. The divine sword art is useless. Lu Ming's eyes narrowed. At the same time, the black dragon spear appeared in his hand and he thrust it forward. Whoosh! A ray of spear light destroyed a ray of sword light and directly pierced through a black-robed figure. The destructive power wiped out all the life force of that person. A LV8 Martial Royal Realm expert was killed by Lu Ming. However, the other sword lights were already close to Lu Ming. The black wings flapped and blocked Lu Ming's body. Clang! Clang! The sword light stabbed Lu Ming's body. Lu Ming's body shook and he was sent flying. Whoosh! With the help of this force, Lu Ming performed the wind origin skill. The black wings flapped again and he rushed forward. Buzz! The black dragon spear swept out and turned into a 1,000-meter spear ray. A cultivator of the 7th Royal Martial Realm was hit by the attack. 13 streams of energy overlapped and his body exploded. The terrifying energy swept towards a second cultivator of the 8th Royal Martial Realm. That cultivator screamed in agony and was killed as well. With the black dragon spear in his hand, Lu Ming's attack was even more powerful. Even without the holy weapon, Lu Ming's cultivation was at the peak of LV5 Martial Royal Realm. It was not too difficult for him to kill an ordinary LV8 Martial Royal Realm expert. With the holy weapon, it was easy for him to kill an ordinary LV8 Martial Royal Realm expert. Lu Ming killed 2 people in a row. However, the other sword lights fell on Lu Ming. Lu Ming blocked with the black wings, but his body was also sent flying. After all, his opponents were LV7 and LV8 Martial Royal Realm experts. Although Lu Ming could kill those above his level, he could not deny their terrifying attack power. They were all high-level Martial Royal Realm experts and their attack power was absolutely terrifying. If the sword light fell on Lu Ming, even if Lu Ming did not die, he would be injured. Attack with all your strength. A voice was heard. Kill, kill. The sword light continued to stab at Lu Ming. However, some of them changed their swords to sabers and shouted. The terrifying saber light tore through the void and lit up the night sky, slashing at Lu Ming. This is, the Silent Saber Art. Chapter 1556. The intentionless saber art was the ultimate technique of the intentionless saber sect, one of the 13 top sects of the Tsang continent. There were people from the intentionless saber sect among them. However, there was no conflict between him and the intentionless saber sect. Why would the intentionless saber sect want to kill him? Also, who were the other people who used swords? The Heavenly Divinity sect, the Heavenly Demonic sect, or the Poison Desire sect? Lu Ming's mind was filled with thoughts, but he did not stop moving. A shield appeared and expanded rapidly, hovering behind Lu Ming. He then flapped his black wings. Lu Ming randomly chose a direction and dashed toward it at high speed. Shush! Shush! The black dragon spear continued to thrust forward, emitting a terrifying spear glow that penetrated the air and collided with his opponents. Bang! Bang! A deafening explosion took place in the sky. Lu Ming broke through the opponent's attack and pierced the dantian of an 8th-level martial emperor with his spear, killing him instantly. At the same time, the black feather wings were like 2 heavenly sabers. With a slash, 2 7th-level martial emperors were split into 2. Buzz! In front of him, a magnificent saber glow slashed toward Lu Ming, as if it could break the heavens and earth apart. 9th layer Martial Dominator Realm. Lu Ming's eyes widened rapidly. At that moment, Lu Ming was completely exhausted, thus he could not counterattack. He could only hold the black dragon spear in front of him. Dang! The saber glow struck the black dragon spear, causing it to vibrate vigorously. Lu Ming's figure was knocked backward. Behind him, a storm of attacks was launched. The sword glow and saber glow landed on the sacred weapon shield and knocked it flying. Lu Ming's body felt slightly numb, as he could feel the qi and blood in his body turning restless. There were too many experts, all of them at the advanced martial dominator realm. Sending so many people to kill Lu Ming was a sure kill move, as they were determined to take Lu Ming's life. There was nothing to be said, as this was a battle of life and death. Lu Ming let out a roar as a dragon's cry was heard from his body. dragon scales appeared on the surface of his skin. At the same time, the third bloodline appeared, causing a force to surge into Lu Ming's body, causing Lu Ming's strength to grow stronger. Kill! The black wings on Lu Ming's back flapped wildly, bringing about gusts of wind. In a flash, Lu Ming's figure rushed to the rear. The black dragon spear swept out with the power to sweep away 1,000 soldiers. Lu Ming killed the two 7th-level martial emperor experts who were dashing toward him at high speed. Kill! 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 Lu Ming used his black feather wings and shield to protect himself. With the black dragon spear in his hand, he used all his strength to kill his way into the crowd. The 13 accumulating power strikes was simply too powerful. Combined with the power of a sacred weapon, an ordinary 8th-layer martial dominator would not be able to withstand it, let alone a 7th-layer martial dominator. With his long spear, Lu Ming seemed to have transformed into a killing machine, constantly reaping lives. Of the dozen or so experts, only a few were left after being killed by him. Of course, he had also been struck many times. However, with the protection of the Saint Weapon Shield and the black feather wings, as well as his freakish dragon god battle physique, he had not suffered any serious injuries. However, at this moment, several figures appeared in the dark night. This time, there were 20 to 30 people, all of whom were high-level martial dominators. So many experts. They really think highly of me. Lu Ming's eyes were cold. It was shocking to see such a terrifying force being sent out at once. Kill! Kill! 6 figures stepped out, unleashing terrifying auras. They were all 9th-layer martial dominators. Swish! Below him, a terrifying sword ray was launched at Lu Ming. It was another 9th-layer martial dominator. Get lost! Lu Ming bellowed as he executed the 9 dragons sky stomp. He took 9 consecutive steps and 9 dragons danced in the air, charging toward the person below. Boom! The sword ray collided with the 9 dragons, producing a terrifying explosion. Following this, the sword ray shattered the 9 dragons and continued to slash at Lu Ming. Lu Ming's figure moved and he moved horizontally in one direction. However, there was still a 9th-level martial emperor in that direction. There were 9th-layer martial dominators in all directions. Kill! The black dragon spear swept out toward the 9th-layer martial dominator behind him. So what if he was a 9th-layer martial dominator? He would still kill him. With Lu Ming's current cultivation, even without a sacred weapon, he could fight against an ordinary 9th-layer martial dominator and even kill him. With a sacred weapon, he was even more fearless. Clang! The black dragon's spear collided with the opponent's saber. The opponent's body shook violently and he was sent flying. Kill! Lu Ming targeted this and continued to charge toward the other party. The black dragon's spear became 1,000 meters long and pressed down on the opponent. Boom! The opponent tried his best to resist, but he could not stop it. He spat out mouthfuls of blood and was sent flying. However, Lu Ming used the wind origin skill and chased after the opponent. Let's attack together. A cold voice was heard as the other 9th-layer martial dominators charged at Lu Ming. Their terrifying attacks knocked away the sacred weapon and shield. Some of the attacks landed on the black wings, causing Lu Ming's body to shake violently. However, Lu Ming's eyes were still firm as he stared at one of the opponents and charged at him. Another spear thrust out and that person spat out mouthfuls of blood. His arm was broken. Whoosh! In the end, Lu Ming threw the black dragon spear out. The black dragon spear pierced through the air like a black lightning bolt. It contained the terrifying power of the 13th strike and suddenly exploded, piercing through the 9th-layer martial dominator. A terrifying force vibrated and the 9th-layer martial dominator's body exploded. Lu Ming suddenly turned around and threw a punch at one of the 9th-layer martial dominators. The flowing element gloves appeared and he poured his true yuan into them. The flowing element gloves rapidly became heavier. Boom! This punch contained the power of the chaotic realm and the hell-suppressing skill. It was terrifyingly powerful and could destroy anything. When the fist collided with the opponent's battle sword, the Emperor's battle sword was unable to withstand the force and exploded. The terrifying fist energy bombarded the body of the cultivator of the Ninth Emperor realm. He screamed in agony as his body was pierced through and exploded. In an instant, 2 ninth-layer martial dominators were killed. His sacred weapon is too powerful. Some people were astounded. Even the ninth-layer martial dominators were killed. Back off and kill him with your sacred weapons. Someone in the sky said coldly. A few ninth-layer martial dominators backed off, but a few others stepped forward. Their auras were also ninth-layer martial dominators. There were too many experts. There were more than 10 ninth-layer martial dominators. Furthermore, the ninth-layer martial dominators were even more terrifying as they all had sacred weapons. One of them had a blood-red pagoda floating above his head, emitting a terrifying aura. Another person held a battle blade in his hand. That battle blade was also a holy armament. The third person held an iron rod, which was also a sacred weapon. The fourth person had a mountain floating above his head, which was also a sacred weapon. The 4 ninth-layer martial dominators controlled 4 sacred weapons to seal off the area. Attack! The person in the sky gave the order. Kill! Chapter 1557. The power of a ninth-layer martial dominator controlling a sacred weapon was too terrifying. Lu Ming did not dare to face the attack head-on, as he continued to dodge the saber glow. Will dispersing light. That person spat out this sentence coldly. That saber gleam actually split apart all of a sudden, biting Lu Ming's body tightly. No matter how fast Lu Ming was, he actually could not avoid that saber gleam. It's really the intentionless saber art. You guys are from the intentionless saber sect. Lu Ming let out a furious roar. He had seen the geniuses of the intentionless saber sect using the intentionless saber art at the treasure pedestal meeting. The person's eyes were cold and emitted a strong murderous intent, as the saber glow did not stop. Dang! Lu Ming blocked the attack with the sacred weapon shield and the black feather wings, but after being struck by the saber glow, his body shuddered violently and was sent flying like a cannonball. Puff! In the process of being sent flying, Lu Ming spat out a mouthful of blood. The power of a ninth-layer martial dominator controlling a sacred weapon was too shocking. Even with the protection of the sacred weapon, Lu Ming was still injured. Bang! Above him, a strong gust of wind was blowing, as a terrifying pressure pressed down on Lu Ming. A pitch-black mountain was pressing down on Lu Ming. Another expert made his move, also aiming a sacred weapon at Lu Ming. Bang! Lu Ming channeled his true energy into the flowing force gloves as he executed the heavenly art of suppressing hell and threw a punch at the small mountain. Bang! A shocking explosion took place as the small mountain was sent flying by Lu Ming. However, Lu Ming's body fell to the ground like a meteorite. Puff! Lu Ming spat out another mouthful of blood, as his arm trembled slightly. Bang! An iron rod, which was thousands of meters long, swept toward Lu Ming like a pillar that could hold up the sky. Lu Ming used the black wings to protect his body. With a boom, Lu Ming was sent flying. He crashed into a huge mountain, causing it to crack. The ninth-layer martial dominator realm was the peak of the martial dominator realm, granting him a terrifying strength. Previously, Lu Ming had managed to kill the 2 cultivators at lightning speed with the help of his sacred weapon, but it did not mean that a ninth-layer martial dominator realm cultivator was weak. On top of that, there were 4 ninth-layer martial dominators controlling the sacred weapons. Their combined strength was even more terrifying. Lu Ming was no match for them at all. Bubbles, let's go. Lu Ming called out Bubbles. Under such circumstances, the only way out was to retreat. It was unwise to fight head-on. As for Ming Lian's second body, Lu Ming had no intention of calling him out. Given the cultivation of Ming Lian's second body and the fact that he didn't have a saint artifact to protect him, he would only be killed if he called out. Chirp chirp, the bubble cried out and opened up a space-time tunnel. Lu Ming and Bai Yunfei rushed in. However, at the next moment, Lu Ming seemed to have knocked into a wall and his body was blocked. The space-time tunnel had lost its effect. Buzz! Inscriptions appeared in all directions. Over 10 black-robed cultivators stood in different directions. Each of them had a formation disc floating above their heads, sealing off the space. Such a meticulous plan. Lu Ming's heart turned cold. It was obvious that the enemy was serious about killing them, as they had taken all of Lu Ming's trump cards into consideration. They also knew that Lu Ming had bubbles with him, allowing him to escape using the space-time tunnel. The enemy had already set up a space-sealing formation to seal off the space. Even Bubbles would not be able to escape. It was not that Bubbles' space-time domain was not powerful enough, but that Bubbles' cultivation was too low, while the enemy's cultivation was too high. Bubbles had no chance of escaping with the help of the formation. Take down the space-time spirit mouse. The black-robed cultivator in the sky spoke once again. Buzz! 12 black-robed cultivators stepped forward with formation discs floating above their heads. They sealed off the space and surrounded Bubbles. Boom! At this moment, a huge pagoda came crashing down on Lu Ming. The attacks of the 4 experts arrived again. Flapping his black wings, Lu Ming dashed forward at lightning speed, not wanting to collide with the huge pagoda. However, what greeted him was a terrifying saber light. The 4 experts controlled their sacred weapons and attacked together, not giving Lu Ming any chance to catch his breath. There was no way to avoid it. Lu Ming threw a punch. The shadow of the prison-suppressing monument was faintly discernible. Boom! The fist collided with the saber light. Lu Ming destroyed the saber light, but his body was also sent flying. The 12 black-robed cultivators sealed off the space and surrounded Lu Ming, trying to suppress Lu Ming in the space. Fight! A fierce look flashed in Lu Ming's eyes. The third bloodline continuously poured energy into Lu Ming's body. Not enough, more, more. Lu Ming roared in his heart, madly borrowing the power of the third bloodline. The power in the third bloodline seemed to be endless. As the power crazily poured in, Lu Ming's body exploded with a terrifying killing intent. Lu Ming's eyes turned blood red, and so did his hair. It was as if he was bleeding. At this moment, the huge pagoda came crashing down. Get lost! Lu Ming punched out. Dong! A terrifying sound was heard, and the sky trembled. The huge pagoda was sent flying by Lu Ming. Lu Ming's body trembled, and he stepped on the void, retreating more than 10 steps. However, he still managed to block it, unlike before when he was sent flying and vomited blood. Boom! A huge iron rod swept toward Lu Ming from one side, accompanied by a loud rumbling sound. Everything in its way was about to be smashed into smithereens. Lu Ming punched out again, and it collided with the huge rod. Buzz! The huge rod kept vibrating, and it was sent flying by the terrifying power. However, Lu Ming was the same, and he was sent flying 1,000 meters, creating a passage of air waves in the sky. However, in the sky, a small mountain came crashing down on Lu Ming. The 4 of them joined forces, and their attack seemed endless. Not enough, still not enough, more. Lu Ming roared, and he threw caution to the wind. The power of the third bloodline poured into Lu Ming's body. Lu Ming's body swelled because of the terrifying power. His hair was blood red, and his eyes were like a demon from the abyss of hell. Kill! Lu Ming roared, and endless killing intent, together with the divine sword art, spread out in all directions. Although these people had already prepared for the divine sword art's defense, the endless killing intent still made them shiver and their hearts tremble. Boom! Lu Ming punched the small mountain above his head, and this time, Lu Ming's body did not move at all. Kill! Lu Ming stomped his foot, and with a swoosh, rushed out, and rushed towards the person who was controlling the divine weapon. The other party's true yuan boiled, and he slashed out a terrifying saber light. Lu Ming's punch directly shattered the saber light, and he rushed towards the other party at an extreme speed. The terrifying killing intent shrouded the other party, and his face turned pale. Splitting light with a thought, saber breaking the firmament. The divine sword vibrated, and in an instant, it slashed out hundreds of times. However, the hundreds of saber lights eventually condensed into 9. The 9 saber lights connected head to tail, and they continuously slashed towards Lu Ming. The terrifying saber intent constantly cut Lu Ming's body. However, it was blocked by a layer of terrifying energy on Lu Ming's body. Bam! Bam! Chapter 1558. Kill. The iron fist punched out, causing the void to tremble violently. The other party's expression changed drastically as he used the sage saber to block. Clang! The other party was sent flying and crashed into a mountain peak, vomiting blood. Lu Ming stepped forward, wanting to rush up and kill this person. Die! Suddenly, a loud shout came from the sky. A black light flashed, and an invisible force bombarded Lu Ming's spiritual deity. The defensive armor on the spiritual deity shone and blocked the attack, but it kept trembling. A soul attack. Lu Ming's heart trembled. At this moment, buzz. 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 Around him, at least a dozen people attacked at the same time, using soul attack techniques to attack Lu Ming. Lu Ming's spirit deity was shaken. These people were all high-level martial emperors, and one of the soul attacks belonged to the person who gave the order. It was terrifyingly powerful. If not for Lu Ming's powerful soul and the spiritual deity's defensive treasure, his soul would have been destroyed. This is the divine sword art. You are from the evil spirit sect. Lu Ming roared. He finally knew who the other party was. The evil spirit sect. They were definitely from the evil spirit sect. They were not from the heavenly divinity sect, the heavenly universe demon sect, or the poison desire sect, but from the evil spirit sect. The evil spirit sect had targeted him. More than a dozen experts attacked Lu Ming with soul attacks. At this moment, the attacks from the pagoda, the small mountain, and the giant rod also arrived. Roar! Lu Ming roared like a wild beast. More energy surged into his third bloodline, filling Lu Ming's heart with endless killing intent. His mind was almost drowned by the endless killing intent. Boom! He sent the giant iron rod flying with a punch. Then, his black wings flapped crazily and bombarded the small mountain and the pagoda, sending them flying. Then, he took a step forward and charged toward the expert who was controlling the saber. Let's go! The expert was shocked and wanted to escape, but his body stiffened when Lu Ming's terrifying killing intent enveloped him. Pfft! Lu Ming flew over. His black wings were like blades as he killed this person. Lu Ming grabbed the saint artifact, and with a flap of his black wings, he charged towards the expert controlling the small mountain. From all directions, soul attacks continuously rushed towards Lu Ming. Lu Ming forcefully withstood the soul attacks and charged forward. Clang! The holy saber slashed down at the other party, who used a small mountain to block, but the small mountain was sent flying. The other party's face was pale as he quickly retreated. On the other side, the huge pagoda charged towards Lu Ming, wanting to rescue the cultivator controlling the small mountain. Whoosh! Lu Ming threw out the holy blade in his hand to block the pagoda. Lu Ming's figure did not stop as he continued to attack his opponent. With a punch, the other party was unable to recall Xiao Shan in time and could only block it with his own strength. However, in Lu Ming's current state, his strength was astonishing. The opponent's spirit weapon was directly torn apart by Lu Ming's punch. The terrifying fist force killed the opponent in the air. Retreat, retreat! The other two were shocked. They did not dare to get close to Lu Ming and frantically retreated. Lu Ming's current state was too terrifying. He was completely like a legendary bloodthirsty demon, extremely terrifying. I'll do it. At this moment, the black-robed man who had given the order in the sky moved. He took a step forward and unsheathed his sword. A beam of sword light instantly crossed the void and slashed towards Lu Ming. It was fast, extremely fast. Moreover, the terrifying pressure made even Lu Ming almost drown in the endless killing intent. He was shocked. The sword light reached Lu Ming's throat in an instant. It was going to cut off Lu Ming's head. This was a half-saint with 1 foot in the saint realm. It seemed that there was only 1 level difference between a half-saint and a 9th level martial royal realm, but the combat strength of a half-saint was much stronger than that of a 9th level martial royal realm. It was easy for a half-saint to kill a 9th level martial royal realm person. Roar! At this moment, Lu Ming let out a loud roar. At the critical moment, he moved to the side. Puff! In the end, Lu Ming's chest was still swept by the sword light. The genuine vitality, the chaotic field, and the dragon scales on his skin were directly cut open, revealing a deep sword wound. Even his bones were broken and blood flowed out. At the same time, the terrifying sword chi kept drilling into Lu Ming's body, trying to destroy Lu Ming's physical body. There was no doubt that the weapon used by the black-robed man was also a holy weapon. Otherwise, it would not have such terrifying power. Whoosh! The black-robed man did not kill Lu Ming. The black-robed man's sword light turned again and slashed towards Lu Ming's waist. The black-robed man flapped his wings and swept towards Lu Ming. Clang! The sword light cut the black-robed man's wings. The black-robed man's wings vibrated violently. A terrifying force bombarded Lu Ming. Lu Ming flew backwards and smashed into a mountain, breaking it apart. There was a loud explosion. The next moment, Lu Ming's body flew out from the rubble. A 5th level martial royal realm person has such strong vitality. No wonder the elder asked us to send so many people. This person must be killed as soon as possible. Lu Ming's tenacity made the black-robed half-saint feel a little dignified. He stepped out and turned into a beam of sword light, attacking Lu Ming. The terrifying sword power made Lu Ming's hair stand on end and his muscles tense, even though he was far away. It's the power of the Dharma. Lu Ming let out a low growl. The black-robed man was obviously a half-saint who had mastered the Dharma. He was extremely powerful. There were strong and weak half-saints. A half-saint who had mastered the power of the Dharma was absolutely terrifying. The sword light approached Lu Ming in an instant. Chirp! 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 A transparent bubble suddenly appeared above the black-robed half-saint and enveloped him. However, the black-robed man's body was almost unaffected. The sword light burst out and directly broke the transparent bubble. Space-time spiritual mouse, controlling time and space. It's really mysterious. Unfortunately, it's too weak. The black-robed half-saint said in a hoarse voice. 2 black beams of light shot out from his eyes and pierced Lu Ming. Whoosh! Whoosh! 2 black beams of light also shot out from Lu Ming's eyes. They used the holy sword skill at the same time. After the black beams of light collided, the black-robed half-saint directly defeated Lu Ming's. The sword light did not stop and continued to attack Lu Ming. The black-robed man was a half-saint who also practiced the holy sword skill. His soul power was stronger than that of an ordinary half-saint. Even though Lu Ming's soul power was dozens of times stronger than that of a martial artist at the same level, he was still weaker than the black-robed man. Chirp! 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 The black-robed man swung his sword and shattered the chirp. Chirp! 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 Break! Chapter 1559. The black-robed half-saint slashed Bubbles' body with his sword. Bubbles' body shattered like glass. It was a spatial afterimage. Bubbles' real body had appeared on the other side of the black-robed half-saint. With a wave of his claws, the space-time domain enveloped the opponent. On the other side, Lu Ming's black feather wings flapped and slashed towards the black-robed half-saint like 2 blades. At the same time, his genuine vitality rushed into the flowing energy gloves and punched his opponent. Whoosh! Whoosh! Facing the joint attack of Lu Ming and Bubble, the black-robed half-saint's face did not change at all. His sword radiance bloomed and he slashed twice. The first slash broke Bubble's space-time domain. The second slash blocked the attack of the black feather wings and hit Lu Ming's fist. Boom! Lu Ming's fist seemed to have hit a terrible force. Lu Ming's body shook violently and he was sent flying. At the same time, a strong force passed through the flowing energy gloves and blasted into Lu Ming's body, causing Lu Ming to spurt blood. The power of the Dharma. Lu Ming was shocked. The power of the Dharma was too strong. The Dharma was the foundation of heaven and earth. A world was made up of different Dharma. Its power was far stronger than a domain. No matter how mysterious Lu Ming's chaotic domain was, it was still a domain. It could not withstand the erosion of the Dharma. Unless in the future, Lu Ming could transform the chaotic domain into the chaotic law. Then, it could suppress other Dharma. Chirp chirp, Bubble screamed and performed the space-time domain. His body flashed around the black-robed half-saint and he attacked continuously. The black-robed half-saint could not attack him at all. Get lost. At this time, the black-robed half-saint seemed to be really angry with Bubble. He shouted coldly and a terrible aura burst out from his body. A terrifying true essence, like a black demonic flame, was burning fiercely, bombarding in all directions. The black-robed half-saint burst out his strong genuine vitality and crushed it in all directions. As such, Bubble was unable to dodge and was sent flying by the surge of true essence. Suppress him. The black-robed half-saint's cold voice sounded. Buzz. The 12 black-robed men controlled the formation plate and suppressed the bubble, sealing the void. Boom. The black-robed half-saint used his powerful vital essence to blast the bubble into that area. The 12 black-robed men controlled the formation plate and sealed off the area, trapping the bubble in the void. Chirp chirp, Bubble screamed and used the space-time domain, wanting to rush out. However, the void seemed to have turned into an iron wall. It was completely sealed and Bubble couldn't rush out at all. Let him go. Lu Ming roared and flapped his black wings, rushing towards the 12 black-clothed men. Kill. The black-robed half-saint slashed horizontally with his sword. The sword radiance was thousands of meters long. It hit Lu Ming and sent Lu Ming flying. Today, none of you will leave. This place will be your burial ground. The black-robed half-saint said coldly. He took a step forward and became one with the holy weapon. He turned into a beam of brilliant sword light and stabbed toward Lu Ming's glabella. Fast, too fast. It was so fast that Lu Ming couldn't react in time. Moreover, a terrifying force locked onto Lu Ming, causing Lu Ming's muscles to tremble slightly. Whoosh! In an instant, the sword radiance approached. The terrifying sharpness pierced Lu Ming's glabella, causing pain. Roar! At the critical moment, Lu Ming roared. He reached forward with his right hand and grabbed the blade of the black-robed half-saint's holy weapon. Buzz buzz buzz, the holy weapon rubbed against the flowing element glove, making ear-piercing sounds and sparks. Although Lu Ming had grabbed hold of the sacred weapon battle sword, he was still pushing it forward slowly. With your cultivation, don't even think about grabbing my sword. Kill! The black-robed half-saint roared. His vital essence exploded and the holy weapon became stronger. It pushed Lu Ming back. Boom! After retreating for a while, Lu Ming crashed into a mountain. The entire mountain shook violently and almost exploded. Buzz buzz buzz, the sound of the sword rubbing against the glove became louder and louder. The sword was slowly approaching Lu Ming's glabella. Bang! Lu Ming's left hand was covered with dragon scales. It turned into a dragon claw and grabbed the blade, preventing it from moving forward. If this sword pierced through his glabella, the terrifying destructive power would erupt and he would definitely die. However, Lu Ming's left hand didn't have the flowing element glove. The blade of the holy weapon was so sharp that it directly cut through the chaotic field and vital essence covering his hand. It cut through the dragon's scales on his hand. Lu Ming's hand was bleeding. His entire hand was almost cut off. Roar! Lu Ming ignored the pain and tried his best to stop the sword. You can't stop it. The black-robed half-saint kept urging his power. The force of the sword was getting stronger and stronger. Buzz buzz, on the other side, the 12 black-robed men sealed the void. The range was getting smaller and smaller. Bubble had nowhere to run and was about to be caught. Power, I need power, great power. At this moment, Lu Ming roared in his heart. His power was too weak. In the vast Yuan continent, his power was too weak. A martial emperor was like an ant. He desperately needed great power. He ignored the consequences and used the power of the third bloodline. If you want power, I'll give it to you. At this moment, a vast, deep, and ethereal voice sounded from the third bloodline. Boom! When the voice sounded, Lu Ming felt an explosion in his head. Then, his consciousness seemed to have entered the third bloodline. What entered his eyes was an incomparably huge and boundless sea of blood. The sea water seemed to be filled with endless blood. However, at this moment, the waves rolled and a face appeared in the boundless sea. It was a huge and boundless face. A pair of cold eyes looked at Lu Ming. Power, I'll give it to you. The huge face opened its mouth and a voice sounded. Boom! At this moment, endless murderous intent drowned Lu Ming. At this moment, Lu Ming seemed to have sunk into endless darkness. Only endless power surged into his body. Puff! Puff! At this moment, Lu Ming's hair was growing crazily. It was at least 2 meters long and it was dancing in the wind. Lu Ming's body was wriggling rapidly. In the end, hideous bone spikes grew out of his body. Lu Ming's eyes turned completely red. There was no trace of rationality in them. Roar! Lu Ming let out a roar like a wild beast. Kill, kill, kill! Lu Ming let out a loud roar and a terrifying power suddenly erupted. Clang! The power blasted into the holy weapon combat sword. The power passed through the combat sword and blasted into the arm of the black-robed half-saint. The black-robed half-saint's body shook violently. His arm exploded. He spat out blood and retreated. His eyes were filled with disbelief. You! What kind of monster are you? The black-robed half-saint roared in shock.